In Konohagakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages of the Naruto world, a single glance toward the cliffside reveals a row of gigantic carved faces. Those colossal visages represent the mightiest figures of the village, the Hokage of Konoha. Within Konohagakure in the Uchiha clan compound, a handsome young boy in the Uchiha crest robes lies lazily on his back in a patch of grass, eyes half closed, as if dozing. Yet a closer look reveals a hint of unwillingness etched between his brows. So, I actually reincarnated into the Naruto world and became just an ordinary ninja of the Uchiha clan. At first I thought that after being reborn into the Uchiha clan I could rely on the Sharingan, then awaken some kind of system and create a new legend among shinobi. Who would have thought I'd end up the same age as Uchiha Itachi with mediocre talent, and after being in this world for over a year, I still haven't awakened any system. The boy spoke softly. His name was Lin Yi, who had transmigrated from Earth. In this world, he was called Uchiha Itachi. In his previous life as a diehard Naruto fan, he knew well that in this world of shinobi ninja stood above all. He also knew that the Uchiha clan would one day be massacred because of Uchiha Itachi. If he could not become stronger, it would not be long before he too was annihilated. At first he had considered joining the upper echelons of Konoha's power structure, but the moment he saw the way Shimura Danzo looked at him, he decisively abandoned that path. That gaze was like one examining a specimen. He suspected that the moment he left Konoha, Danzo would have his eyes gouged out and his body dissected. Compared to being mutilated and dissected, staying home was clearly safer, especially since there was still some time before Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre. Thus Lin Yi resolutely chose to hole up at home. During the Third Great Ninja World War, his parents had fallen in battle, leaving him as the only one living here now. This place sat on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, adjoining the dense forest beyond the village, so there were long-term patrols guarding this area. For the time being, at least, his safety was nothing to worry about. In truth, when he learned that his home was on the fringe of the compound, he was somewhat dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to go. By the usual transmigration novel pattern, he ought to have been the favored child of heaven, a genius among geniuses. Yet now he had no idea how much longer he could even survive. Heavens, you can't be serious. Lin Yi muttered helplessly. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where the moment the protagonist transmigrated they would obtain a system and boundless luck. Why, when it came to him, had it all failed to trigger? It was too tragic. He had envisioned himself striding through this world in unparalleled glory, yet now it all seemed like an unreachable dream. Still, despite his reluctance, he was not overly crushed by despair. After all, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan and possessed the bloodline for the Sharingan that all shinobi yearned for. Though his own Sharingan had yet to awaken, the blood flowing in his veins remained undeniable. The Uchiha clan might not belong to Konoha's highest leadership, but their strength was undeniable and no one dared provoke them lightly. What if by some stroke of fate the Sharingan he awakened turned out to be a Mangekyo? He refused to believe that if he lay low for a few years he still wouldn't manage to master at least one formidable jutsu. In the Uchiha clan, almost every clansman could refine chakra and thus could learn ninjutsu. If I'll train properly at home and hone my ninjutsu. Lin Yi clenched his fists, determination flashing in his gaze. Did you hear? Hear what? About that prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Him? He's terrifyingly strong, shattering a meteor from beyond the heavens at 4, slaying enemy ninja at 5. I'm saying he's already graduated from the ninja academy and become a full-fledged shinobi. What? He's only 7, isn't he? Graduating from the academy in a single year. I just heard it myself. How are the rest of us supposed to live with that? He's 7 and already the same rank as us. Snatches of the two patrolling ninjas' conversation drifted clearly to Lin Yi's ears. Sigh, the stronger Uchiha Itachi becomes, the closer my own crisis creeps, Lin Yi said with a wry sigh. He had originally thought that if he simply worked harder than Uchiha Itachi, perhaps there was still hope of averting the coming catastrophe. He had never expected that Uchiha Itachi would not only possess monstrous talent, but also put in fanatical effort. How was anyone else supposed to survive that? Lin Yi knew that it wouldn't be long before Uchiha Itachi entered Konoha's Umbu. Before joining Umbu, Uchiha Itachi was still at least in name a son of the clan. Once inside, however, he would begin monitoring the Uchiha's every move. Clearly, he would have to double his efforts from now on. With that thought, Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, and he sprang to his feet. Just as he was about to pick up a kunai and hurl it at the practice tree target, a mechanical voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the god-level check-in system. At the sound of the system's voice, Lin Yi's body went rigid, his breathing turning suddenly rapid. I've waited for you day and night, and you finally decided to show up. For a transmigrator, a system meant a golden sheet meant that his counterattack against fate was about to begin. Ding! The host made check-in within the Uchiha compound. The system intoned coldly. Suppressing his surging emotions, Lin Yi asked, system, specifically in which places within the Uchiha compound can I check in? No matter what this system was like, though it had come late, it had finally arrived. Specific locations are not restricted. The more special and important the place, the richer the rewards obtained from checking in, the system replied, its tone icy. He drew in a sharp breath. Did that not mean he could in theory check in anywhere within the Uchiha compound? The Uchiha compound may only be checked in once unless a location is particularly special and important, in which case it may be checked in a second time. The system added, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. Even so, Lin Yi glanced around at his surroundings, eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. "System, I want to check in here." He shouted the words aloud. Reminder to the host, merely reciting it silently in your heart is sufficient to check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host, check-in successful. Reward obtained, the Ope Ope Nomi Devil Fruit. The Ope Ope Nomi. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at the bizarrely patterned fruit that had appeared before him. He had never imagined that in the Naruto world he would obtain a devil fruit from One Piece. Lin Yi gazed at the surgical devil fruit in his hand, a look of deep satisfaction flickering across his face. "System, you're incredible," he could not help but sigh inwardly. The surgical fruit's power belonged to the paramecia type. Its supernatural ability was not a simple physical attack, yet it could still strike at the true bodies of Logia type ability users. Its surgical power could create a spherical or hemispherical space within which he could freely sever, swap, and recombine anything that will even exchange the souls of two people. At this moment, all of Lin Yi's previous unwillingness and frustration were swept away, replaced by a trace of confidence. Humph. At last he finally possessed a sliver of power to protect himself. Now just by checking in I can obtain something just as formidable, he thought. First I'll wander around Konoha village, growing stronger in silence. This was the cultivation plan Lin Yi had set for himself. After all, there were still many places in Konoha village that were extremely important and special. To Lin Yi, they were practically fortuitous opportunities laid out one after another for him to grow stronger. Strolling around and checking in casually, and he could obtain such blessings. Far too easy. I wonder if checking in at the Uchiha Forbidden Grounds would let me gain something even better. Lin Yi pondered in secret. At the thought that he might obtain even more terrifying powers, his face lit up with undisguised anticipation. The surgical fruit, a devil fruit. Lin Yi held the surgical fruit, yet still did not bring it to his mouth. Once he ate this devil fruit, he had no idea whether it would carry any side effects. System, after eating this devil fruit, will I fear water like in One Piece? After swallowing nervously, Lin Yi asked the system in all seriousness. Perhaps the surgical fruit would not be overwhelmingly powerful in the world of Naruto, but for his current self, it was a power that could save his life. This devil fruit, like the system itself, has slipped free from the will of this world's laws and bears no side effects, the system replied coldly. A devil fruit that will not be affected by water. Lin Yi raised the surgical fruit high before his eyes. So that means once I eat it, I won't be bound by the sea at all. Lin Yi swallowed, then decisively sank his teeth into it. After a short while, he had finished the entire fruit in his hand and waited expectantly for some extraordinary change to occur. Just as Lin Yi was beginning to feel a twinge of disappointment, a sudden searing pain surged through him, making his face contort as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He could clearly sense his body changing bit by bit, accompanied by a wondrous sensation that words could not fully convey. Roughly half an hour later, the transformation finally began to slow. Lin Yi exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air, golden light exploding in his eyes. So this is the surgical devil fruit, he murmured. Right now I feel I can not only slice apart anything within a kilometer, but even control it. Sensing that unfamiliar energy within his body, Lin Yi felt exhilarated, almost wanting to throw back his head and howl. If one could peer inside him, they would see a strand of power utterly distinct from chakra, newly born alongside it. This was the energy of the surgical devil fruit hidden deep within Lin Yi's body. In his future cultivation, it would slowly accumulate and be released. Substitution. Suddenly Lin Yi vanished from where he had been standing and reappeared inside his own room. This was the power of the surgical fruit, allowing him to swap positions with any matter within his sensed range. Next, I should thoroughly familiarize myself with this power. In his room, Lin Yi began to experiment, as if performing magic tricks, objects constantly shifting positions and erupting with dull banging sounds. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Uchiha Itachi had actually awakened his Sharingan. It was said that he awakened it because his teammate had been slain before his eyes. Whatever the reason, awakening the Sharingan at the age of 8 was something only the ancestral level Uchiha Madara had ever achieved. A prodigy like this sent a thrill of excitement through the entire Uchiha clan. Naturally, someone like Lin Yi had an almost negligible presence within the Uchiha clan. Some people had nearly forgotten that there was another child in the clan the same age as Uchiha Itachi. Lin Yi, of course, hoped that as few people as possible would know about him. Only then could he grow stronger in secret. Yet his peaceful life was soon disrupted by a certain person. "Uchiha, get out here." An uncle with a bushy mustache bellowed outside Lin Yi's house. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi seemed to know exactly who it was. Plastering on a cheerful smile, he said, "Teacher Daihe, what brings you all the way here?" "Uchiha, was that you last night? Even if you refuse to admit it, it doesn't matter. I saw everything clearly." In truth, the mustached uncle was not entirely sure whether the person he had seen the night before had been him. If it truly was him, he practically wanted to slap himself. He had been deceived for an entire year by this seemingly harmless boy before him. The mustached uncle was named Funano Daihe, teacher to both Uchiha Itachi and Lin Yi at the Ninja Academy. His fury arose not only because of Lin Yi, but also because of what had happened the previous night. For an entire year, Lin Yi had not attended the ninja academy at all. Ever since gaining the surgical fruit, Lin Yi had asked for an extremely long medical leave on his own behalf. In the process of obtaining that leave, he had fully witnessed just how formidable the fruit's power was. Even Konoha's high-ranking medical nin could not detect anything amiss. In the end, that senior medical nin had simply said rest well at home. In truth, that senior medical nin had originally wanted to keep him for further study, but considering that there were more pressing matters to handle, ultimately let him go. Yet during this period, Lin Yi had appeared at the ninja academy. By sheer coincidence, he had been spotted by Fanano Daihe. Lin Yi had never expected it. He had chosen to come at night, assuming the academy would be empty, just to perform a simple check-in. Who would have thought his luck was so wretched that teacher Daihe was still on campus? Although Lin Yi had quickly used substitution to escape, he had still been seen by Fanano Daihe. What shocked the man even more was that in the blink of an eye, the boy's figure had already vanished without a trace. He was an elite chunin of Konoha, yet he had not even had time to react. However, he had vaguely sensed that the intruder felt very familiar, much like his student Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, he realized how little he truly knew about this seemingly ordinary student of his. Relying on his instincts, he felt that the intruder must have been Uchiha Itachi. And yet he found the idea illogical. After all, Uchiha Itachi was not even a genin. In the world of Naruto, the hierarchy of strength ran as follows: Academy, Student, Genin, Chunin, Elite, Chunin, Jonin, Quasi-Kage, Initial Kage level, Mid-Kage level, High Kage level, and even beyond to Super Kage. Therefore, no matter what, he had to meet Uchiha Itachi face to face to confirm whether it was him. Thus the scene at the beginning where he had tried to trick a confession out of Uchiha Itachi. Teacher Fanano Daihe, what exactly did you see? Uchiha Itachi asked with a puzzled expression. Fanano Daihe studied his face. That did not look like the expression of someone lying. He realized he might have been mistaken. After all, how could a mere academy student possibly escape right under his nose? Once he confirmed it was likely not Lin Yi, the heavy stone in Fanano Daihe's heart finally fell away. Smiling, he asked, "Are you feeling any better?" "Teacher, why did you suddenly think of visiting me?" "I'm much better now," Lin Yi asked tentatively. "Uchiha Itachi has graduated from school with all top grades. If your health improves, you should hurry back to school to reduce the gap between you two." Chuan Yi Daihe, aware of the fierce competition within the Uchiha clan, suggested to him. "All right, Teacher Chuan Yi." Lin Yi agreed in a half-hearted manner. Chuan Yi Daihe, seeing his perfunctory response, left in frustration. Lin Yi watched Chuan Yi Daihe's retreating figure lost in endless contemplation. The next day, Lin Yi got up early and headed toward the ninja school. Clearly, Chuan Yi Daihe's visit yesterday changed his mind about staying home. Since class was still some time away, the classroom was completely empty at that moment. Lin Yi slowly walked to his seat, touched the desk, hesitated for a moment, and finally sat down. System check-in at the ninja school. Lin Yi silently thought. Last time, due to teacher Chuan Yi, he couldn't check in at school successfully, but this time it was a legitimate check-in, and he was eager to see what rewards he would receive. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ninja school check-in successful. You have gained the sword technique Iaido, came the system's cold voice. Sword techniques are different from ninjutsu. They are practical combat skills. If combined with ninjutsu and the abilities of surgical fruits, it would be like icing on the cake. Iaido consists of a single strike, concentrating all the attacks into one point. Its power is terrifying and imposing, possessing tremendous might. Once combined with ninjutsu and the abilities of surgical fruits, it could deliver a stunning blow. Lin Yi, thinking of the sword technique he just acquired, felt a surge of excitement. I can hardly wait to try out its power. A gleam flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. However, the influx of figures into the classroom made him abandon this thought. Uchiha Itachi, why did you come to school today? Suddenly, a girl with beautiful long black hair, a teardrop mole under her right eye, and wearing a purple coat called out. Uchiha Izumi. Lin Yi, upon hearing someone call him, looked over and realized it was Uchiha Izumi, who had a crush on Uchiha Itachi and was killed by Uchiha Iaido in his past life. She was originally in the same class as him, which made sense since he had been held back. Uchiha Itachi, is your illness better now? Out of curiosity, Uchiha Izumi asked, as Lin Yi's previous illness had been so severe that even the advanced medical ninjas of Konoha could do nothing, and even the Uchiha clan had given up on him. Seeing him suddenly at school, Uchiha Izumi couldn't believe her eyes. The boys in the classroom watched curiously as the beautiful girl chatted so familiarly with him. When they noticed the Uchiha fan emblem on his back, they began whispering among themselves. Do you know who he is? Looks like he's from the Uchiha clan, but which genius could he be? TCH, didn't you hear? Uchiha Izumi called him Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Why haven't I heard of this person? I just heard them say that this Uchiha Itachi was sick for a long time and has just recovered. Phew, thankfully this guy shouldn't be very strong. A young boy patted his chest, relieved. They were so afraid of the Uchiha clan because two previous geniuses had made them feel utterly humiliated. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were mountains that loomed over their hearts, impossible to surmount. Even Uchiha Izumi was quite talented, far surpassing them. At this moment, Lin Yi no longer cared about these kids. After all, his soul was far more mature than theirs. He smiled and nodded in response to Uchiha Izumi. However, he felt speechless as his unintentional conversation sparked Uchiha Izumi's interest. Uchiha Itachi, can I sit next to you? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After saying this, Uchiha Izumi sat down next to Lin Yi. Sigh. He just wanted to quietly stay alone, not wanting to draw more attention, while he was still not strong enough. Just as Lin Yi was thinking of moving to a different spot, Chuan Yudahe walked in. When he saw Lin Yi, he smiled and nodded at him with satisfaction. At first, Lin Yi listened attentively to the lesson, but after a long time of discussing how to refine chakra, he started to regret coming. Gradually, Lin Yi's mind returned, and he began to contemplate the sword technique Iaido. Suddenly, an unidentified object intruded into his control zone, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, upon seeing the unidentified object clearly, he abandoned that thought. Bang! Aunt! A painful scream echoed in the classroom. Lin Yi had a big bump on his forehead, covering it with his hands, looking at Chuan Yudahe with a pitiful expression. Uchiha, can you explain what chakra is? Chuan Yudahe pointed at him angrily. There was no choice. After all, he had fallen asleep during class. Actually, Lin Yi had just gotten used to closing his eyes while thinking at home, as he needed to maintain the appearance of a patient. Chakra is a type of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energies in the human body, serving as the energy source for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Lin Yi thought for a moment, and then spoke. Chuan Yudahe was somewhat surprised to see Lin Yi answer correctly. Time flew by. At the edge of the Uchiha stronghold, a boy was constantly flickering and dashing. Indeed, this person was Lin Yi, who dashed away from school after classes. Initially, a beautiful girl followed him, but as he accelerated, he instantly left her behind. He first went to the market to buy a long sword, and then with a few shunshin he arrived at the edge of the forest. Now equipped with the long sword, he began to practice. At first he was a bit clumsy and awkward. Gradually he became more proficient, as if he were a swordsman who had been studying for years, practicing a profound sword technique. The terrifying sword energy generated by Iaido combined with his surgical abilities and ninjutsu sent leaves and dust flying off the ground. If the high-ranking officials of Konoha were to see Lin Yi now, their jaws would likely drop in shock. Such combat power could rival that of an elite chunin. If one were to sense carefully, a small hook had appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. This is a sign of awakening the Sharingan. In the Uchiha clan, only those who have activated the Sharingan can attract the family's attention. Even some clan members aged 17 or 18 are still unable to awaken their Sharingan. Yet Lin Yi, merely practicing swordsmanship, has already activated his Sharingan. If those who have spent over a decade without success were to see this, they would surely be envious to the point of turning purple. Activated the Sharingan after just one sword practice. Although not as monstrous as Uchiha Itachi, isn't he considered a genius among geniuses? A satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yi's face. With such swordsmanship combined with my surgical abilities and ninjutsu, I should have the capability to escape from Uchiha Itachi. Lin Yi murmured to himself. If he could elevate his own realm by a level, even with Uchiha Iaido assisting Uchiha Itachi, they likely wouldn't be able to stop his escape. After all, the ability of the surgical fruit Kimui might not be able to restrain him. Being an ability user feels great, Lin Yi remarked. Now that he has acquired the sign-in system, as long as he continues to sign in at important places, he will soon be able to escape the fate of Uchiha Itachi's clan extermination. Although he currently possesses some self-defense capabilities, what if the fate of this world changes because of his arrival? Perhaps in the future those who annihilate the Uchiha clan could include some high-ranking officials from Konohagakure. After all, Uchiha Itachi's clan extermination was carried out under orders from the higher-ups of Konohagakure. After some contemplation, Lin Yi felt he could not afford to take any chances and must consider the higher-ups of Konohagakure as well. Even if they do not participate, it would not be a big deal for him. Several hours later, a middle-aged ninja with his right eye wrapped in white cloth suddenly appeared within Lin Yi's perception. This is Shimura Danzo, and this is the first time he has seen the real person, looking much younger than he did in his previous life when watching Naruto. Danzo's sharp gaze swept across the ground and landed on Lin Yi. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Yes, I am Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan. Oh, so you are his son. No wonder, Danzo said casually. Did you cause this? His tone carried a hint of pressure. My shuriken would qualify as excellent. Lin Yi replied proudly. Shuriken. Danzo followed Lin Yi's gaze and saw a target stuck between the trees ahead, with several shuriken embedded in the target. Clearly he thought too much. A child of a few years old, a ninja trainee, could not possibly possess such terrifying strength. Are you here to see the clan leader? Lin Yi asked cautiously, maintaining a calm expression. Suddenly Danzo's eyes narrowed, slightly fixating intensely on Lin Yi's eyes. Strange, why do I feel that he has activated the Sharingan? He murmured softly, his face showing a hint of abnormality. His right eye was the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, allowing him to clearly sense that the boy in front had indeed activated his Sharingan. This is utterly ridiculous. Could it be that this boy is also a genius like Uchiha Itachi? Danzo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to approach Lin, he suddenly halted. His gaze swept across the distant forest. I can't let him escape. This boy can't run away anyway. Danzo murmured, strangely feeling that while this boy might not escape, the enemy ninja in the distance certainly could. You should hurry home. It's very dangerous here. Suppressing his inner desires, he spoke to Lin Yi before vanishing from sight. After seeing him disappear, Lin Yi began to leisurely walk home. However, if someone were to observe closely, they would notice that his hands were tightly clenched. He had certainly realized Danzo's intentions, which were clearly malicious. After all, he had just activated his Sharingan and could sense the abnormality emanating from Danzo. He was even prepared with a killing move and an escape route. If Danzo were to know this, he would likely be astounded. TSK. I might have underestimated him. This Shimura Danzo is no simple character. Lin Yi reflected with lingering fear. This served as a wake-up call for him. The high-ranking officials of Konohagakure would surely not want to let a member of the Uchiha clan escape their sight. Moreover, he must be doubly cautious in his future actions and cultivation. He should erase his traces at all times and avoid detection by those with ulterior motives. Thus a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Yi signed in at the residences of various clans and obtained fruits that enhanced his chakra. Although he did not acquire any devil fruits or powerful ninjutsu, he successfully raised his realm to the level of a genin. With his surgical fruit abilities and swordsmanship combined, his strength could stand against a jonin. It can be said that Lin Yi's strength has completely surpassed Uchiha Itachi's. As a result, Lin Yi began to relax a bit, not feeling as tense as before. Sometimes he would stroll around with a blade of grass in his mouth, humming a little tune. This was a sign of his increased confidence alongside his rising strength. Now the annual ninja exam is about to begin. The so-called ninja exam is the test for ninja trainees to officially advance to genin. In this world, only by becoming a ninja can one truly gain recognition. Tasks such as scouting enemy positions, assassination, and protecting important individuals can only be carried out by ninjas. According to the difficulty level of the tasks, they are divided into D, C, B, A, and S ranks. Therefore, the normal operation of Konohagakure relies on executing tasks. After all, ninjas are also human. They need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, requiring money to sustain their operations. Now, with the strength of a jonin, he considers rank tasks to be safe. However, he must pass the exam to proceed. This time, the ninja exam consists of a written test, ninjutsu, and outdoor survival. Only by excelling in all three subjects can one obtain the genin certification and forehead protector, somewhat akin to qualification certificates in the previous world. Of course, in the face of true strength, even the genin certification is akin to worthless paper. For Lin Yi, this exam represents an opportunity as he can sign in at a forbidden area. In the ninja school inside the classroom, a tense atmosphere filled the air as if a great enemy was approaching. Yet Lin Yi appeared relaxed, his pen dancing gracefully across the paper like flowing water. In the written examination of this ninja test, if one lacked exceptional theoretical knowledge, they would need the investigative skills of a ninja. For Lin Yi, who possessed the surgical fruit, it was akin to an open book exam. Except for a few individuals, everyone else nervously watched the proctor, searching for blind spots. At this moment, he seemed strikingly handsome, without any other notable features. His realm had also improved, and he had already become the top student among this batch of ninja trainees. Lin Yi glanced around the classroom and noticed that only Uchiha Izumi had reached the rank of genin. What? I can actually see through other strengths. Lin Yi was so surprised that he nearly exclaimed. In this world, the common method for judging a person's strength was to look at their chakra levels. For some unknown reason, Lin Yi was also capable of making such judgments. He could even sense that Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan was about to awaken. Izumi, who was not much inferior to Uchiha Itachi, caught Lin Yi's attention. Of course, Uchiha Izumi was still slightly weaker than Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi had graduated a year ago. Little did they know Lin Yi had already surpassed the so-called genius in their eyes and was on the verge of being a chunin. At this moment in the upcoming survival exercise in the forbidden area, a group of masked ninjas slowly appeared beside the trees. Their gazes were distant, hidden among the branches with a bloodthirsty and cold aura. Lord Orochimaru has ordered us to find a new vessel. Don't worry, I've heard that there are 2 little ones from the Uchiha clan this time. Uchiha clan. Won't that provoke them? It's not like we're going to kill anyone it won't provoke them. Besides, Lord Orochimaru isn't afraid of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups of Konoha will definitely pay attention to this place, and we will need to rely on your abilities then. Rest assured. After this person finished speaking, a thick fog began to rise in the forest. At the Hokage's office in Konoha, an old man wearing a Hokage hat and smoking a pipe suddenly looked up towards the forbidden area, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing an interesting curve. Indeed, this person was the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the written exam of the ninja assessment had concluded and the ninjutsu examination was underway. Uchiha Izumi stepped forward for the shadow clone technique exam. Yamaguchi Daihe announced, holding the examination list. Hiya. Uchiha Izumi quickly completed her hand seals and flawlessly executed a shadow clone. Excellent. Yamaguchi Daihe looked at her clone, nodded in satisfaction, and marked an excellent on her resume. Wow. Uchiha Izumi's performance truly surprised Lin Yi. In his heart, a sense of crisis began to stir. While he had made progress, others were also advancing. He had thought he could handle Uchiha Itachi, which was quite dangerous. In his past life, the Uchiha Izumi he understood from anime was not this formidable. But now, if Uchiha Izumi was this powerful, could it be inferred that Uchiha Itachi was even stronger? At the very least, she was not at the superficial genin level. Uchiha stepped forward for the shadow clone technique exam. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. He slowly walked up to the podium preparing to form hand seals and perform the technique. Suddenly his thoughts raced back to the genius deeds of Uchiha Itachi. Shadow clone technique. Haha, this is hilarious. Is this even a shadow clone? Seeing Lin Yi's clone, the observing students burst into laughter. Yamaguchi Daiei's expression turned slightly angry. Yamaguchi-sensei, I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his head and said, smash, bang. Yamaguchi Daiei's big hand grabbed, and instantly Lin Yi's clone exploded. Everyone was shocked. The clone had exploded. If it weren't for Yamaguchi Daiei being strong enough, Lin Yi might have been injured. What, that clone actually exploded? The surrounding students exclaimed in disbelief. A mishmash clone exploding was quite a bizarre occurrence. Lin Yi's clone had the upper body of Yamaguchi-sensei and the lower body of 4 horse legs. This was the product of Lin Yi's combination of ninjutsu and surgical abilities, a self-created ninjutsu. His strength, could it be that he has already entered the Chunin realm? To everyone's eyes, Lin Yi should have been at the bottom of the class. But judging from the current ninja examination, he had already created his own ninjutsu, which was quite powerful and unexpected. Uchiha, I'll give you another chance for the shadow clone technique exam. Yamaguchi Daiei originally intended to give him a failing grade, but considering that his ninjutsu had a degree of surprise and power, he reluctantly gave him another chance. After all, this exam was for the shadow clone technique. Today, he couldn't forget the examination rules because of his ninjutsu. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, spreading his hands towards Yamaguchi, and said, Yamaguchi Daiei, I can't perform the shadow clone technique. In truth, it wasn't that Lin Yi couldn't perform the shadow clone technique. He could even execute the multi-shadow clone technique. However, he knew that the more his strength was exposed, the more dangerous it would be in the future, so he had to act cautiously. Have you really not learned the shadow clone technique at all in these 2 years? Yamaguchi Daiei asked in confusion. All the surrounding students looked at him with disbelief. Even Uchiha Izumi had an expression of disbelief. After all, just now his ninjutsu was such that even he might not be able to handle it. How could he possibly not know the shadow clone technique? Yamaguchi Daiei, I've always wanted to become a great medical ninja to save all ninjas in times of crisis. So I have been learning medical skills. Medical skills. So that explosion just now was to save people. Yamaguchi Daiei pressed further. That was to protect my companions' bodies from being desecrated, to prevent the enemy from obtaining our bloodline and ninjutsu secrets. Lin Yi gritted his teeth as if he were truly defending the dignity of his companions, holding firm until the very last moment. Even the other students were touched by Lin Yi. After all, every clan had its own secrets that they did not want others to exploit and use against their own. Perhaps it's true, after all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Shouldn't he be allowed to pass the exam? Yamaguchi Daiei murmured. Every ninja should possess the will to protect their village and loved ones. This is far stronger than merely having profound ninjutsu and levels. Uchiha, your ninjutsu score is pending. If you pass the 3rd exam, your ninjutsu grade will be excellent. If you do not pass, your ninjutsu score will be failing. Yamaguchi Daiei suddenly received the voice of the 3rd Hokage in his mind, then spoke to Lin Yi. The 3rd round of the ninja exam loomed over the students of the ninja school like a great mountain. The last exam was only passed by the prodigy Uchiha Itachi. This time it was uncertain how many would pass. Dainichi Shippo murmured to himself. At this moment, dozens of examinees gradually entered the forbidden area. Crack. The dry branches snapped under the feet of passing candidates, producing sounds akin to eggs cracking. The entire forbidden area was shrouded in thick fog. Moreover, distant roars of wild beasts could be heard intermittently. For children who had never experienced war, this place felt like a terrifying hell. Some timid ones were crouched on the ground, crying and trembling. This forbidden area had clearly become a natural selection ground for outstanding ninjas. At this moment in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was staring at a crystal ball in front of him. The image within the crystal ball showed the boy crouching and crying. Sigh, they're already this scared just after entering. This year's batch seems even worse than last year's, he said, and the image in the crystal ball shifted. However, Lin Yi was indifferent to the 3rd Hokage's scrutiny. To him, the forbidden area represented a great opportunity, a chance to sign in. It was simply an excellent, blessed land. System sign in. Lin Yi silently thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have obtained an upgrade for the Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, host, the Sharingan has successfully upgraded to the double Tomo Sharingan. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. The Sharingan upgraded directly from a single Tomo to a double Tomo. The system is truly impressive. Do I doubt Uchiha Itachi has even achieved the double Tomo yet? Lin Yi marveled at this. At this moment he appeared not only handsome, but also radiated confidence. He had reached the realm of the double Tomo Sharingan and simultaneously achieved the rank of Chunin. Activate Sharingan. Lin Yi suddenly activated his Sharingan, eager to see just how powerful the double Tomo Sharingan really was. Unbeknownst to him, this unintended display would lead him to discover an astounding secret. The fog here is all a result of man-made ninjutsu, at least of Chunin level or above. He gazed into the distance, contemplating whether the higher-ups of Konoha were aware of everything happening here. Given the strength of Konoha's higher-ups, they should have likely detected the situation here. However, their lack of action indicated that they did not perceive any danger to the exam candidates. Moreover, it could even be viewed as an additional challenge. After all, becoming a true ninja meant facing unexpected dangers at any moment. There was also the possibility that they wished to delve deeper into the true intentions of this group. If they were unaware of the origins and objectives of this group, the upper echelons of Konoha would certainly be restless. Just wait, this group is being watched by Konoha's higher-ups. For now, I should focus on how to pass the survival exam, Lin Yi murmured to himself. In the third round of the ninja exam, the survival test in the forbidden area required candidates to survive for 1 month and find the preset insignia arranged by Konoha's higher-ups to pass. Finding the preset insignia was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as there was no way to know where the insignia was hidden. It could be on a stone slab, a tree, or even on an animal. Wait a minute, I seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yi suddenly recalled something as he looked at the thick fog before him. So it can be done this way. Suddenly the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing an interesting arc. Whoosh. Lin Yi quickly leaped in a direction. This direction was the source of the fog where an enemy ninja resided. Indeed, his plan was to replicate this ninja's abilities and perform the fog ninjutsu. He intended to use the fog as his eyes to search for the insignia. As for why he didn't use his teleportation ability, it was to keep a trump card for himself, knowing that Konoha's higher-ups were certainly watching. But he knew that he could not kill the enemy ninja solely by relying on ninjutsu. The goal was to force the opponent to use the fog ninjutsu, which he could then replicate. After all, this place belonged to Konoha village, and they would certainly fear that their presence would be detected. At this moment, in the direction Lin Yi was advancing towards inside a rocky cave, 2 ninjas quickly separated after a brief clash. Are you from the Mist Village? What is your purpose in coming to our Konoha? Uchiha Izumi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking calmly. Her eyes were also streaming with blood, clearly a side effect of forcibly activating her Sharingan. Impressive strength. You've even activated a single Tomo Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru will surely be very pleased. A ninja clad in a black cloak hidden within the fog chuckled with a hoarse voice. The reason he encountered Uchiha Izumi here was that he discerned her presence amidst the fog. She had been the first to rush deep into the forbidden area after entering. Moreover, she was half a quarter of an hour ahead of Lin Yi, who was there primarily for the sign-in. Upon realizing she was from the Uchiha clan, he was quite pleased. Aren't you going to escape? The Hokage will definitely be coming soon. Uchiha Izumi observed the depths of their eyes, her expression betraying an undisguised greed, attempting to scare them away by mentioning the Hokage. However, she did not intimidate them. Instead, it made them laugh even louder. Among this group, an inconspicuous person licked his lips, openly displaying his greed. The people around him unconsciously gravitated towards him. Welcome, Lord Orochimaru. The crowd reverently bowed to him, clearly recognizing him as a malevolent figure. What is your name? Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared beside Uchiha Izumi, his tongue licking her neck as he asked. You Uchiha Izumi, she stammered, trembling with fear, terrified of being devoured. The aura emanating from the other party was at least of the level of a Kage, far beyond what she could fend off. Orochimaru was a rogue ninja from Konoha, a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In pursuit of immortality, he betrayed Konoha by researching forbidden techniques. He was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, possessing extraordinarily powerful abilities. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. After all, you are far more perfect than the previous vessels. Just as Orochimaru was about to bite down, preparing to use his cursed seal technique. Crack! The wooden stick in his hand was crushed to pieces with a bite. Then he looked ahead and saw a handsome young man holding Uchiha Izumi. His eyes shone with a pair of double Tomo Sharingan, radiating an extraordinary aura. A super perfect vessel. Finally, I have encountered the perfectly magnificent vessel. The face of Orochimaru was filled with unparalleled excitement and madness as his gaze towards Lin Yi revealed a deep-seated greed. Although he did not understand how Lin Yi had suddenly moved past Uchiha Izumi, he was acutely aware that Lin Yi was only at the level of a chunin. I, Orochimaru, am one of the legendary Sannin with unfathomable strength. Years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, I clashed with elite shinobi of the same level and did not falter. Since then, the entire ninja world has come to know that they are all strong enough to be considered just below the Kage level. Now, through my research into immortality, I have even surpassed the Kage level. You are quite impressive. Seeing Lin Yi's cautious expression as if facing a formidable foe, Orochimaru praised him with satisfaction. Who are you? Lin Yi initially thought that these enemy ninjas would not dare to act recklessly nor fear being discovered. In hindsight, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful figure entering this place. Looking at the youthful boy before him, Lin Yi could hardly believe someone so young could possess such formidable strength. This is even more genius than Uchiha Itachi. Once you come back with me, you'll know who I am. Orochimaru looked at him appreciatively. Go with you. You must be terrified of ending up dead, Lin Yi said, while simultaneously preparing to utilize the abilities of the surgery fruit, ready to escape at any moment. He was even willing to reveal his Sharingan with double Tomo. After all, against a cage-level powerhouse, only the double Tomo Sharingan could provide clarity. Otherwise, he could be killed before he even realized what was happening. At that moment, a vicious head with sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi, its eyes glinting with a crimson light. The fangs lunged fiercely at Lin Yi. Boom. Crack. Another sound echoed like breaking eggshells. Lin Yi had already vanished from his original spot, leaving a piece of wood in his place. Hehe, you can't escape. Orochimaru did not seem angry about his earlier failed attack. In fact, he appeared somewhat excited. In the entire Hidden Leaf village, only his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, could possibly stop him. The other two legendary ninjas had long since left the village. Within the Hidden Leaf village, he was effectively invincible, at least in unknown combat. A kilometer away, a boy was seen holding a girl suddenly appearing in midair. At this moment, the girl had already fallen unconscious, for when Lin Yi saved her, she had already been bitten with a cursed seal by Orochimaru. The boy was bare-chested, his body radiating a unique energy, the energy belonging to the surgery fruit's abilities. That was close. Lin Yi murmured to himself, shaken. If he had not activated the surgery fruit's abilities to escape in advance, he would likely be in the same situation as Uchiha Izumi. Even so, he had sustained minor injuries, his clothes already in tatters. At his neck, a small wound began to emit a faint black tadpole-like pattern. This resembles the cursed seal technique that Orochimaru used in my previous life, while watching Naruto, though it seems to be in its initial stage now. Lin Yi observed the black tadpole-like patterns at the wound, recalling Orochimaru's cursed seal technique from his past life. It is said that his cursed seal technique was developed using the cells of Yugo, who possess sage power. It seems that the boy just now must be Orochimaru's vessel. Against a cage-level powerhouse like Orochimaru, Lin Yi could only run. At that moment, it felt as if someone was watching him. Without a doubt, it must be Orochimaru in pursuit. Replacement. Boom. Crack. Just as Lin Yi instantaneously moved away, Orochimaru arrived. Hehe, you run fast. Orochimaru remarked casually upon realizing another failure. Then he coldly glanced upwards, as if in his eyes Lin Yi was merely a lamb encircled, ready for him to claim at any moment. In his view, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf village had already taken notice of him, and perhaps even his teacher had come as well. Yet Lin Yi was still merely at the Chunin level. There was a significant difference of 2 major levels between them. Today I shall let him go. Withdraw. He gently raised his hand to stop his pursuing subordinates, and then spoke. The group of people vanished like flames burning out, disappearing into thin air. Leaved. In the instant they disappeared, a massive black hand descended from the sky, striking down towards the ground where they had vanished. This strike was so powerful that had they been slightly slower, they would have been severely injured. Boom. Upon hearing a loud crash, Lin Yi halted his escape. He then set Uchiha Izumi down. This is the strike of an elite cage-level powerhouse. How powerful. Lin Yi murmured with clenched fists, feeling a surge of determination to grow stronger. Before long, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf village appeared around Lin Yi. I greet Lord Hokage. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to bow upon seeing the elderly man wearing the Hokage hat. Oh, a promising talent, having awakened the double Tomo Sharingan not inferior to Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Lin Yi's eyes. This is the cursed seal technique. It seems Orochimaru has improved it quite a bit, he remarked in surprise upon seeing the wounds on Lin Yi and Uchiha Izumi's necks. Clearly the two before him had become vessels for Orochimaru. Lord Hokage, can you help us remove this cursed seal? Lin Yi asked cautiously. In truth, he could easily use the abilities of the surgery fruit to eliminate the cursed seal. However, he did not intend to remove it. I cannot help, at most I can seal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. After saying this, he sealed the cursed seals for both himself and Uchiha Izumi and took them away. Indeed, this time the examination of the Forbidden Grounds was cancelled. After all, with enemy ninjas entering, they would certainly conduct a search. After a quarter of an hour, all the examinees returned to the square. Those who had been scared and crying earlier were now excitedly dancing. Cough, cough. Quiet, quiet. This time the examination of the Forbidden Grounds has been interrupted by enemy ninjas. This is our fault. Therefore, the examination of the Forbidden Grounds is cancelled. O Lord Hokage is magnificent, long life. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the children below with a hint of disappointment on his face. However, when his gaze swept over Lin Yi and Uchiha Izumi, a smile returned to his face. Cough, cough. Quiet, quiet. The examination is not over. The third examination will be changed to actual combat. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a screen appeared before him displaying the list of matchups. First rule, disregard all previous examination scores. Second rule, only the top 10 will qualify. Third rule, duel each other, winners continue, losers are eliminated. Last rule, no malicious harm to the opponent's life, violators will be eliminated. The first match, Uchiha Itachi versus Uchiha Izumi. Haha, this will be interesting. It's Uchiha Itachi, the underdog. How could he possibly be a match for Izumi? I bet on one move. You guys are behind on the news. I heard that Uchiha Itachi performed remarkably well in the Forbidden Area. TCH, what do you know? I got the scoop from my old man. The enemy ninja came to scout and was driven away by Lord Hokage. If you don't believe me, you can check over there. The traces of Lord Hokage's attack are still visible. Hiss. So it was the enemy ninja that came here. Fortunately, I was clever enough to stay far away. TCH, you're just scared of dying. Haha. The first match between Lin Yi and Izumi still made him feel a bit excited. Since obtaining the system, he had not truly fought anyone. His earlier encounter with Orochimaru did not count. That was purely a retreat. Now he had the opportunity to test his strength. How could he let it slip by? After all, among all the participants, only Uchiha Izumi could match him for a few rounds. At this moment in Konoha village at the ninja school square, Lin Yi and Uchiha Izumi walked toward the center, giving each other a respectful salute. Suddenly, two figures flickered their fists and shurikens colliding continuously. Bang! Bang! The sound of deafening explosions erupted. The other candidates stood dumbfounded, even dropping their swords to the ground without realizing it. Bang! Another muffled collision echoed. The two retreated several steps before finally stopping. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials of Konoha also displayed incredulous expressions. They even started to feel regret for the two of them. After all, according to the rules of the match, one of them had to be eliminated. Yet their strengths should be the highest among all. Uchiha Izumi was equally shocked. Although she had heard someone say before that he saved her, she couldn't believe it. Because she was well aware of the kind of enemy she was facing at the time. Itachi, you really surprised me. Uchiha Izumi retreated to the side and said to Lin Yi, Izumi, you surprised me. After all, I'm a year older than you, yet I can't outmatch you. Lin Yi said, the corners of his mouth slightly curling, casually rubbing his fists, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi looked at his nonchalant expression and immediately became angry. You? She pointed at Lin Yi, unable to speak for a moment. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, she realized she was not his opponent. He was indeed holding back. However, at that moment, Uchiha Izumi's gaze changed. In a rare, very serious tone, she said, Itachi, be careful from now on. Bring it on. Lin Yi said, shrugging nonchalantly. Look at Izumi's eyes. Suddenly a student shouted. What? Is that the Sharingan? She activated the Sharingan. The supervising teacher stammered. A single Tomo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, is impressive. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, praised Uchiha Izumi. Itachi, watch out. Jinjutsu nightmare. Uchiha Izumi warned Lin Yi. What? Jinjutsu? Uchiha Itachi is finished this time. When caught in a Jinjutsu, unless one possesses a stronger ocular technique than the opponent, they need external help to escape. In this kind of battle examination, it was evidently impossible for a third party to help him escape. And in the eyes of most people, he was merely an underdog, certainly not stronger than Izumi's ocular technique. Alas, what a pity. Yes, although he's slightly weaker than Uchiha Izumi, he's still a good prospect. At this moment, Lin Yi stood motionless in the center, as if he were fighting in a dream. Seeing his expression, Izumi felt a sense of relief, secretly grateful. Fortunately, I just awakened the single Tomo Sharingan, otherwise I might not be able to win against him. All along, for her, only geniuses like Uchiha Itachi deserved her utmost attention. More accurately, in her eyes, only geniuses like Uchiha Itachi mattered. Although she had to admit Lin Yi was also not weak, but compared to Uchiha Itachi, he was several streets away. Because she followed Uchiha Itachi almost every day, she was well aware of how strong he was now. Moments later, Uchiha Izumi slowly approached Lin Yi. Clearly, she intended to settle the match with a final move. After all, even though Lin Yi was caught in a Jinjutsu, standing still does not mean he lost. She was about to make her final strike. Everyone thought the same. However, if everyone really believed he had lost just like that, he would have truly acted in vain. If someone looked closely into his eyes, they would find two Tomos faintly flickering. His expression also did not show the pain he initially displayed. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, playing ocular techniques with a single Tomo against a double Tomo. Isn't that just showing off a big knife in front of Guangong? Being a genius from the Uchiha clan is tough. Bang! A collision sound rang out and Lin Yi was sent flying. However, Uchiha Izumi also retreated several steps. The onlookers around were utterly bewildered. What just happened? I didn't understand it at all. It seems like Uchiha Itachi awakened thanks to Izumi's power. No, look at his eyes, aren't they somewhat similar to Izumi's? He also activated the single Tomo Sharingan. Amidst everyone's shock, Lin Yi said excitedly, Izumi, let's continue. In fact, Lin Yi had initially fallen into the Jinjutsu, but quickly awakened. To attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups while not raising suspicion, he had to do this. Alright. Izumi smiled slightly, then quickly formed seals for fire release. Lin Yi's eyes flickered, similarly forming seals quickly and simultaneously unleashing fire release. What? This is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan copying ninjutsu. Immediately a sound of breaking air rang out. Izumi seemed to sense something, but it was too late. Her body turned into a shadow and vanished from the spot. Shadow clone technique, whoosh. You scared me. I thought Izumi was going to lose. Just then Lin Yi took advantage of the gap, while unleashing fire release to throw shurikens. However, during this time Izumi also created a shadow clone. The clone vanished from the spot, while she herself was nowhere to be found. Bang! A loud bang sounded, and a figure flew out and fell to the ground. The supervising teacher quickly went up to confirm, loudly declaring, down unconscious. Uchiha Izumi disqualified. Uchiha Itachi victorious. The proctor paused briefly before announcing. Just moments ago Uchiha Itachi had appeared on the verge of defeat, yet in an instant the tide reversed. What unsettled them most was that this seemingly unremarkable student long relegated to the bottom of the class had just bested the top-ranked Uchiha Izumi. The sensation was profoundly uncanny. Everyone had dismissed him outright. Yet now he stood triumphant over Izumi, stirring quiet dread over their own impending failures. Suddenly a chilling thought struck them. They had mocked and tormented him relentlessly. Would he now retaliate in the matches yet to come? Unlike the bewildered onlookers, the proctor had observed every detail with razor-sharp clarity. A seasoned Chunin elite, he had even instinctively moved to intervene the moment Izumi materialized behind Lin Yi. After all, he bore full responsibility for any serious injury, or worse. Yet in the next breath, deep wariness flickered within his gaze. At the very instant Lin Yi was about to be struck, he vanished, leaving no trace, no resonance, no lingering chakra signature. Then, as if conjured from shadow, he reappeared behind Uchiha Izumi, and felled her with a single flawless strike. In his mind, he replayed the sequence again and again, asking himself, had he been Izumi, would resistance have been possible at all? Lin Yi's performance had not gone unnoticed by Konoha's upper echelons. Astonishment rippled across their faces, every one of them save one. I hadn't anticipated such rapid growth. The plan must accelerate before unforeseen variables arise. Danzo Shimura murmured to himself. His caution was hardly unwarranted. Lin Yi's ascent had been meteoric, and his techniques deeply unsettling. In a secluded corner of the arena, a masked shinobi wearing a rabbit-shaped mask watched Lin Yi intently, eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. This body is perfection itself. I ache to possess it. Ahem. The exam resumed. After Lin Yi's match against Uchiha Izumi, all subsequent bouts felt like child's play, utterly mismatched, devoid of genuine tension. Ultimately, Lin Yi secured first place after several effortless victories. At last, I am a genin. Only upon attaining shinobi status did one qualify to undertake official missions. For only those formally certified by Konoha Village were recognized as legitimate shinobi. Upon completion of the exam, Lin Yi returned home early, already imagining tomorrow's registration at the Hokage's office. Newly minted shinobi were required to receive their forehead protectors directly from the Hokage and to be officially registered in the village records. What sort of inscription should I choose? Lin Yi mused, idly chewing a stray foxtail grass. He pondered as if weighing which gift might truly satisfy him. Had others overheard, they'd likely have erupted in disbelief, scorning such audacious ingratitude when merely receiving an award was privilege enough. At dawn the next day, Lin Yi and the other successful candidates were led by their instructor to the Hokage's office, while their peers craned their necks wide-eyed with awe at the hallowed chamber where their revered leader worked. Lin Yi remained unmoved. Silently, he commanded system, register at the Hokage's office. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully registered at the Hokage's office. Reward acquired, mimic fruit. No sooner had the system spoken than a strange fruit appeared in Lin Yi's palm. Coincidentally, or perhaps fatefully, the moment his classmates noticed the fruit in his hand. Teacher, Uchiha Itachi is disrespecting the Hokage. At such a solemn moment, he's actually snacking right there. One classmate blurted out, pointing accusingly at Lin Yi. Instantly, every eye locked onto Lin Yi. Curious glances darted toward the fruit in his hand. Then mouths twitched, incredulously disbelieving what they saw. Even the lead instructor frowned, skepticism hardening his expression the moment he glimpsed the fruit. Who in all of Konoha had ever laid eyes on such a thing? He refused to believe it existed, even now. What do you think you're doing? The instructor barked, fury flaring. He assumed Lin Yi intended harm against the Hokage. After all, who could say whether such an anomalous fruit might detonate without warning? Sigh. These days, even eating fruit sends you into panic. Shaking his head, Lin Yi calmly bit into the mimic fruit. Once consumed, he lifted his gaze to the stunned assembly. Throughout the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with detached amusement, puffing placidly on his pipe. To him, such trivialities held no weight. Moreover, at his level of mastery, what explosion, however volatile, could possibly threaten him? As Hokage of Konoha, he stood as the village's unshakable pillar. Today marks your ascension as shinobi. May you safeguard Konoha's peace and prosperity. Hiruzen gestured for silence, then addressed the newly commissioned shinobi. A thunderous chorus rose from below. We swear our lives to protect the village. The third Hokage nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips, deeply satisfied. At that moment, a flash of sharp intelligence lit Lin Yi's eyes. Stepping forward, Lin Yi asked respectfully, Hokage-sama, how does one become Hokage? Hiruzen studied Lin Yi's resolute gaze and felt something stir within. This boy was of the Uchiha clan, gifted, promising, a potential inheritor of the will of fire. And thus, should the Uchiha ever rise in defiance, he would prove the perfect instrument. He noble ambition. To become Hokage, one must first embody the will of fire, and second demonstrate both strength and proven merit. Merit alone will elude you even now. Hiruzen spoke calmly. Hokage-sama, what exactly constitutes merit? Lin Yi asked, feigning innocent confusion. Merit refers to the official mission record accumulated since attaining shinobi rank. To ascend to Hokage, one must complete at least one rank mission. Details of mission tiers will be clarified once you join your assigned team. Hiruzen declared with quiet pride. Hokage-sama, may I touch your face? I know a faster way to become Hokage. Lin Yi adopted an endearing, guileless expression. He had no choice. The mimic fruit's ability required direct contact with his right hand. Uchiha Itachi, do not overstep, the lead instructor snapped. Oh, you have a swifter path. Hiruzen raised both hands, signaling calm curiosity, kindling in his voice. With permission granted, Lin Yi stepped forward, gently touched Hiruzen's cheek, and studied him intently, even tugging lightly at his whiskered beard. Moments later he turned to the assembly and proclaimed, "The Hokage has arrived. Bow before him." As he spoke, Lin Yi slapped his own left cheek and cried, "Transformation." Instantly his form shimmered and became an exact replica of the third Hokage. An identical likeness, down to the smallest nuance, seated beside the real Hiruzen Sarutobi. This Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stared in utter disbelief at his own identical double. Henge, basic ninjutsu, normally reveals its user's chakra flow, yet Lin Yi's transformation was unervingly flawless. Is that the Hokage? The instructor ahead nearly popped his eyes out, unable to distinguish between the two figures. Not a single nuance of expression differed between them. Seeing the stunned expressions below, the third Hokage's instincts flinched inwardly. If Lin Yi could assume his form so perfectly, might he deceive everyone, including the village itself? Uchiha Itachi, revert this instant. You are truly incorrigible. I had hoped you would walk the path of diligence, earn merit through sincere cultivation and steady progress. Yet you resort to cheap trickery. How deeply you disappoint me. The third Hokage spoke with quiet sorrow. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. I have failed your trust. Lin Yi bowed humbly before the Hokage, his voice reverent, but inside elation surged. The mimic fruit did not merely replicate form, it mimicked speech microexpressions, even subtle mannerisms. More terrifying still, it granted fragments of memory and ability. After accepting Lin Yi's apology, the third Hokage offered gentle guidance on cultivation, then dismissed them both. As they departed while others radiated exhilaration, Lin Yi walked with uncharacteristic gravity. The Uchiha clan shows signs of rebellion. The Uchiha clan is now under surveillance by Konoha's upper echelons. Uchiha Shisui, the clan's prodigy, has joined the ruling council to mediate tensions. Through shards of the third Hokage's memory, Lin Yi realized he could no longer evade the coming war. For should evidence of Uchiha treason be confirmed, Konoha's leadership would forbid any Uchiha, alive or dead, from leaving the village. Not even their corpses would be permitted to depart. His fate then was sealed annihilation. Deep in thought, Lin Yi made his way home. Enough of this. With the mimic fruit's power, I possess more than enough means to escape. First, lie low, Lin Yi murmured softly to himself. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi remained hidden, steadily accumulating silent milestones, a striking young man passed the Chunin exams first among all candidates and entered Konoha's Umbu. Indeed, it was Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, eldest son of its current head. Though Itachi bore that prestigious lineage, the upper echelons still dispatched Uchiha Shisui to win him over. Itachi, do you know what the will of fire truly is? Uchiha Shisui asked calmly. Brother Shisui, what is the will of fire? Itachi countered, though in truth he and Shisui were close friends, precisely why he joined the Umbu immediately after passing the Chunin exams. Shisui had long told him, the Umbu are Konoha's eyes. Only within its shadows can one sharpen strength swiftly amid ruthless competition. The will of fire teaches that youth embodies tomorrow's hope, and elders must trust, protect, and nurture them. It is a selfless creed that no rift shall divide clans, and all shall strive as one for the village. It demands putting the whole above the part, regarding every villager as family. No hierarchy shall arise from bloodline prestige or perceived ordinariness. Shisui expounded the will of fire with unwavering conviction. Itachi, who revered his elder brother, deeply listened intently, and found profound truth in every word. 2 years later, on the eve of a crimson night, Itachi the clan prepares to stage a coup. I must stop them. Shisui gazed at Itachi, heart heavy with conflict. Over those years he had become not only mentor but kin, brother in spirit if not in blood. Brother Shisui, let me go, Itachi urged. Itachi, I ask another duty of you: delay the village's leadership. And only my Kodo Amatsukami, the divine eye technique, can halt the Uchiha coup. With that, Shisui vanished into the dusk. Itachi sprinted toward the Hokage tower, but moments after their departure a masked man emerged silently from the earth where they'd stood. Their entire exchange had been overheard by Danzo Shimura, who now sent a coded message through his orb before vanishing in pursuit of Shisui. After Danzo departed, a shadow peeled away from the gloom, a youth clad in Uchiha garb. Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha's greatest enemy. He must be dealt with. Lin Yi watched Danzo's retreating figure, brow furrowed. His thoughts turned inward. He was no longer the novice of 2 years past. His strength now rivaled that of a Nirkage. Even his devil fruit abilities had evolved. The Ope Ope fruit's range had expanded from 1 kilometer to 10. The mimic fruit's power now operated without diminishing his native strength. Previously, using the mimic fruit suppressed his own abilities, but its ascended form shattered that limitation entirely. Thus, though Lin Yi might still fall short against a master like the third Hokage, he could now withdraw, calm, unhurried, untouchable. Whoosh, whoosh. At the forest's edge, Shursui sensed movement, several figures closing in. Who's there? He demanded, instantly alert. Shursui, it is I. Danzo Shimura stepped forward at leisure, flanked by Mastumbu. Shursui recognized them, comrades superiors. Shursui, where do you think you're going? Danzo cut in before Shursui could speak, voice edged with accusation. Aya, you. Shursui began to explain, then recoiled in agony as Danzo struck without warning, tearing out his left eye. Shursui locked eyes with Danzo, fierce, unbroken, before vanishing into the trees. Pursue him, Danzo commanded, jaw clenched. Shursui fled toward the Hokage tower, his plan hinging on the Uchiha's retaliation upon seeing him hunted, drawing them into a trap set by Konoha's leadership. But no one, not even Shursui himself, had foreseen his deviation from the script. A quarter hour later, he staggered onto the banks of the Naka River. Seeing Shursui gravely wounded, Itachi appeared beside him in a flash of fury. Who took your Ai? In the world of shinobi, stealing another's bloodline was the gravest dishonor, and for the Uchiha the Sharingan was sacred, their most guarded secret. Itachi, I entrust the village's safety to you. With those words, Shursui pressed his left eye, and the Kodoeme Tsukumi, into Itachi's hands. Then without hesitation, he leapt into the Naka River, and ended his life. For Uchiha Itachi, all this stemmed from the Uchiha clan's coup. A truth he had never fully grasped, for Uchiha Shursui had taken his secrets to the grave without ever revealing the full account. Throughout his life, Itachi had held deeper affection for Shursui than even for his own parents, save only for his younger brother Sasuke. Amid boundless agony, Itachi unexpectedly awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Determined to honor Shursui's final wish, he resolved to carry it through to completion. In his heart, he too believed the will of fire meant safeguarding the village's peace and stability. Moreover, after 2 years of covert observation, he had concluded that the Uchiha clan, unpredictable and volatile, was best eradicated. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head and Itachi's father, had grown deeply resentful of Konoha's upper echelons. The rift between them had widened into an irreconcilable chasm. After a fierce internal struggle, Itachi ultimately chose allegiance with Konoha. Having swiftly assessed his own cultivation, he vanished from sight. Obito, I require your assistance. Emerging silently from the inky depths of a dense forest, Itachi addressed the masked man before him. Obito, the alias currently used by Uchiha Obito, who, having sustained grievous injuries during the Third Shinobi World War alongside his teammate Hatake Kakashi, was rescued by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Now serving as Madara's emissary, he plotted to cast the ultimate Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, upon all humanity. Oh, even you newly awakened with the Mangekyo Sharingan need my help. Obito chuckled lightly. Itachi offered no reply, instead turning resolutely toward the Uchiha compound. Obito's eyes narrowed and he followed closely behind. Indeed, Itachi had just radiated an aura of profound, unsettling danger. For years, Obito had watched the prodigious genius with unwavering attention. True to form, Itachi had not disappointed him. Even newly awakened, his Mangekyo Sharingan exuded an ominous, lethal presence. Time slipped away unmeasured. Itachi arrived at his parents' chamber. Itachi, you have made your choice. Fugaku asked calmly, his back still turned as though he had long anticipated this moment. Father, mother, for the sake of Konoha village. Tears glistened in Itachi's eyes. Itachi, Sasuke is entrusted to you. With those final words, Fugaku and Mikoto took their own lives before his very gaze. Coincidentally, Sasuke pushed open the door just then and witnessed his parents' lifeless forms. Uchiha Itachi, why did you kill father and mother? Sasuke roared in anguish. You are too weak. Grow stronger, then come seek vengeance upon me. With that, Itachi cast a Genjutsu, plunging Sasuke into unconsciousness. Obito, having caught up, instantly grasped Itachi's intent and moved to eliminate Sasuke. Suddenly, he found himself drawn into a surreal, illusory realm. Obito, you will not touch him, or I shall erase you. Itachi's expression hardened into icy severity. Itachi, mistaken, utterly mistaken. Obito replied with a light-hearted grin, yet beneath it wariness flared sharply. Obito, annihilate every Uchiha save Sasuke alone. Itachi's eyes bled crimson mist. The Uchiha Sharingan, cursed and feral, burned with savage, bloodthirsty fury. After parting ways with Obito, Itachi set out in pursuit of Lin Yi. Only Lin Yi had ever eluded his comprehension, defying all logic and intuition. His newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan granted him extraordinary perceptual acuity, making Lin Yi's enigmatic nature all the more palpable, all the more unsettling. Thus Itachi resolved to confront him personally. As for the rest of the Uchiha, Obito would suffice. Though Obito himself radiated peril, Lin Yi's threat dwarfed it entirely. Moreover, Itachi still needed to infiltrate the organization hidden behind Obito. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, a merciless, inhuman massacre unfolded. Aunt, someone, save me. Blood flowed like rivulets across the ground, cries of despair echoed everywhere. Thud. A young woman drenched in blood slammed into the earth. Coughing violently, she spat a pool of black blood. You're of the Uchiha clan, why do this? Uchiha Izumi gazed at the masked man with hollow despair. Oh, you're still alive. Then Itachi, save me. Her final desperate cry echoed her deepest hope. She clung to the hope that Itachi would appear in time, to shock both her and the entire clan. Just as Obito's kunai pierced the air toward Izumi, she vanished. Indeed, it was Lin Yi's sorcery fruit ability. Sensing his own Sharingan's sudden surge of violent blood-fueled frenzy, Lin Yi had extended his power across a radius of 100,000 li. Thus, he detected Izumi's imminent slaughter and teleported her along with several other Uchiha survivors deep into a secluded mountain cavern. Theoretically, he could now manifest anywhere within 100,000 li. Yet he knew this was the hour to end it all. First, he locked onto Danzo Shimura, engaged in the forced extraction and assimilation of Shirsue's right eye. Damn, this wretch must be erased immediately. Detecting multiple Sharingan embedded within Danzo's body, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate him on the spot. This coup, surely he stoked its flames. Who was there? Obito frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion, standing amid the carnage of the Uchiha compound. His muscles tensed, instinctively ready to vanish into another dimension at a moment's notice. His caution was warranted. His unseen adversary possessed spatial manipulation as well. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already materialized, soundlessly, behind Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, how delightfully well you've been. The words struck Danzo like lightning. His scalp prickled, his hair stood erect, and a chilling sense of mortal peril flooded his being. Through an eye embedded in his arm, he traced the voice, and beheld a strikingly handsome youth smiling faintly at him. You. What unnerved Danzo most was the grotesque dissonance. This same youth, once so trivial he could crush with a flick, now radiated a terrifying life-or-death menace. The sensation was profoundly uncanny. How could anyone approach him undetected? Partly due to his focus on absorbing Shirsue's eye, but chiefly because the youth himself was unfathomably formidable. Yes, it is I. Do you recall our first meeting? You coveted my eyes, didn't you? Truly, what a twisted soul you are. Danzo's lips twitched involuntarily. Shink, shink, shink. A volley of kunai shot toward Lin Yi, only to pivot midair and embed themselves in Danzo's own flesh. Impossible. What kind of jutsu was this? Danzo's mind reeled in disbelief. Alas, it is time you departed. Lin Yi shook his head, weariness etched across his face. There in his palm pulsed a human heart, before he crushed it ruthlessly in his grip. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Jimu Dantong, a master schemer of his age, vanished from this world. Phew! Lin Yi felt as though a karmic blemish had lifted from his heart. His cultivation realm trembled faintly, on the verge of breakthrough. Great fireball technique. Suddenly, a colossal fireball erupted toward him. Boom! A deafening explosion carved a massive crater where Lin Yi had stood moments before. He escaped. Itachi's gaze cut unerringly through the endless billowing smoke, locking onto a hazy silhouette 1 kilometer away, his lips curling ever so slightly. Explosive clone. Before Lin Yi could react, a clone materialized beside him, then detonated, instantly carving yet another gaping crater into the earth. 2 consecutive ambushes left him seething with fury. He prepared to strike straight for the heart. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Lin Yi plunged into a Jinjutsu realm. Every hair on his body bristled as an overwhelming sense of mortal peril descended upon him. He had been far too careless, especially against illusionary arts against which he stood utterly defenseless. Within the Jinjutsu world, Lin Yi found himself tightly bound, wrists and ankles lashed in cruel restraint. Itachi advanced with a dagger, repeatedly stabbing Lin Yi's form, interrogating him with cold precision. Aya! Agony ripped through his soul, radiating instantly into his physical body. Bang! At that very moment, Lin Yi's body ignited spontaneously. Upon closer inspection, a rabbit-shaped soul flickered within the flames. Is this a replacement technique? Soul swap, not mere substitution. Uchiha Itachi stared in astonishment at Lin Yi, now fully restored, and a faint sardonic smile curved his handsome, sharp-featured face. Fusenka no jutsu. Flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, scattering outward like explosive seeds of the foxfire flower, each spark poised to detonate on contact. Using the power of the surgical fruit, Lin Yi evaded the assault with effortless grace. My turn. He swiftly formed hand seals, then exhaled. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Witnessing a cataclysmic wave of fire engulf his own technique and surge forward like a tidal avalanche, Itachi responded with lightning speed, forming seals in rapid succession. Water release, water fong bullet. Compressed water spiraled violently, piercing through the inferno toward Lin Yi. Where fire met water, a blinding storm of vapor exploded into existence. Sheesh, sheesh. Exploiting the blind spot in Itachi's vision, Lin Yi teleported behind him. Aye slash. At the very instant he closed the distance, his blade descended, a torrent of unstoppable momentum. Clang! An immense recoil jolted up his arms, numbing his hands. Stunned, he followed the reverberation, only to see Itachi's forearms blazing with terrifying chakra, his short sword held firmly across his chest. At the critical moment, Itachi's taijutsu decisively surpassed Lin Yi's, effortlessly parrying the slash with serene mastery. This demonstrated Itachi's peerless physical prowess and sublime chakra control. No need to elaborate. The sheer gulf between them was something Lin Yi could not bridge, at least not yet. Sheesh. Sheesh. Suddenly, Itachi vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind Lin Yi. Teleportation. At the last possible instant, Lin Yi reappeared above Itachi, two titans exchanging blows in a whirlwind of speed and skill. Itachi's right Sharingan I transformed rapidly, unlocking the Mangekyo's ultimate physical attack. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon Lin Yi's body, burning even the fabric of space itself. Ho! At the final breath, Lin Yi shed his clothing. Had he hesitated, he would have turned to ash in an instant. Even now, the scorching torment of his soul still lingered, searing and raw. His jaw clenched sharply. He had never imagined Amaterasu's power could be so devastating. Itachi, this is the most humiliated I've ever been since birth. Naked, exposed, Lin Yi roared in fury, then surged with chakra, drawing it inward with furious intensity until it coalesced into a radiant armored shell. Indeed, Lin Yi had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing the legendary pinnacle of physical destruction, he prepared to counter with Susanoo, for both defense and annihilation. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames reignited upon Lin Yi, but unlike before, they now formed a perfect, untouchable ring hovering just beyond his skin. Seeing his flames unable to breach Lin Yi's defense, Itachi swiftly retreated to create distance. His crimson eyes flared, chakra gathered, compressed, and reshaped into the divine visage of a warrior god. A complete combat entity, the Yada mirror gleamed in his left hand, the Totsuka blade shimmered in his right, his Susanoo a blaze of orange-red aura. Compared to Lin Yi's amber-hued Susanoo, Itachi's manifested a distinctly higher tier of divine authority. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi launched his assault. Susanoo I slash. His colossal Susanoo raised its greatsword high, then cleaved downward with earth-shattering force toward Itachi. Boom, boom, boom. A shockwave of staggering intensity tore across the land, whipping up a maelstrom, but Itachi staggered back only a few paces. The Yada mirror's impact rattled Lin Yi's grip, nearly wrenching the blade from his grasp. Not only did it absorb the full might of his strike, it reflected a portion of the force back upon him. In his other hand rested the ultimate offensive weapon, the Totsuka blade. Across the entire Uchiha clan, perhaps only Itachi's Susanoo bore both sacred artifacts simultaneously. Sigh, still too weak. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, offering only a wry, self-deprecating smile, blaming no one but himself for insufficient mastery. Yet even as thoughts raced, confidence slowly rose, curving at the corners of his lips. Jinjutsu dance of the blazing flame. Illusionary mirror, heaven and earth reversal. Instantly, Itachi pierced through the illusions and hurled them back upon their caster. Bang. Relentless Jinjutsu assaults, repeatedly shattered and rebound, culminating in explosive clone detonations. Both warriors' spiritual reserves plummeted to exhaustion. More than once, Lin Yi narrowly avoided decapitation, saved each time by the vast spatial range of his surgical fruit, escaping death by a thread. Transplantation technique. Suddenly, Lin Yi unleashed a power he had never dared employ before, transplantation. Within its radius, minds and bodies were forcibly exchanged without consent. By uncanny fortune, or cruel irony, Lin Yi's soul surged into Itachi's body. For Itachi, however, fate dealt a far harsher hand. He found himself trapped inside Sasuke's body. Yet even more tragically, Sasuke remained lodged within Lin Yi's original frame, failing to exchange out at all. Ha! Lin Yi burst into laughter. This ability had long lain dormant and used. First, because he lacked suitable subjects. Only beasts and animals had served as test subjects, hardly comparable to humans. Second, the mimic fruit had already granted him an overwhelming flood of memories and abilities, requiring careful integration and digestion. Right now, the entire Uchiha clan must be swarming with Konoha's elite. Returning would mean becoming little more than a lab specimen. Lin Yi's mental stamina was critically depleted. Another use of this technique would surely plunge him into unconsciousness. Itachi and Sasuke share Sasuke's body. Then I shall simply become Itachi. Lin Yi gave a subtle, solemn nod. The next day, Konoha village, the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upon the elevated dais, his expression grave, his brows deeply furrowed. Two senior elders flanked him, Kohor Udatane and Hamura Midokado. Elite shinobi stood in silent formation, their presence heavy with unspoken dread. The entire village hung under a suffocating pall of grief and tension. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, disguised as a minor background figure, blended seamlessly into the crowd, biding his time for escape. Last night, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. The silence that followed was absolute. What? Those who were unaware of last night's events looked utterly shocked. The Uchiha clan is one of the top families in Konoha, annihilated overnight. Could it be an attack from ninjas of another village? Seeing the high-ranking officials of Konoha present here, it was obvious that it was not an attack from another village, otherwise they wouldn't all be gathered. Someone was about to voice their doubts, but was directly interrupted by the third Hokage. It's true, you should not doubt this any longer. If you don't believe me, you can go check the Uchiha residence. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke with a heavy tone, then continued. Now only a few members of the Uchiha clan have survived, and they are all women and children. And the culprit behind all this is the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. What? How could it be Uchiha Itachi? Isn't he the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Why would he do such a thing? Upon hearing the third Hokage say that the one responsible for the massacre of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi, many present looked incredulous. How could a young clan leader of the Uchiha clan massacre his own family? They couldn't even imagine that he could do such a thing. There are some hidden secrets within this matter. As they reached this point, some people subtly noticed that a frequently hidden figure was absent from this important gathering. Shimura Danzo surprisingly was not present. He was Uchiha Itachi's superior and also the leader of Konoha's largest assassination organization, the Umbu. Additionally, he had been the strongest opposing voice against the Uchiha clan. At this moment, everyone present fell into silence as if they all understood the situation. Everyone, do you have any opinions on this incident? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, addressed the crowd. I suggest we issue a bounty on the traitor Uchiha Itachi to the entire ninja world. Regardless, Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his own clan constitutes a betrayal of Konoha, and theoretically, it should be announced to the entire ninja world. What should we do about the remaining members of the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage continued to inquire. Although he had already decided to spare them, he worried about the thoughts of others present. Hokage-sama, since the culprit is Uchiha Itachi, they are also victims and should receive care from the village. Yes, I agree that the village should take good care of them. We cannot allow other villages to see us taking advantage of a fallen clan. Indeed, we cannot let the other clans see us heartless. The Uchiha clan no longer had any upper-level combat power, posing no threat to them. Thus, everyone suggested treating the remaining Uchiha clan members kindly. Then let's leave this matter to Kakashi to handle. Next, let's discuss another issue, the sacrifice of Shimura Danzo. What? Although everyone present had accepted that Shimura Danzo was involved in this incident, they were still shocked to hear of his sacrifice. After all, he was the leader of Konoha's Umbu, holding much of the village's secrets. If Uchiha Itachi truly killed him, could it be said that many of Konoha's secrets were now at risk of leaking? Because Uchiha Itachi was himself a member of the Umbu and knew many hidden enemy ninja details. He even possessed some secrets of his own family. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi poses too great a threat. He must be dealt with quickly. Moreover, Hokage-sama, we feel deeply regretful about Shimura Danzo's sacrifice, but the Umbu cannot remain without a leader for even a day. Yes, otherwise the Umbu will fall into chaos. If not, the village may face a disaster. The crowd discussed heavily with somber expressions. Rest assured, the Umbu is being stabilized for the time being by Elder Mito. You all need not worry, the third Hokage explained upon seeing the crowd's concerns. He continued, however, Uchiha Itachi has betrayed Konoha by slaughtering his own clan. Starting today, inform the ninja world and place a bounty on Uchiha Itachi. Considering his strength, he is classified as in strength target. Strength. Hokage-sama, isn't that too low? And a rank criminal requires elite jonin to handle, while in strength requires a quasi-kage level expert to lead. In response to some questioning, the third Hokage slowly explained, do you all know what Uchiha Itachi's current strength is? Could he have already reached jonin level? Impossible. Didn't he just pass the chunin exams not long ago? Jonin. Possibly higher. From the current battle traces, he has at least awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? He awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Someone exclaimed, their eyes nearly popping out. Those present who had not seen the battle traces also widened their mouths in disbelief. After all, how old is Uchiha Itachi? And he has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, having obtained the Sharingan through the massacre of his kin, it must have been upgraded again. Hokage-sama, if he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, then in strength bounty is likely low. We need a double strength bounty. Someone worriedly suggested, fearing that if the rank was set too low, those sent out would be sent to their deaths. Everyone rest assured, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan also has side effects. Moreover, a double strength bounty requires Kage-level experts to be dispatched, but there is no one aside from me in the village who could be sent. The third Hokage said helplessly. Indeed, in the entire village aside from himself, only the fourth Hokage was a Kage-level expert. However, after the Ninetales attacked the village, he sacrificed himself to seal it. Everyone exchanged glances, all equally helpless. 1 month after the Uchiha clan incident, the ninja world was deeply moved, because everyone in the ninja world had crossed paths with the Uchiha clan. All ninjas felt helpless against their family's abilities. Not only their copying ninjutsu techniques, but also their powerful genjutsu and ninjutsu. At this moment, upon hearing of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, everyone in the ninja world first felt a wave of joy. Then upon learning it was the Uchiha clan's doing, they were left speechless, their expressions somewhat dazed. I never expected the Uchiha clan to be destroyed by one of their own. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was also from the Uchiha clan, transformed into Uchiha Itachi and arrived at the place where the Uchiha clan god was defeated, the Valley of the End. Lin Yi contemplated. System sign in at the Valley of the End. Ding. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have obtained the sound fruit. The thunder fruit. Lin Yi murmured to himself, eyes alight with delight. A Logia-type devil fruit. This was his first. Possessing the Logia thunder fruit granted near immunity to most physical attacks, and even to lightning-based ninjutsu. With exhilaration surging through him, Lin Yi took bite after bite of the fruit. So at last I have acquired a measure of self-defense in this world. He let out a long, triumphant roar toward the heavens, the first time he truly felt he had shattered one of this world's invisible restraints. In an instant, his expression turned glacial, lips curling into a scornful, razor-edged smile. You've already arrived. Why not step forward? They say shinobi master the art of concealing their presence, yet your chakra signature reeks from afar. When did you sense me? I pride myself on being undetectable, yet you found me. Remarkable. A figure emerged, half black, half white, flanked by two massive, upright, leaf-like protrusions. Upon the ring adorning his right pinky gleamed the bold kanji for Xian. He stared at Lin Yi in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi, how delightfully carefree you are. Every shinobi across the land haunts your head, yet here you stroll, as though strolling through a spring garden. Ah, so even you, this sardonic specter, have come to claim my scalp. Lin Yi retorted, his gaze sharpening into predatory ferocity, as should the other so much as twitch he would strike with thunderous speed. No, not at all. I come to extend an invitation to join our organization. Our leader holds you in the highest regard. Invitations demand sincerity. Surely you'll demonstrate yours. First, what organization are you? And who precisely are you? Lin Yi's face remained impassive, carved from ice and indifference. Call me Zetsu. Have you heard of the Akatsuki? Zetsu. The Akatsuki. So, you're that enigmatic organization. Then what is your true purpose? He knew full well they sought no protector. He sensed something far more shadowed, far less noble beneath their offer. Our purpose is to forge a true bridge of peace, one built upon genuine human connection. Zetsu spoke with polished eloquence. Lin Yi fell silent, thoughtful. Joining the Akatsuki would mean serving them, hunting Biju across the lands. Yet it also meant traveling freely, acquiring power, with every mission the perfect vocation. I accept your offer. Zetsu watched, mildly surprised, as Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. His prepared coercion tactics left and used, leaving him faintly disappointed. Just as he pondered how best to test Uchiha Itachi's strength, the very fabric of heaven and earth around him inverted. Genjutsu. Zetsu's voice crackled with sudden electric excitement. Had he known that this Uchiha Itachi before him wielded only a mimicry of the original Tsukuyami, not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan forged from fusion, he would have been utterly speechless. Even the original Uchiha Itachi's body remained perfectly preserved, ready should catastrophe arise to be deployed without delay. That body now housed the soul of a crow, transformed by Lin Yi into a high-perched observer. This crow summoning technique, too, was modeled after Itachi's, just as he had also acquired Shirsue's Kodoame Tsukumi. Itachi, your Genjutsu may ensnare others, but not me. Suddenly Zetsu grinned broadly at Lin Yi. Ah, two souls and a formidable spiritual presence besides. Lin Yi met his gaze with grave intensity. Clap, clap. Truly the Uchiha clan's prodigy. From beneath the colossal statue of Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End strode a masked man. Yes, it was Iaido, once known as Toby the Jester, who had aided Itachi in the Uchiha massacre. But now he bore none of that absurdity, only calm, seasoned authority. Who are you? Lin Yi's brow furrowed, his expression tight with wariness. He was no true Uchiha Itachi, and thus knew nothing of this man. Iaido offered no reply, only shifted his gaze, eyes morphing subtly as he studied Lin Yi. Who are you, and how do you possess the Uchiha Sharingan? Lin Yi's mouth fell open in disbelief, yet deep within certainty bloomed Uchiha Iaido, the pawn manipulated by Madara and Zetsu. I am Uchiha Madara, the Akatsuki's true leader, and former head of the Uchiha clan. Iaido's voice softened, drifting into memory. What a... Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure of Uchiha lore, co-founder with Hashirama Senju of the world's first shinobi village Konoha. Lin Yi gasped, eyes wide with shock. Wasn't Madara defeated here in the Valley of the End by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Then puzzled, he pressed further. Suffice it to know, I never died. Also, you'll accompany me to headquarters to meet our nominal leader. For now, call me Toby. Iaido spoke coldly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi raced across the land in blinding bursts of lightning speed, finally arriving at the Akatsuki's leader Pain's stronghold. He hadn't even paused to register a single checkpoint along the way. The Rinnegan. At the sight of Pain, Lin Yi's breath caught. Though he already knew this Pain was but a puppet, still gazing upon those sacred eyes sent a tremor through his spirit. You are Uchiha Itachi, the genius prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Pain's voice was devoid of inflection, icy and detached. I have chosen this path, and there is no turning back. Lin Yi removed his forehead protector, and with a sharp, deliberate slash marked it with a single horizontal line before hurling it toward Pain. The gesture spoke louder than words. Pain raised a hand, revealing a crimson engraved ring which flew alongside the protector toward Lin Yi. This ring bears the vermilion bird sigil. Wear it without hesitation. As Lin Yi accepted the ring, Pain added quietly, it symbolizes your place among us. A strange, unexpected warmth stirred within Lin Yi, as if stepping home after decades of exile. Moments later, Pain vanished, leaving Lin Yi standing alone, heart thrumming with quiet turbulence. This is the Akatsuki's headquarters. What treasures might a simple sign-in yield here? System, sign in at Akatsuki headquarters. Ding, sign-in failed. Reason, this location is not registered as headquarters. System cannot authenticate. The system's tone was glacial. Lin Yi's elation collapsed, replaced by a wry, helpless smile. System, sign in here. Though unremarkable, this place surely qualified. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the sand fruit. What a joy exploded within him. At the Valley of the End, the most hallowed site, he'd earned only one logia fruit. Now here, casually, effortlessly, he'd drawn another. He could scarcely believe devil fruits had become so abundant. 7 days later, suddenly the ring on Lin Yi's hand transmitted a message. Pai Pa Zong, as my teammate, hunt a tailed beast in pairs. Feeling the message from the ring, a deep emotion stirred within him. In his past life, Lin Yi knew that Pai Pa Zong was the first true friend of Uchiha Itachi after he joined the Akatsuki. Moreover, he had saved Lin Yi's life at the most dangerous moment with his own. In this life, although he was not the real Uchiha Itachi, it was hard to shake off a strange feeling in his heart. Days later, on a low hill that was not easy to spot, Lin Yi gazed at the bustling Sunagakure in the distance. He sighed inwardly, realizing the intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki were too powerful, even marking such a concealed location. Indeed, Lin Yi was waiting here for his teammate Pai Pa Zong. They planned to hunt a tailed beast. According to the intelligence, the tailed beast was currently sealed within Gaara's body. Thus their target was the Jinchuriki Gaara. You are Uchiha Itachi, the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Yi's ear. He turned to look at the source of the voice and found a man with short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross-shaped scar on his right cheek. His ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his lower face was marked with red stripes. Zong Sr., am delighted to have you as my teammate. After all, you are one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist known for the decapitating blade. Lin Yi held a deep respect for this uncle who had sacrificed himself to save him in his past life. At least in Lin Yi's eyes, he was not one to put on a facade. He was someone worthy of trust. Oh, even the little ones from other villages know about us, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Pai Pa Zong looked at Lin Yi with a somewhat surprised expression. Senior, I have just arrived and don't know how many enemies there are, what their strength is, and where the Jinchuriki is located. Little brat, this is Sunagakure, you know. At least a cage-level powerhouse is here. I've heard that this generation's Kazekage is the strongest. Moreover, he is also the father of the Jinchuriki. So do not be careless. Pai Pa Zong warned Lin Yi with a serious gaze. Senior, don't worry, I have the ability to teleport near the Jinchuriki as long as I know the general location. We must avoid the risks of being discovered during wide-range reconnaissance. Lin Yi was very confident in the abilities of the surgery fruit. Moreover, he also possessed the thunder fruit and the sand fruit. Especially the sand fruit, which was like a fish in water here. Little brat, you may not know. Every village has a ninja barrier against outsiders. As soon as you enter, everyone will notice. Pai Pa Zong said impatiently. Ninja barrier. Lin Yi felt that this world seemed to be diverging from its original path, and even had an added ninja barrier. After all, there was no such thing as a ninja barrier in his past life. Senior, I will feign an attack to draw the strong enemies while you locate the target. How about that? At least in Lin Yi's view, no matter what ninja barrier it was, he could still face strong enemies and escape. The latter looked at him in surprise, not expecting Uchiha Itachi to be so confident. He nodded in agreement. Swish! A piercing roar echoed across the sky as if the heavens had been severed, leaving a silver arc. This was also the first time Lin Yi used the ability of the thunder fruit charging toward the sky. After all, there was thunder and lightning even in the desert. Hey, everything was fine just now. Why is it suddenly thundering and lightning? Is there an enemy attacking? The guarding ninja yawned, rubbing his eyes sleepily and groggily, said to his teammate. Are you still asleep? A bit of thunder scared you. Another guarding ninja scoffed. No way. Look up there, the first speaker said. At this moment in the sky above Sunagakure, there was a figure like that of a thunder god looking down at them with a dazed expression. Lin Yi's figure was seen by nearly everyone. And the Kazekage of Sunagakure appeared in the sky, first confronting Lin Yi. Seeing this scene, everyone understood it was an enemy attack. Little brat, are you one of those mysterious Akatsuki members? The Kazekage looked at Lin Yi, dressed in black with red clouds, immediately recognizing the force behind him. After all, the Akatsuki was no longer a secret to the higher-ups of various countries. I didn't expect it to be you, Lord Kazekage. Faced with the strongest Kazekage, Lin Yi felt not only nervous, but also a hint of anticipation. What is your purpose here? The Kazekage's aura was obviously rising with anger. Don't ask, just say you don't know. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. What? The Kazekage was furious and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release, sand, iron rain. Suddenly sand as hard as iron surged toward Lin Yi like raindrops. Sandstorm. Facing the Kazekage's bloodline limit, Lin Yi dared not be careless and used the ability of the sand fruit. In no time, Lin Yi's sandstorm could not withstand the onslaught of the sand-iron rain, instantly being pierced through like a sieve. He thought he could withstand the attack with the same sand abilities. Before long, Lin Yi, who had turned into a sieve, slowly restored himself. The Kazekage watched Lin Yi's body regenerate, furrowing his brow in shock. He realized that even his ninjutsu was a bit frantic against a shadow-level powerhouse. Magnet release, sand-iron prison. The best way to attack without finding the real body was to enclose it in a prison and then detonate. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already exchanged blows with the Kazekage multiple times, while Pai Pa Shizong had successfully infiltrated Sunagakure. After relentless searching, he finally found a lonely little boy in a courtyard. The boy carried a very large gourd with the character for love imprinted prominently on his forehead. After finding the Jinchuriki, he planned to quickly knock him out and take him away. Boom. A loud noise startled both Lin Yi, who was fighting, and the watching ninjas below. Then they saw another figure in black with red clouds flying out. Behind him was a super giant beast occupying a quarter of the city, roaring angrily at him. Seeing Shizong being knocked out, Lin Yi instantly teleported to his side, stabilizing him in the air. Meanwhile, the others had yet to regain their senses and saw the giant beast mercilessly reaping countless lives in Iwagakure. In just a few seconds, the horrifying screams from Iwagakure echoed. Many people revealed expressions of despair and hopelessness. In the smoke-filled Iwagakure village, the air was rife with screams of agony and pain. Meanwhile, Fuinjutsu began sealing the beast with the elite ninja. All the medical ninjas were tirelessly working to save the injured. Scanning the landscape, the entire Iwagakure village was engulfed in flames as the tailed beast's attack had swiftly obliterated a large number of buildings. Only a few injured souls barely clung to life. Even Lin Yi felt a deep sense of reflection. Despite his preparations to face the harsh reality confronting it, Hedon still weighed heavily on his heart. With a whoosh, Lin Yi appeared above the colossal beast. The cold air he exhaled brushing against his face, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes. Suki no Yomi. Instantly, the gigantic beast fell into the illusion of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? He is actually from the Uchiha clan and wasn't even using his full strength. Fuinjutsu stared in shock at those fearsome eyes. Then he quickly organized the sealing of Shikaku. Before long, the arrogant Shikaku was sealed within Gaara's body. Suddenly, a ninja charged out, intending to kill the already unconscious Gaara. Boom. Seeing this, Lin Yi smirked slightly and kicked out, sending the ninja flying 100 meters away. The other ninjas trembled at the sight. The ejected ninja roared in agony. This monster killed all my relatives. I will kill him. Lord Fuinjutsu, please kill him. Another ninja who had also lost family painfully suggested to Fuinjutsu. No, if we lose the bijou, Iwagakure will struggle to survive in this ninja world. Several elderly ninjas opposed this. The bijou is the Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon all villages are currently studying. Especially with the nearly perfected 8 Tails Jinchuriki in Kumogakure, they felt tremendous pressure. At this moment, as everyone focused on the 1 Tails Jinchuriki, Lin Yi quietly began the sign-in process. System sign-in at Iwagakure. He silently thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the Shasha fruit and obtained the magnetic ability attribute advancing to a level 2 devil fruit. The system coldly announced. Advance. Lin Yi murmured in surprise. Little brat, what are you muttering about? The experts are gathering. You should leave quickly. The nearby PP Shizong noticed Lin Yi's daze and stepped forward to remind him. Other Jonin noticed that Lin Yi and the others were about to flee and roared loudly. This is all they're doing. It's caused by these 2 enemies. To shift all the hatred onto these 2 outsiders, they shouted loudly. In truth, everything was indeed related to them. Seeing this, Lin Yi merely smiled slightly, then instantly vanished from his position. Boom. Fuinjutsu leaped into the air, quickly pursuing Lin Yi. A deep pit was left on the ground, leaving a group of people looking at each other in confusion as they could not understand why Lord Fuinjutsu was so furious. As a Jonin inadvertently glanced at Gaara, he trembled in panic. The 1 Tails Shikaku is gone. When Lin Yi left, he used the surgery fruit ability to teleport away with Gaara and PP Shizong. Throughout the entire process, only Fuinjutsu, who had been focusing on his son, noticed. He was extremely shocked, but needed to continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, 10 miles away in the forest, Lin Yi and the others appeared instantly. Little brat, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. PP Shizong praised. Shizang-senpai, they will probably catch up soon. Lin Yi gazed behind him, using his will to sense if anyone was chasing them. Suddenly, he felt a massive wave of anger sweeping toward him from behind. A pitch-black sand ship shot toward them like a spaceship. Senpai, get ready for battle. They are closing in. Lin Yi quickly formed hand signs and spoke to Shizong. Little brat, just use your ability from earlier and you can easily shake them off. Shizong asked in confusion. Although he felt that such a teleportation ability must consume a significant amount of energy, it clearly didn't show on Lin Yi's face. Senpai, being pursued is not my style, and besides, we are not weaker than them. With a calm explanation, boom. Like a godly attack, the ground suddenly erupted, revealing a narrow black fissure that extended 100 meters away. Even the flow of air was severed. Fuinjutsu from afar in the sky used the magnet release blade, which descended like a gigantic sword from the heavens. With a single strike, the earth crumbled. Dust filled the air, and the furious atmosphere made nearby creatures tremble in fear as if despair was upon them. This move is quite impressive. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the dust, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. I've heard that Fuinjutsu is the strongest of all Fuinjutsu. Having seen it with my own eyes, the claims are indeed not false. Lin Yi praised. Amaterasu. Suddenly, Lin Yi activated the strongest physical attack, Amaterasu, with his left eye. The black flames continued to burn around Fuinjutsu, quickly consuming the metallic sand. Fuinjutsu stared at the black flames in shock, quickly using his will to control the sand for defense. His figure flickered, dodging the black flames. However, it seemed as if the black flames had eyes of their own, finding him regardless of how he evaded. Gradually, he sensed a hint of danger, causing the sand beneath him to wrap around like a turtle shell. Boom. Lin Yi combined Fuinjutsu's earlier technique with his swordsmanship and surgery fruit ability for a powerful strike. The thick defense gradually cracked, then exploded. Fuinjutsu wore a grim expression, feeling his mind close to collapsing. He had just used his strongest defense, yet this little brat had broken through. Clearly, this was not the opponent's strongest method. He still had formidable illusions and Susanoo. After pondering for a moment, Fuinjutsu's gaze shifted, fluctuating between light and darkness. Little brat, how about you release my son? Fuinjutsu said with a grim face. We want the one-tailed Shikaku. It is our target. Lin Yi smiled faintly and replied, is there no room for negotiation? Fuinjutsu spoke with endless killing intent and a determination to kill. Feeling Fuinjutsu's intense killing intent, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Little brat, let's deal with this, Fuinjutsu. I sensed your strength just now. If we work together, I believe we can take him down. PP Shirzong, having witnessed Lin Yi's true strength, believed they could defeat him together. Thus, he suggested, Senpai, we are in a foreign land. Who knows if there are stronger experts here? If we prolong the time, it will not be advantageous for us. Lin Yi frowned. Especially that black Zetsu of the Akatsuki. If he were to inspect this place alone, Jiang Chun would be utterly incapable of detecting him. For black Zetsu could merge seamlessly with all things, he might well be concealed within Jizong himself. After profound deliberation, Lin Yi drew his long blade. At the sight of Lin Yi unsheathing his sword, the Wind Shadow instinctively stepped back, but recalling his son remained in Lin Yi's custody, he doubled the defensive barriers around them. Cut! Lin Yi slashed several times into the empty air. Suddenly sensing an overwhelming surge of chakra, he followed its resonance, and his brow furrowed deeply. This chakra fluctuation was unlike anything a human should emit. Could it be? With a grim shadowed expression, the Wind Shadow followed the resonance, and beheld a colossal figure emerging before them. Abruptly, his eyes turned blood red and locked onto Lin Yi with feral, ravenous hatred, as if he meant to devour him whole. In his mind, Lin Yi had broken the seal and unleashed Shikaku the One-Tail, thereby effectively killing his own son. Shunshin. Seeing the Wind Shadow's expression, Lin Yi instantly grasped his intent and teleported Gaara directly beside his father. Yet the Wind Shadow, now wholly bereft of reason, lunged forward like a madman. Faced with both the tailed beast and the Wind Shadow, Lin Yi activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Then fixing the Wind Shadow with a steady gaze, he declared, your son is unharmed. Lin Yi gazed at him with a wry, weary smile. Upon hearing those words, the Wind Shadow reflexively turned to his son and found his breathing calm and steady. Gratefully, he nodded to Lin Yi, then swiftly departed, carrying Gaara away. Clearly, resealing the One-Tail was now impossible, not only because Lin Yi would never permit it, but also because Shikaku far surpassed his current strength. After all, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. At last, I am free. Emerging from confinement, Shikaku roared with arrogant exultation. Sand swirled violently in every direction, blinding the eye and dizzying the mind. Simultaneously, an even more titanic torrent of chakra erupted, like a volcanic cataclysm. Witnessing Shikaku's staggering chakra output, Lin Yi could only stare in stunned silence. A flicker of regret stirred within him. Battling such a monstrous entity would be no simple feat. Brat, you've actually released the One-Tail Shikaku. Kisame Hoshigaki stared speechless. Senior, I hadn't anticipated the tailed beast's chakra would be so immense. Lin Yi murmured, his gaze narrowing as he fixed it upon the beast. Two puny humans. I shall show you today the gulf between your kind and mine. Shikaku sneered down at Lin Yi and Kisame, contempt blazing in his gaze. An eerie, malevolent chakra surged violently across his form, so potent that even the air seemed to freeze in place. An oppressive aura radiated from him, halting all who dared draw near. Senior, please step back slightly. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is born to subdue beasts such as these. Unfazed by Shikaku's taunt, Lin Yi spoke with unwavering confidence. Tailed beastball. With a thunderous roar, Shikaku opened his maw wide, revealing jagged fawn-like teeth, and unleashed a chakra sphere the size of a football field. Fool. As the energy sphere hurtled toward him, Lin Yi smirked coldly, and with a single sweep of his right hand the sphere vanished, only to reappear atop Shikaku's back. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth, sending dust and debris spiraling skyward. Instantly, Shikaku's gaze locked onto Lin Yi, furious predatory, his own tailed beast ball rendered useless. What now? Multiple tailed beast balls. After a moment's pause, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of spheres. He assumed, correctly, that human chakra reserves paled against his own. This would be a war of attrition. 10 minutes later. Had enough? Lin Yi asked, voice laced with quiet disdain. Damn it. This abomination. How can his chakra remain undiminished after so long? Shikaku's face darkened with fury. With a ground-shaking leap, he hurled his massive body straight at Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Kisame watched Shikaku's colossal form barreling toward him. Terrifying chakra coalesced into howling hurricanes lifting sand and stone high into the heavens, obscuring half the sky as though the world itself were ending. Kisame raised his great sword and charged, cut. Yet the blade carved only a shallow gash across Shikaku's immense hide. You won't steal all the glory, Junior. I'll handle this beast myself. Kisame licked his lips, a fierce, exhilarated grin curling at the corners of his mouth. A single drop of blood splattered upon the blade, ignited like potent elixir surging through the weapon with savage vitality. Indeed, the sword of Kiba's unique power lay in its ability to regenerate and evolve by drinking the blood of those it decapitated. Exquisite life force. Whipped by desert winds, the blade seemed to whisper, a hoarse guttural voice echoing from its steel. Dare you wound me? Do you truly believe I'm powerless against you? Enraged that a mere insect had drawn his blood, Shikaku seethed, desperate to crush Kisame into pulp beneath his palm. Yet he knew better that Sharingan-wielding youth stood ever watchful, and alone Shikaku could not strike Kisame down so swiftly. He needed strategy. From the chakra signature emanating from the youth, he estimated at least a near Kage level, far beyond his own reach. Yet that sword, unervingly potent, capable of piercing even his hide. Tailed beast ball. Without warning, a colossal sphere rocketed toward Lin Yi, while Shikaku's gargantuan frame surged straight for Kisame. Kisame recoiled in shock, eyes locked on the beast. So, the beast has acquired cunning after all. For as long as he remained near Shikaku, Lin Yi could not redirect the tailed beast ball back upon him, and Kisame's peril would escalate exponentially. Boom! A distant mountain exploded in thunderous fury, its peak sheared cleanly away. What can you possibly do to me? Shikaku jeered, then swung a colossal claw downward toward Kisame. Startled, Kisame raised his greatsword and met the blow heated. A sickening impact echoed. Kisame flew backward, spewing a crimson arc of blood before crashing hard to the ground, his breath ragged and spirit dimmed. His greatsword clattered away, leaving only a faint slash across Shikaku's claw. Watching Kisame's grievous flight, Lin Yi's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Had he unleashed his full power from the outset, Kisame would never have fallen. Slaughterhouse. Lin Yi raised his long blade and slashed wildly through the air. Shikaku scoffed at Lin Yi's frenzied assault. Brat, you're finally trembling with fear. But then something felt wrong. He glanced down and saw himself cleaved into 5 grotesque, disjointed pieces. Yet astonishingly, he lived. No blood flowed. What did you do to me, brat? Shikaku cried out in raw terror. Cardiac arrest. A blinding bolt of lightning, vast and searing, lanced straight into Shikaku's heart. Instantly he convulsed, then collapsed paralyzed and unconscious. As the first teammate to arrive in this world, and a companion with whom he had a reasonably amicable rapport, he watched as the friend was grievously wounded before him, and fury naturally welled within his heart. Since coming to this world and steadily growing stronger, he suddenly realized that beyond the next hill no one waits for him. Amid the boundless throng there was not a single friend. Perhaps everyone in this world is like this. The farther one grows, the more acute the loneliness becomes, for there are too many who do not understand you, and too few to whom you can confide. Friendship had perversely become a luxury. A few minutes later, Pipa Shirzong looked at Lin Yi, only slightly weakened. Kid, are you still a medical ninja? Lin Yi nodded faintly. Wonderful. To be able to team with you. Henceforth I entrust my life to you, Pipa Shirzong said with excited laughter. But when he saw Shoha next, his face went blank and his body froze. It was the first time he had seen Shoha butchered into so many pieces. Yet he could still sense that Shoha was alive. A great question rose within him. How had this been achieved? After a long moment, Pipa Shirzong managed a bitter smile, and his whole body trembled involuntarily, a dread that seemed to spring from the very depths of his soul. A few days later, Lin Yi and the others returned to headquarters with Shoha. By that time, Shoha was miraculously intact. As they were about to reach the headquarters, Lin had already pieced him back together. Even so, it startled Pipa Shirzong all over again. Yuzibo, you Pipa Shirzong, your role in successfully hunting the one-tail Shoha is undeniable, Pain praised with an expressionless voice. He went on calmly. Next, there is a mission for you. This time in Shueiji country, Wuyin village. What? Wuyin village? Pipa Shirzong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this mission to Wuyin village suits you well. After all, you originally came from there and know it intimately, Pain explained. Leader, why are we going to Wuyin village? Could there be a tailed beast there as well? I've heard rumors, but I don't know the specifics, Pipa Shirzong said, reluctant to return. Pain said coldly. We have confirmed that the Three Tails is in Shueiji country. Its precise location requires your reconnaissance, and it may even be captured. Pain spoke coolly. Leader, let us go on this mission. Lin Yi replied in a detached tone. Inwardly, he was 1,000 times unwilling, for in his previous life, he knew that Pipa Shirzong had gone to Wuyin village on a mission with him and had been slain by the fourth water shadow Shirzong. But this was not the true Yuzibo Yu, and he did not wish to lose a cherished friend. With the resolve to protect Pipa Shirzong, they set out for Shueiji country. They streaked through the void and in a few days arrived at Shueiji country. The nation is an island realm surrounded by sea on all sides, yet still dotted with many peaks and forests. Wuyin village lay shrouded in dense mist at scale, second only to my village and Shine village, and it subsisted chiefly by fishing. The village's strongest were the 7 ninja, of whom Pipa Shirzong was evidently one. Senior, are you familiar with the other members of Wuyin village's 7 ninja? Lin Yi teased with a faint smile. Kid, you do not know. Most of us in the 7 were killed by your Mai, Pipa Shirzong said, his face darkening. Sorry, Senior, I was too young during the Third Ninja World War to know the particulars, Lin Yi explained innocently. He also did not understand the full circumstances of that time. Back then, I and Ziguishin Heaton Gui Lixin Chuanwan Tongchao Yiren, Wuli Shinba Shuangdao Pingdi, and Haisha Lia, the 7 of us, were on the same side, Pipa recalled. We had been sent merely to surround and eliminate a few youngsters. Senior, did a handful of my youths truly warrant all 7 of you? Lin Yi interjected in confusion. Come to think of it, those brats were not particularly extraordinary. There was merely one youth who specialized in taijutsu, relying only on physical technique, Pipa said. Taijutsu? Could it be Mate Kai? At the mention of taijutsu, Lin Yi thought of only one person from my mate Kai. From what others said, they called him Kai. Senior, could a single Kai have caused you such losses, eh? He found it impossible to believe the 7 were so weak. Besides, during the Third Ninja World War, how old could mate Kai have been? Could he truly stand against 7 jonin? What none of us expected was that Kai's father was also a taijutsu master. Like a monstrous beast, Pipa Shirzong recalled, his body beginning to tremble. His father Maidai fought us in a desperate struggle. In the end, only I, Ziguishin Heaton Gui, and Haisha Lia barely escaped. All the others fell in battle. He spoke with lingering dread. Although we later heard Maidai also perished, he was a true shinobi. At last, Pipa Shirzong said with some regret, Senior, so you still have 2 acquaintances there. That will make our infiltration considerably easier. Hearing that 2 of the 7 remained, Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Kid, I joined Xiao. I betrayed the village. It would be fortunate if the others were merely spared. Moreover, Ziguishin Heaton Gui was later killed by a brat named Ganshir Gui Jiao. His great blade, Jiaoji, likewise fell into Ganshir Gijio's hands, Pipa said gloomily. And the other, Haisha Lia, also betrayed the village. His whereabouts are unknown. All of these occurrences felt as if someone were manipulating events, and a question planted itself in Pipa Shirzong's mind. Kid, do not underestimate the 4th Water Shadow Shirzong and his water mirror technique. It can produce doppelgangers indistinguishable from the enemy, use the same jutsu as the opponent, and match their power. Furthermore, I suspect the 3 tails may be sealed within Shirzong himself, Pipa warned. Within Shirzong? Senior, are you saying the 4th Water Shadow might be a perfect Jinchuriki? Lin Yi blurted in astonishment. Time passed swiftly. They had reached the outskirts of Wuyin village. Venturing any farther would risk detection by the village's sensory shinobi. They needed to wait for an opportunity, for someone who could move freely through Wuyin village to appear. Then, by means of Lin Yi's mimicry, fruit entering would feel as natural as returning home. While they waited, Lin Yi silently spoke, System check-in Shueiji country. The system responded, Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Surgery fruit has advanced. The system's chilly voice rang in Lin Yi's ear. Instantly, new information bloomed in his mind. Surgery advanced to Tier 3, granting the power to restore the dead to life. It requires only the expenditure of all one's chakra and does not demand the sacrifice of one's life. The ability to resurrect is akin to the reincarnation eye. Lin Yi was immensely satisfied, within his face radiating extraordinary confidence. In today's world, only the leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses the reincarnation eye. Thus, looking globally, only the Akatsuki organization has the capability of resurrection. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi and the others reached the outskirts of the Hidden Mist village, a significant event unfolded in the village. Yagura, what do you mean by that? The elite jonin of the Hidden Mist village, Ao, shouted angrily at the 4th Mizukage. He was a sensory ninja of the village, an elder figure, and possessed to be a Kugen. Ao, you are old. The Hidden Mist village needs younger people to step up, Yagura said disdainfully as he looked at him. What Ao did not know at that moment was that the person he respected before him was not the real Yagura. To be precise, he was under someone else's control. Not only was he controlled, but the 3 Tails Isabu was also under control, as he was the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. Yagura, the entire Hidden Mist village can do without you, but it cannot do without me. Over the years, your actions have caused the village's elite to vanish completely. Those who defected from the original 7 ninja swordsmen have either died or betrayed. If it weren't for us old-timers, do you think the village would still exist? Besides, do you really think I'm not your match? My true strength has long surpassed that of an elite jonin. Ao's face turned dark as he glared at him with rage. Looking at Yagura, a trace of apprehension flickered in the depths of his eyes. Although he claimed that his strength exceeded that of an elite jonin, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart. You old fool, do you really think that you and a few elite jonin can stage a rebellion? Yagura, seeing that he was ungrateful, spoke with anger. Amidst his fury, the chakra emanating from him caused Ao to feel a jolt of fear, his scalp tingling. Even those hidden lower-ranked ninjas behind him were beginning to spit blood under the pressure of this furious chakra. All ninjas, listen up. Prepare to slay this demon. He is not Yagura. He has been controlled by the 3 Tails Isabu. Ao shouted loudly to the ninjas behind him. To ensure they would swear to kill Yagura, he did not hesitate to fabricate a lie claiming that he was under the control of the Three Tails Isabu. For all the ninjas below, it seemed that the Three Tails Isabu was their mortal enemy. After all, many of them had lost loved ones to the claws of the Three Tails Isabu. Historically, no one had truly been able to control the Three Tails Isabu. Thus, while Yagura appeared normal on the surface, they felt an intense fear within. In their minds, shadows of demons loomed, fearing a loss of control, another massacre of their loved ones. Seeing dozens of ninjas rush, and some of whom were even his trusted allies, Yagura's face turned dark. Damn it! You traitors deserve to die for believing in lies. Dense chakra surged from him, enveloping his entire body, as if something was breaking free. The terrifying chakra formed gusts of wind that lifted the lower-ranked ninjas in the room, as if the roof itself was being blown away. Kikek finally emerged. The dreadful chakra eventually transformed into a crimson monster with 3 tails. Standing in the Mizukage's office, it laughed hoarsely. His eyes were filled with unabashed ferocity and bloodlust. Surrounding him was a torrent of red chakra, exuding an evil aura. Faced with such a true monster, everyone instinctively began to retreat, their eyes filled with fear, rage, and despair. Ao and dozens of ninjas quickly formed seals to unleash powerful ninjutsu against the monster. However, as the strongest combined ninjutsu made contact with him, it was utterly consumed by the formidable chakra. What? The Jinchuriki is so powerful after going berserk. Ao thought regretfully, if I had known this, I shouldn't have provoked him. But he knew that with just their numbers, they were utterly incapable of driving him back. He hoped that the others would arrive soon. The Mizukage has gone berserk. Ao, what are you doing? Just as Ao hoped for more strong allies to arrive, Chiyu Jian and others rushed over. They were also elite jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. Jian was the captain of the Umbu, skilled in assassination techniques. The Three Tails Isabu has completely gone berserk. We need to slay it, or we will all die. Ao said anxiously. What? Yo, you actually want to kill the Mizukage? Who gave you the guts? Jian shouted angrily at Ao. After all, the Mizukage was the leader of the entire village. Jian, do you have a better plan, or can you reseal him? Even if we slay him, we may not succeed. Moreover, we still have a large number of ordinary people behind us. Are you willing to abandon them? Ao's series of questions made everyone look at him. After all, Ao's reasoning was very sound. Their loved ones and friends were behind them. If sealing is not an option, they can only do their utmost to slay him. At this moment, many people also saw the red chakra, which was extraordinarily evil. They rushed toward the safe zone, recklessly filled with helplessness and despair. Because indeed, seeing such red chakra meant sacrificing many people. In other words, they all faced the possibility of sacrifice as well as their loved ones and friends. At that moment, the berserk Yagura suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a massive tailed beast ball slowly formed in his mouth. When they saw the tailed beast ball gathering in Yagura's mouth, everyone instantly unleashed their strongest ninjutsu and launched it at him. With a loud rumble, the terrifying tailed beast ball was not dispersed, but instead came rushing toward them. Instinctively, everyone felt a sense of impending death. Bold. Suddenly, a ninja carrying a large sword swung it at the tailed beast ball. Boom. The powerful tailed beast ball pushed him back several hundred meters before it barely stopped. Then he was seen with the sword in hand, devouring the tailed beast ball as if it were the mouth of a shark. After finishing, he even let out a rare burp. Indeed, this person was one of the second generation's 7 ninja swordsman Kisame Hoshigaki. The sword he wielded, Samahada, had a shark-like mouth, skin color, and teeth, and was capable of absorbing chakra, known as the tailless tailed beast. Samahada licked its lips, gazing at Yagura with an unmistakable glint of greed in his eyes. In that moment, however, it caused a massive number of houses to collapse and casualties to rise. Impudent! How dare you occupy the consciousness of the Mizukage? Do you think there is no one in our Hidden Mist Village? Kisame shouted in anger. As he spoke, he leaped up to confront Yagura. Water mirror technique. Suddenly, a person identical to Kisame appeared beside him, slashing toward him. Boom. Between the two Gonshir Guijiao, 100 exchanges flashed by in an instant. Gonshir Guijiao smiled with awkward amusement. Hell, I never imagined a mere clone would stall me for so long. Gonshir Guijiao gave an embarrassed chuckle. Wielding his great blade, his shark hide lashed out once more, and in an instant it tore through the opponent's synthetic shark hide. But every time he prepared to bite the clone, another imitation of shark hide would appear. Thus the strange spectacle repeated itself. Like a great shark devouring its brood, it kept swallowing the smaller impostors. After each feast, it casually wrapped up the remnants and licked its lips. Even when it glanced toward Gonshir Guijiao, it would instinctively look back to see if any others remained. Such ruthless dominance drew derisive laughter from the surrounding ninjas. Meanwhile, outside the village, hidden in the mist, Lin Yi and his companions, who had been lying in wait, finally seized an opening. An elite chunin performed a teleportation technique and fled the village in haste. As if something dreadful pursued him, he fled heedless of his surroundings. Jinjutsu, Jiahong technique. The elite chunin was instantly pinned to the spot, unable to move. The Jiahong technique is an illusion akin to hypnosis, a jinjutsu that nails an opponent's limbs within the spirit world. In the real world, the afflicted lose all bodily freedom and endure accompanying physical agony. For interrogation, this illusion is the supreme binding technique. No hand signs are required, only direct eye contact to trigger it. It can truly be called a top-tier ninjutsu. Within the spirit world, the Chunin cried in terror. "Ah, you. Who are you?" Lin Yi replied coldly, "You need not know who I am. Why are you fleeing the village hidden in the mist with such urgency? What has happened?" The man coughed twice and spat contempt. "Cough, cough. You must be a spy from another village. Don't expect to get any intelligence from me." Faced with that defiance, Lin Yi administered several merciless strikes in the mental realm. The man screamed in unbearable pain. Lin Yi said coldly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is my spirit world. Pain felt here is transmitted directly to the body. It is both mental and physical pain." After minutes of torment, he could no longer endure. Wailing that Lin Yi would suffer, he finally broke and yielded, offering the information that was demanded. He confessed that the Three Tails Sanwei Jiwu had run rampant within the body of the fourth Mizukage, and now the village's ninjas were fighting to the death. But in his assessment, such resistance would only lead to mass casualties. This place would become a living hell. So he chose to flee. Lin Yi conveyed the intelligence to Pipa Shizong and handed the fleeing Chunin over to him. After all, this was Pipa Shizong's homeland. They would respect his judgment. Pipa Shizong's eyes were filled with pleading. "Kid, I beg one thing of you." Lin Yi bowed and replied respectfully, "Senior, name it, and I shall do it." Pipa implored again, "I will need your abilities later. Help rescue as many people as you can, please." Then he hefted his broken blade and slipped into the village. Lin Yi instantly teleported to the sky above the village. Gazing at the fully tailed beastified fourth Mizukage and the ruined, blood-stained village, Lin Yi frowned. This world was awash with slaughter and death. Survival for the weak had become unbearable. He suddenly noticed a young man with sawtooth black hair desperately tending the wounded, oblivious to a sharp fragment hurling toward him. By the time he realized the danger, there was no time to react. Bang! The jagged stone struck. The youth shut his eyes and waited for death. After a long moment, feeling no pain, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, hands weaving in front of him as if performing a special ninjutsu. In an instant, several injured people who had been trapped in the rubble appeared at the newcomer's side. The youth finally understood why he had survived. This handsome brother had saved him. He was likewise busied with rescuing others in the village. Elsewhere, Pipa Shizong burst in to find wails everywhere and houses laid to ruin. A fire of rage flared in his eyes. He had defected because he refused to watch his village decay. The local Mizukage Shirtsong, for reasons unknown, had turned on the elder generation. During Shikong's tenure, the conflicts escalated. Elite ninjas betrayed and massacres beget more slaughter. It was the darkest period since the village's founding. Sometimes he even wondered whether this was truly the fourth Mizukage at all. After all, the Shirtsong he once knew had not been like this. Soon he saw Shirtsong suffused with blood-red chakra and felt the opponent's astonishingly wicked aura. Something clicked in his mind. He seized his broken blade and rushed to strike. Humph, insignificant ant. Shikong's red chakra claws suddenly lengthened and lunged toward him. Boom. Pipa Shizong was hurled backward, flying through the air. The mist village ninjas who had cheered at his arrival turned ashen when they saw him struck down. Shirtsong shouted Coral Horn. After repelling Pipa Shizong, he spun and charged at Ganshir Guijiao. A spray of blood burst from Ganshir Guijiao's mouth. He stared at Shirtsong in shock. He had not expected the fourth Mizukage to possess such devastating physical attacks. It was plain Shirtsong had seen through him. Ganshir Guijiao's great blade shark hide could only absorb chakra and feared physical strikes. Therefore, any technique built on physical power or taijutsu could counter him. Thus, employing physical strikes or close combat techniques would be enough to restrain him. Just as Shirtsong prepared to deliver a killing blow to Ganshir Guijiao, a broken sword flew in. Crack! The hard coral horn split cleanly in two. Pipa Shizong hurried to the fallen Ganshir Guijiao and said, "Kid, leave his physical assaults to me." Ganshir Guijiao licked the blood from his lip, his aura swelled, and his eyes turned cold like a beast. Pipa Shizong admired his presence. "Kid, even the Shigua mountain pufferfish demon pales beside you." The other mist village ninjas, seeing two of the Chi Rinzhong, 7 swordsmen, were overjoyed. They surged forward, ready to contribute what strength they could. Shirtsong coldly swept his gaze over the assembled ninjas and said lightly, "Die." To him, they were like ants, each easily crushed by a single hand. His 3 red tails transformed into 3 immense claws. He opened his maw and condensed a vast oppressive chakra. Tailed Beast Sphere. Tailed Beast Transformation. Armored Surge. A colossal tailed beast sphere hurtled forward, and Shirtsong fully became Jiwu, launching an armored ramming assault. Bang! A thunderous crash sent Pipa Shizong flying again, and his broken blade was flung from his grasp. The nearby shinobi were pulverized into a spray of blood. Compared to them, Ganshir Guijiao fared far better. His shark hide absorbed the last scraps of chakra, and he hungrily stared at Shirtsong. But then Shirtsong casually lifted a claw and lunged at him. The talon sliced like a razor, leaving a deep gash across his body and tearing his garments with a crisp rip. He collapsed, unwillingly slipping into unconsciousness. Faced with such terrifying power, Pipa Shizong and the others were drained of color, teeth gritted, clinging to life. Pipa Shizong roared in defiance, unwilling to accept his fate. The remaining shinobi wore pained expressions, their fury so fierce they wished to tear Shirtsong apart. Alas, it was only fantasy. At the same moment, Pipa Shirzong scrambled toward his broken blade. Shirtsong would not allow him to reclaim it. The red tail behind him reshaped into a massive hand and stretched outward. Shirtsong seized the broken blade first. Tail Beast transformation, a surge of armored spray. He charged forward with the blade held horizontally. A fountain of blood burst from Pipa Shirzong's mouth. That single strike severed the fragile thread of his life. His eyes betrayed unwillingness and humiliation. Yet with his last shred of dignity, he clung to Shirtsong. The other shinobi burned with rage, longing to rush forward and fight to the death. Among them, Qing shivered and showed deep dread. He immediately fled by teleportation, evidently terrified. Seeing Qing vanish, the remaining shinobi also escaped in panic, their faces contorted with unbearable anguish. Even the elite jonin who remained held them in contempt for their cowardice. Jin, the ANBU captain, felt an urge to assassinate him on the spot, but he restrained himself. There were far more important matters to attend to. That matter was the rampaging fourth Mizukage Shirtsong before them. Die, the fourth Mizukage intoned coldly regarding the desperate shinobi. His strength now toyed with them as if they were children. Even the strongest among those shinobi, the 7 elite, were no match for him, let alone the rest. After today, it seemed likely Wuyin village would vanish from the world. Suddenly, the fourth Mizukage opened his mouth wide, gathering energy for his final blow. All the shinobi and civilians bore expressions of unwillingness and despair. Some privately fantasized. If only a member of the Uchiha clan were here, their family were nemesis of the tailed beasts. Ordinary people dropped to their knees toward the sky, tears streaming as they prayed for someone to come and save them. The colossal tailed beast form neared completion. With a dull boom, a sound echoed from the maw of the enormous beast. Shirtsong stared ahead in bewilderment, black smoke curling from his mouth. He looked at the desperate crowd with an expression of disbelief. A handsome youth in a black robe patterned with red clouds stood smiling at the fourth Mizukage. So the Three Tails Isabu is here. From afar I sensed an illumined chakra and did not investigate further at the time, he said with a grin. Those words reached the fourth Mizukage and left him dumbfounded. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw the smiling youth in black and red gazing at Shirtsong. The youth scanned the ruins and saw the lifeless Pipa Shirzong, his face darkening. Teleport. In an instant he appeared beside him, lifting Pipa Shirzong and placing him in a relatively safe spot, then looked to Jian and spoke. I entrust his body to your care. I do not wish for any accidents. Lin Yi said coldly. Watching the youth's actions, everyone realized he was Shizong's friend. Upon closer inspection, they all wore identical clothing. The moment Lin Yi finished speaking, the fourth Mizukage lunged forward. Tailed Beast transformation, armored spray. The youth radiated a faint aura of danger that unsettled Shirtsong. He meant to sweep it away with thunderous force. Lin Yi's eyes flickered constantly like a kaleidoscope. Susanoo. The power dwelling within the kaleidoscopic eye erupted like a war god. In his left hand, he bore the 8-yada mirror, in his right the 10-tailed sword. Crimson chakra enveloped him, forming a towering body. He raised the 8-yada mirror in his left hand to block Shikong's mighty strike. His right hand brandished the 10-tailed sword and thrust toward the fourth Mizukage. A harrowing scream rang out across Wuyin village. The shinobi's eyes shone with rapture. Even Wuyin village's senior leaders and elite jonin were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. Despite their desperate struggle, none had inflicted such torment upon the fourth Mizukage. This youth seemed to wound him with effortless ease. They felt it was unreal, as if in a dream. Yet Lin Yi frowned deeply. His 10-tailed sword possessed sealing properties. Though the strike had been strong, it should not have produced such an effect. After all, Shirtsong was the fourth Mizukage. Moreover, he was an almost complete host of the Three Tails. He could not be so weak. Tsukuyami. A powerful mental force surged into Shikong's mind. Because of the sealing force of Lin Yi's, a sort of fragment of the prison that bound Shikong's soul was breached within his mind. A shard of his original soul returned and collided violently with the mental force controlling him. The clash in his brain felt as if it would explode. Agony racked him. When Lin Yi arrived, he saw Shirtsong locked in battle with a masked man. In the next instant, the remaining controlling mental voice in Shirtsong emitted a wail and vanished. Lin Yi and the masked man stared at one another in mutual shock. Lin Yi's eyes widened. Could this masked man be Uchiha Itachi? He looked at Itachi with disbelief. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Uchiha Itachi was equally stunned at the sight of Lin Yi. In Itachi's vision, the handsome youth before him was Uchiha Itachi. He should have been slain by Uchiha Itachi. How could he possibly be here? Lin Yi refrained from concealing his true face. There was no reason to exhaust spirit power changing his appearance in the mental realm. Uchiha Itachi, why are you here? Itachi asked, suspicion and vigilance in his tone. At that moment, far away at the Uchiha enclave in Konoha, Itachi's body slowly opened its eyes. Uchiha Itachi, he murmured to himself. When Itachi called him Uchiha Itachi, Lin Yi felt a chill. Spiritual power within him condensed, frantically ready to strike at any instant. His caution was justified. Itachi already knew he was alive. Clearly the turmoil in Wuyin village had been orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi for some purpose. If Dai Tu controlled Wuyin village, why provoke upheaval at this moment unless it served his intent? It seemed everything had unfolded for his sake, or perhaps for Yuji Boyu. Lin Yi suddenly launched an attack, his voice cold and severe. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he naturally didn't want his identity to be exposed. Faced with Lin Yi's assault, Uchiha Ibito's expression changed dramatically. His true body was not here. Even if he barely defeated Lin Yi with his spiritual power, the fourth Mizukage could likely break free from the seal on his own. Thus, after narrowly dodging Lin Yi's attack, he forced a smile and said, "Uchiha, don't you want to know the secrets of our Uchiha clan?" Hearing Ibito's words, Lin Yi froze for a moment, looking at him coldly. His eyes seemed to say, "Go on, tell me more." "I can't believe you wouldn't care about your family's secrets," Uchiha Ibito muttered. At this moment, Lin Yi was unaware that Uchiha Ibito was constantly traversing through space, heading towards the hidden mist village. "What can I say? I'm not interested in the secrets of the Uchiha clan," Lin Yi cheekily retorted. Not interested," he said with a sullen face, glaring coldly at Lin Yi. "Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Lin Yi said dismissively. "Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Ibito introduced himself coldly, but was met with a dismissive look from Lin Yi. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought Lin Yi would be shocked and ask about the history of the Uchiha clan to confirm his identity. But what he saw was nothing but disdain on Lin Yi's face. After saying so much, "It's time to go, Uchiha Ibito." The heavy emphasis on Ibito's name made him drop his jaw, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi, as if trying to see through everything. Only the real Uchiha Madara and Zetsu could know he was Ibito, and neither of them would ever reveal their identities, so how did he know? After all, Uchiha Ibito was thought to be dead by everyone. His existence already made Lin Yi feel extremely uneasy, a deep sense of dread flashing in his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Uchiha Ibito looked at him with vigilance. "Spiritual power, Iaido /" Ignoring Ibito's shock, Lin Yi launched his strongest attack. In his view, the safest option was to eliminate Ibito's spiritual power as quickly as possible. Who knew if his true body would come flying over? Faced with spiritual power, ninjutsu appeared powerless, and he could only rely on swordsmanship under the influence of spiritual power to compensate for it. With a snap, Lin Yi's attack directly struck the seal that contained the fourth Mizukage. "I underestimated you. You will regret this." Seeing a crack appear in the seal, Uchiha Ibito decisively gave up and fiercely said to Lin Yi before disappearing from the fourth Mizukage's mind. At that moment, the seal that contained the fourth Mizukage shattered like an eggshell. It made a continuous cracking sound. Finally, the seal collapsed and dissipated. At the same time, Lin Yi's eyes slowly returned to normal as he turned to embrace Pai Pa Shirzong, vanishing from the spot. Seeing Lin Yi leave, the ninjas once again revealed expressions of despair. Could it be that Hidden Mist Village is truly doomed today? The elite Jounin Kin shouted, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Alas, it's all my fault." Just as they were in despair, a sigh suddenly echoed. Then, to their astonishment, the evil red chakra surrounding the fourth Mizukage began to slowly dissipate. "Captain Kin, what's going on? What should we do?" A member of the Umbu team, bewildered by the situation, looked at his captain for guidance. "How would I know? Let's just wait and see," Kin replied, equally bewildered. Gradually, the evil red chakra completely vanished, revealing the figure of the fourth Mizukage. He looked grave, frowning as he gazed at the ruins before him. All the ninjas looked at him with trembling anticipation, their expressions filled with despair. "Kin, I am indeed Yagura. Please assess the casualties and gather all elite Jounin here." The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, instructed Kin with a weary expression. Feeling the peaceful aura emanating from the fourth Mizukage, Kin's eyes sparked with a hint of joy. "All Umbu personnel assemble." Kin shouted loudly. In no time, rows of masked ninjas stood before him. "The war has ended. After assessing the casualties, notify all elite Jounin to come here and await the fourth Mizukage's orders." "It's over." Everyone wore bewildered expressions, unsure whether to believe the man before them. In their eyes, all of this was caused by the fourth Mizukage, and now they were to summon all elite Jounin here, which inevitably raised some concerns. "Everyone need not panic. Lord Yagura has returned to normal." Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of the crowd, Kin spoke loudly. Based on their trust in Kin, they slowly accepted all of this. The next day, in the fourth Mizukage's office in the Hidden Mist Village, Yagura sat upright at the top. Lin Yi leaned against the wall, grinning widely. "Yesterday, it was you who helped me escape." The fourth Mizukage remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Lin Yi nodded at him, implying that he had rescued him yesterday. But the fourth Mizukage wanted to ask further, but felt it inappropriate, so he could only stare at Lin Yi in silence. Because he had a big question in his mind. How did he save himself? And what happened to that masked man? At this moment, Lin Yi was completely uninterested in the fourth Mizukage's doubts. Nor did he want to answer his questions. He was immersed in overwhelming joy, because he had just signed in here and gained the ability to swap between his clones and his true self. With this ability, not only had his safety greatly increased, but he could also save a lot of time for cultivation. Sometimes he could even indirectly complete sign-ins through his clones. Ha! Suddenly he felt this ability was akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, and he burst into laughter. Yagura, watching him from the side, was perplexed, and even suspected he had gone mad. Seeing Yagura's puzzled expression, he quickly composed himself. "Fourth Mizukage, I suppose you have an idea of where I come from, so I won't beat around the bush." Lin Yi straightforwardly asked, then proceeded to explain his purpose. Yagura had previously witnessed his Sharingan, and in the entire ninja world, only one clan possessed the Sharingan. "I come from the village hidden in the leaves in the land of fire, and wish to temporarily stay in the hidden mist village for a while." Lin Yi felt that his strength was too weak and wanted to settle in the hidden mist village for a period of cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intention to stay in the hidden mist village, Yagura's expression darkened. If such a ticking time bomb resided in the hidden mist village, he could never sleep soundly. "Rest assured, I won't interfere in hidden mist village's affairs. On the contrary, I can help when hidden mist village is in trouble." Seeing the change in Yagura's expression, Lin Yi threw out the chip of being able to help. After all, what hidden mist village needed most now were masters like Lin Yi to guard it. After a discussion between the two, the fourth Mizukage Yagura eventually agreed to his request to temporarily stay in the hidden mist village. As for Lin Yi's residence, he chose a secluded thatched cottage. It was quiet with few visitors. Thus Lin Yi settled into the hidden mist village. His life was simple, rising early and returning late with the fishermen, living a unique life as a fisherman. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of Yagura, the fourth Mizukage Kirigakure gradually regained its vitality. Yet the village's shinobi forces had suffered devastating losses. Nearly 1/4 of its shinobi perished in the recent calamity. Moreover, Yagura's chakra signature had grown markedly feeble. This was likely due to spiritual trauma inflicted by the earlier sealing ritual. Meanwhile, Lin Yi lived an unassuming life, fishing at sea each dawn and dusk. As for Kibaku Juzo, Lin Yi revived him the very next day after returning from the fourth Mizukage. Yet in return, he lay utterly paralyzed in bed all day, so weakened that he was now even more vulnerable than an ordinary civilian, though a single strike from any commoner could end his life. Regarding Akatsuki, Lin Yi remained behind under the pretext of unfinished mission obligations and dispatched several shadow clones. These clones served as both footholds for daily attendance registration and decoys to obscure perception. Concerning Kibaku Juzo, Lin Yi reported only that he had been slain by the tailed beast-possessed Yagura. When pressed further, he would solemnly reply, "Juzo sacrificed himself to save me." In truth, the real Kibaku Juzo, disguised beyond recognition, had quietly returned to Kirigakure to assume routine police duties within the village. Lin Yi had cautioned him Kirigakure is not safe, to which Juzo replied, "I owe this village a debt, and I must repay it." His broken sword was entrusted to a promising young man named Zabuza. After all, retaining the shattered blade would inevitably arouse suspicion. In Lin Yi's estimation, however, Juzo's true purpose was surveillance, watching over the fourth Mizukage, wary of another sudden transformation. "Lin Yi, a bountiful catch today." An elderly man with a full bristling beard approached, spotting Lin Yi carrying a large basket of freshly caught sea fish. This, of course, was Lin Yi himself. Having shed his former identity, he now lived solely under his original name from a prior life. At present, he was indistinguishable from any ordinary fisherman, rising before dawn, returning at dusk. This low-profile existence brought him unparalleled peace and satisfaction. Over the past month, by periodically exchanging consciousness with his clones, he had consistently logged daily attendance records. Though no extraordinary abilities manifested, his overall strength surged dramatically. Simultaneously, news of Kirigakure spread like wildfire across the shinobi world. Upon hearing the report, every major shinobi village reacted with profound shock. Then came word that Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, had achieved perfect synchronization with the Three Tails Isebu, successfully becoming a complete Jinchuriki. Their astonishment deepened immeasurably. Jaws dropped, disbelief frozen upon their faces. Soon rumors escalated. It appears Kirigakure harbors not one, but a second complete Jinchuriki, the Six Tails. Instantly, the gaze of every shinobi village turned toward Kirigakure. Two complete Jinchuriki residing within a single village, a prospect that inspired profound wariness. Upon learning of these rumors, Yagura could only offer a wry, rueful smile. In Konohagakure, within the Uchiha compound, a masked man radiating dense chakra stood gazing toward Kirigakure, a faint knowing curve lifting the corner of his lips. He was none other than Uchiha Iaido. Behind him stood a contingent of white Zetsu and the enigmatic Zetsu of Akatsuki. When word reached him that Uchiha I still lived, he was stunned. Initially, he suspected I might be Itachi Uchiha, but Black Zetsu's investigation confirmed otherwise. Thus, he deliberately leaked intelligence about Kirigakure's two Jinchuriki to test reactions and probe hidden truths. Zetsu, dispatch more white Zetsu to Kirigakure for reconnaissance, and let shinobi from other villages draw attention away from our targets. Iaido rubbed his temples wearily as he issued the order. He had previously sent numerous white Zetsu to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. This failure stemmed largely from their reconnaissance being confined exclusively to Kirigakure's shinobi districts. They never imagined Lin Yi had become an ordinary fisherman, departing each morning, returning each evening with his catch. Another month elapsed. Inside the fourth Mizukage's office in Kirigakure, Mizukagesima and numerous suspicious individuals have recently appeared throughout the village, likely spies dispatched by rival villages. Ken reported coldly to Yagura. Upon hearing this, Yagura's brow furrowed deeply. Recent hostilities flaring along the borders of the Land of Water had placed him under immense strain. Now this influx of unknown operatives threatened to overwhelm him entirely. Suddenly a sly, knowing smile flickered across his face. Ken, you may withdraw for now. Compile a brief dossier on these unidentified individuals, but leave the rest to me. I'll assign others to handle it. Fourth Mizukage. Very well. Ken had intended to caution Yagura that Kirigakure simply lacked the manpower to manage such intrusions, but paused wondering whether the Mizukage might yet command unseen reserves. In a secluded corner of Kirigakure inside a humble thatched hut, Lin Yi practiced Iaido, drawing and cutting with a long katana. Were any observer present witnessing the flawless fluid grace of his movements, they would surely gape in disbelief. For his strikes were blindingly fast, dozens delivered in the span of a single blink, yet visually indistinguishable from a solitary perfect cut, each motion replicated with absolute precision, without flaw or deviation. Over these past 2 months, Lin Yi had focused his cultivation almost exclusively on swordsmanship and taijutsu, supplemented occasionally by attendance registration. His life, in short, was remarkably serene. Indeed, his prior psychic duel within Yagura's mind had convinced him of the critical importance of mastering both blade and body. Roughly 15 minutes later, he suddenly sensed someone rapidly approaching his location. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing directly before the intruder. Startled by Lin Yi's abrupt appearance, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, recovered swiftly and grinned. Congratulations, brother Lin Yi. Your cultivation has advanced once again. Seeing that familiar crafty grin, Lin Yi sighed inwardly, knowing full well he'd soon be drafted as unpaid labor once more. Oh, fourth Mizukage, must you always do this? What is it? Just say it plainly. Lin Yi preferred directness. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. Well, you've surely noticed, lately Kirigakure has been flooded with unfamiliar shinobi, many of them elite-tier masters. Our own scouts have already identified over 100 such figures, and those we haven't detected. The thought alone sends chills down one's spine. The fourth Mizukage spoke with grave sincerity. Not only did he lack sufficient personnel to confront them, but he also feared the truly formidable figures who might remain concealed in the shadows. Understood. I'll resolve this tonight. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He agreed so readily, not out of altruism, but to safeguard his own tranquil, unhurried cultivation. Wait, brother Lin Yi. There is in fact one small additional matter requiring your assistance. As Lin Yi turned to depart, Yagura called out, slightly embarrassed. Mizukage, just speak plainly. What else is it? We need you to mentor a newly graduated genin. Unfortunately, Kirigakure currently lacks available jonin instructors. Yagura smiled amiably as he spoke. Following his prior reign of blood-soaked terror, Kirigakure's pool of elite jonin had already been critically depleted, and those remaining were indispensable to stabilizing and rebuilding the village. What? You want me to mentor a student? Have you lost your senses? I'm barely ranked genin myself. Lin Yi stared dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. We ask for nothing extraordinary, only that you accompany her on simple routine missions. Noting Lin Yi's reluctance, Yagura softened his request just slightly. Brother Lin Yi, I knew you would agree. They'll have her come find you tomorrow. It's settled then. Lin Yi was left standing there in confusion. Forget it. As the team leader, I don't need to teach anything. I just need to ensure the students' safety. Lin Yi thought for a moment. It doesn't matter. He would just take the students with him to help catch some fish, which would be safe, and allow him to accomplish his task. He just needed to change his appearance a little. Lin Yi currently looked too young, lacking the authority to command respect from the students. The next day, a red-haired girl arrived at his hut with 2 young boys. Teacher, are you home? The red-haired girl called out softly. Lin Yi quickly checked his reflection, appearing as an old fisherman with a full beard. He certainly didn't want them to see his true appearance. After a moment, he teleported out of the hut. You all. Just as he began to speak, it was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, and his voice abruptly cut off. He gazed at the 3 individuals before him in shock, breathing rapidly, his face filled with disbelief. The red-haired girl named Terumi may possess the Kekei Genkai of both lava and boil, and according to his past memories, she would later become the 5th Mizukage. The other 2 boys included one with brown bangs, his left eye covered by his hair, wearing a blue haori, and holding a device for blowing soap bubbles. The other was a boy with gray-blue hair and black glasses. Indeed, these 2 boys were also extraordinary according to his memories from his past life. The boy with brown bangs was called Fu, a Jinchuriki of the 6 tails. The glasses-wearing boy was named Chojuro, the 3rd inheritor of the dual sword technique in the future, and later the 6th Mizukage. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed intently on the 3 of them. Great, it seems like I'm going to be serving the Hidden Mist Village for a long time. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. He could imagine that these 3 students before him would stir up the entire Hidden Mist Village and even the world of ninjas. Teacher, you just appeared without opening the door. That's amazing. The red-haired Terumi May said excitedly. She cautiously leaned in to peek at the door behind Lin Yi, surprised that he had appeared before them without opening the door. She missed no detail, carefully examining Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi appeared ordinary and even a bit aged, what he had just done was beyond the capabilities of an average jonin. To have such a powerful person as her teacher filled her with joy, making it hard for her to contain her excitement. Well, you all did very well, and we're on time. From now on, I will be your teacher. Oh, just call me Yuan, sure. Lin Yi first encouraged them, then introduced himself, pausing slightly. When he introduced his name, opting for Yuan. Sure. Teacher Yuan, what jutsu did you just use? The red-haired girl Terumi Mei asked curiously. Regarding your question, you all should explore it for yourselves and come back tomorrow to tell me. Lin Yi felt it wasn't appropriate to directly tell them. He used space-time ninjutsu. After all, he was utilizing the powers of the surgery fruit. Thus, he had to let them investigate on their own as he had important matters to attend to that night. Oh, Terumi Mei and the others reluctantly agreed. After watching them leave slowly, Lin Yi gently slapped his forehead, regretting his decision to become a teacher. Time flew by swiftly. Night was approaching with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. At this moment, Lin Yi was swaggering through the market buying kittens and little turtles. Lin Yi, little brother, why are you buying so many kittens and turtles? An old man asked curiously, having seen over 100 of them in Lin Yi's cart, wondering why this young man was buying so many. Alas, you wouldn't know, business hasn't been good lately. The fish I caught are almost rotten, it's a waste to throw them away. Instead, I'll buy some kittens and turtles to feed them, Lin Yi said with a grin. However, what Lin Yi didn't realize was that his actions today would set the wheels of history in motion. If he had known that his actions today would impact the entire ninja world, he surely wouldn't have done it. But that is a story for another time. Thus, the blood-red night finally descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hidden mist village was even more bustling in the night. In corners, on rooftops, under beds, and even at the bottom of wells, ninja figures could be seen. Pairs of eyes were closely watching the hidden mist village, ready to report any disturbance to their superiors. No wonder the fourth Mizukage was troubled by this. These individuals were not only skilled, but also omnipresent. At this moment, on the roof of Terumi Mei's house, a perverted ninja, after stealthily finding his position, slowly peeled back a tile. Looking through the gap, he could perfectly see Terumi Mei's figure reflected in his eyes. I didn't expect this mission to be so low risk and come with such benefits. The perverted ninja licked his lips and muttered to himself. Oh, what benefits? Can I see? Upon hearing this, the perverted ninja looked confused for a moment, then felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He turned slowly towards the voice, only to see a boy holding a cat smiling at him. The ability to silently approach him made the boy seem like an existence far beyond his imagination, prompting him to escape quickly, or he might never return home. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that the handsome boy before him exuded an unsettling aura. Suddenly, he used a multi-shadow clone technique. Each clone dashed in different directions, while he himself transformed into a piece of roof tile. Clearly, he assumed that Lin Yi, being young and inexperienced, would chase after his clones. However, what Lin Yi did next left him wide-eyed. Ignoring all the clones, Lin Yi slowly crouched down to peek through the gap in the tile he had just lifted. He suddenly spat out blood from his nose, revealing an awkward smile. At that moment, the perverted ninja was filled with disdain for Lin Yi, thinking, so he's one of us, but his self-control is truly concerning. Lin Yi, however, was stunned by the scene before him, his heart filled with rage towards the perverted ninja. This lecherous ninja cannot be left alive. The perverted ninja, hearing Lin Yi's words, sneered in his heart. You little brat. You can't even find my real body, yet you dare to boast. Mind exchange. He raised his right hand and made a gesture in the air. As a beam of white light flashed by, the world of the lecherous ninja underwent a dramatic transformation. He found himself watching his body revert to its original form, lying on the rooftop, mimicking the sound of a cat. Turning his head again, he was startled to see the very boy from before smiling at him with satisfaction. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his heart missed a beat, and he leaped away in an attempt to escape. But, no. In the next moment, he was yanked by his ear by the boy, instantly vanishing from his spot, leaving only his reluctant voice echoing. This voice not only startled Ko Mei Ming, but also attracted the surrounding ninjas. Soon after, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Meow. A ninja walked leisurely on the rooftop like a cat, licking his front paw from time to time under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The onlookers stared in confusion, unsure of how to react. The next moment, they all felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, members of the Hidden Mist Village's Umbu appeared on the scene. They addressed the crowd saying, this person has practiced forbidden techniques, causing madness as a side effect. We will handle this matter, so everyone disperse. What kind of forbidden technique is this? The side effect is madness. What? Do you practice forbidden techniques? No, I was just speaking offhandedly. So it's a side effect of practicing forbidden techniques. It seems the prohibition on such practices by the Water Shadow is truly necessary, the ninjas discussed after witnessing the earlier scene. Equally shocked were the Umbu personnel, who were informed earlier that they would need to handle some aftermath this evening. However, when they noticed the commotion here, they realized the situation was not ordinary. This mad ninja was not from the Hidden Mist Village. Instead, he was a jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village, and as fellow Umbu, they could easily recognize each other. After all, they had long engaged in countless covert battles. They never expected someone would go mad in their Hidden Mist Village. Coupled with the notification received today, it was evident that a powerful figure from their village had intervened. It was likely the influx of troublesome entities recently that had utterly frayed his nerves. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to his hut, holding a cat. He wrote a number 1 on the cat's forehead and tossed it into a cage. No, you demon, turn me back, or I will haunt you even after death. If someone were here, their soul would likely be frightened out of their body, for that voice had come from a cat. However, at this moment, he was already named Cat No. 1 by Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored Cat No. 1's threats and walked straight to another cage, pulling out a black cat before vanishing from sight. In the hut, only Cat No. 1 and another cage of kittens were left. No, there was also a tank with a small turtle. Cat No. 1 surveyed the surroundings and suddenly had a bold assumption. He can't be thinking of turning every ninja who sneaks into the hidden mist village into a cat, can he? Yeah. With this thought, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling a strong sense of unease. In the blink of an eye, he saw Lin Yi return with a screaming black cat. He wrote the number 2 on its forehead and tossed it into the cage. Seeing the black cat enter, he felt a sense of camaraderie, greeting No. 2, calm down a bit. Who the hell are you? Damn cat. The furious No. 2 black cat was not pleased to be told to calm down by a mere cat and interrupted with a scolding. What? You No. 2, dare to speak to me like this right after arriving. See this? Cat No. 1 raised his paw, pointing at his forehead. Oomph. The No. 2 black cat followed the paw's direction and saw the number 1 on Cat No. 1's forehead. After thinking carefully, it seemed the demon had just written a 2 on its own forehead, and it felt a bit discontented. No. 2. Don't be discontent in terms of information. I know much more than you do. Regardless, in this situation, he must maintain his position as the leader. Then tell me what you know. The No. 2 black cat scoffed, thinking, you just got here a bit earlier than me. What could you possibly know? You don't believe me. Then do you know that all the ninjas who come to the hidden mist village will soon end up in this cage? Cat No. 1 directly shared the assumption he had just made to intimidate No. 2. After all, he felt his assumption was most likely correct. What? All ninjas coming to the hidden mist village will be turned into cats and locked up here. The No. 2 black cat looked at Cat No. 1 with a face full of shock. Whoosh. Suddenly Lin Yi appeared again, holding another screaming cat. He once again wrote the number 3 on the cat's forehead and tossed it into the cage. At this moment, the No. 2 black cat was utterly convinced that what Cat No. 1 had said was indeed very correct. Thinking that he would become just another black cat in the future, he trembled all over, filled with fear. He then looked at Cat No. 1 with a pleading expression. Boss, please point me in the right direction. The No. 2 black cat walked behind Cat No. 1, lifting his small paw to gently groom his fur. He resembled a devoted little brother to Cat No. 1. Ahem, let's first deal with this new guy. A moment later, the No. 3 kitten was left battered and bruised, standing behind them, waiting for the next newcomer. During this time, the No. 2 black cat asked about what they should do next, only receiving the reply of wait. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village were overwhelmed with work. Initially, they explained that madness was caused by practicing forbidden techniques. However, as more and more individuals exhibited the same issue, doubts began to arise. After all, it was one thing for 1 or 2 individuals to practice forbidden techniques, but now it was not just 1 or 2 going mad. That night, meow meow meow. The ninjas of the hidden mist village, from initial curiosity, began to grow numb. They were initially fearful. After all, an unknown bad situation was continuously unfolding around them. But soon they realized they did not recognize these ninjas and began to ignore the actions of the Umbu. In fact, some even helped capture these mad ninjas. Who were these ninjas? Why had they suddenly appeared in the hidden mist village? Though many questions loomed in their minds, everyone maintained a rare silence. A night passed and Lin Yi collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, falling into a deep sleep. Complaining inwardly, night shifts. This truly isn't a job for humans. On the same busy night, the dark faction members of Wuyin Village were also active. As a result, Lin Yi's actions throughout the night completely restored peace to Wuyin Village. Except for a few ninjas who sensed danger and left early, most of the ninjas underwent a mind exchange with Lin Yi, aided by his surgical fruit ability, along with a kitten and a small turtle. Just as Lin Yi lay down for a moment, he heard loud noises in his straw hut reminiscent of a bustling market. He forced his eyes open and looked towards the sound, only to see his cage of cats and a tank of small turtles in a heated argument. It seemed as if they were debating something, and the 2 groups of animals appeared ready to rush out and fight. Shut up. If you keep making noise, it'll stew you all, and no one will be able to sleep peacefully. Lin Yi shouted loudly, feeling quite displeased. All the kittens and small turtles, upon seeing Lin Yi's fury, looked at him with trepidation, afraid that in the next moment Lin Yi might actually stew them. After all, in their minds, Lin Yi was an incredibly fearsome demon. Seeing that silence had returned to the straw hut, Lin Yi closed his eyes and fell asleep again. At this moment, Terumi Mei and her companions excitedly made their way toward Lin Yi's straw hut. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, feeling quite happy. Chojuro, do you know about what happened last night? Terumi Mei gently brushed aside her red hair and said to Chojuro. Though Chojuro was introverted and shy, he generally answered any questions concerning himself. Yes, I heard that those insane ninjas were enemies from outside villages sent to infiltrate ours. Chojuro replied, facing away from Terumi Mei. In truth, it was not intentional. He became tongue-tied when talking to her. Did you know? I heard that it was a hidden master from Wuyin Village who took action. Otherwise, how could those ninjas from outside go insane? Terumi Mei glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby, and whispered, could it be that everything was orchestrated by Lord Mizukich? Beside them, the quiet Mako blew a soap bubble before speaking. That's impossible, Chojuro replied doubtfully. What kind of person do you think our teacher is, eh? Terumi May asked curiously, as they did not understand why a ninja would come here to fish every day. Yuan, sure. I went home last night and asked the elders in my family, and none of them had heard of someone by that name in Wuyin Village. In fact, I even had my family search the archives in Wuyin Village, and there was no mention of anyone named Yuan Shi, Chojuro said, somewhat incredulous. Do you think it's possible that Yuan Shi is the mysterious master from Wuyin Village? Terumi May said, her eyes filled with a hint of fervor and madness. Tisk, it would be wonderful if Yuan Shi was that mysterious master from last night. She then spoke with starry eyes. Mako beside her curled his lips in disdain, saying, how could that be? He actually had his own thoughts, which were about the six-tailed rhinoceros dog within his body. However, when they arrived yesterday, Yuan Shi didn't even glance in their direction. This made him very unwilling to believe that Yuan Shi had the ability to deal with all the enemy ninjas from outside in one night. In his mind, only the fourth Mizukage had such potential. After all, the fourth Mizukage was the perfect Jinchuriki. Aren't we about to reach our teacher's place? We'll find out soon enough. Chojuro said nonchalantly. Yuan Shi. We've arrived. Terumi May began calling out loudly from a distance. Lin Yi, who had just fallen asleep, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion outside. An icy aura radiated from his face as he frowned. Sigh. I almost forgot about them. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he heavily slapped his forehead. He then glanced at the cat cage, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. When the kittens inside the cage saw Lin Yi's gaze, they shivered in fear. Master, oh no, handsome master, it's not our intention to disturb your rest. The first cat spoke in terror. Master, Lin Yi said playfully. Yes, master, you are our master, and it is an immense honor to bask in your glory. The first cat pulled out every flattering word it could muster from its time as a ninja, desperately trying to curry favor with Lin Yi, leaving the other kittens and small turtles dumbfounded. Having turned into animals, they resorted to any means necessary for survival. Such disgusting words could be uttered. At this moment, they looked at him with utter disdain, completely losing their professional integrity as agents. At this time, Lin Yi looked at the first cat he had caught, utterly astonished. Who would have thought there would be such a bizarre creature, making him feel like he had wasted his talents? Although he could see through this clumsy act at a glance, Lin Yi still decided to employ it. Number 1, I have a task for you. If you perform, well, I might consider restoring your freedom. Master, just give the orders. I will not flinch, even in the face of mountains of knives or seas of fire. Number 1 expressed a willingness to face death, but in his heart he thought, please don't let me do anything dangerous. I'm just a cat right now. Mountains of knives and seas of fire, that's not necessary. First tell me, can you still use ninjutsu? Lin Yi asked casually. Master, if we could use ninjutsu, why would we still be here? Number 1 replied pitifully. That's true. You must remember the hand signs for ninjutsu, right? I will grant you a large amount of chakra. Can you cultivate? Lin Yi's words astonished Number 1. The implication was that he would provide a large amount of chakra for him to continue cultivating in his current form. Master, the body structure of a cat is completely different from that of a human, making it difficult to cultivate. I mainly wish to return to my original body. Only then can I help Master with many tasks. Number 1 had a look of grievance on his face. He certainly hoped to return to his own body. The body structure is different. That's easy, leave it to me. Upon hearing Number 1 mention the different body structure, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled and he activated his Sharingan. Seeing Lin Yi's sinister eyes, Number 1's legs trembled in fear. Master, please don't. Number 1 looked at Lin Yi in terror as if he were about to dissect him. Soon after, Lin Yi created a hemispherical special space, continuously cutting with his hands, resembling a surgeon. Before long, they saw a cat standing on 2 legs. I will give you chakra. Try to see if you can use ninjutsu, Lin Yi said to the cat he had modified, very pleased with his work. Had I known I would be the first to come out and be a guinea pig for experiments, I wouldn't have come out. Number 1 internally complained, but he did not show it. It quickly moved its 2 paws, completing the hand signs at an astonishing speed. Whoosh. In the next moment, it tried to escape from this demon, but as soon as it leaped up, intense pain made it crash down heavily. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared before it holding a beating heart. Master, I was wrong. Yihao lowered his head immediately upon sensing Lin Yi's chilling aura. Indeed, reaching the rank of Jonin solely through chakra control is no small feat. Lin Yi, pleased by his quick wit and impressed by his strength, nodded in approval. Yihao, I have a task for you. You know those 3 outside, don't you? Can you sense them? The 3 children beyond the door. Understood, Master. I'll eliminate them all. Yihao mimed, slitting his own throat with a clawed hand, clearly interpreting the order as one of lethal silence. Eliminate what? Lin Yi tapped Yihao's skull lightly with a clenched fist, a firm warning. Then, Master. What is it? Yihao asked, puzzled. Of course, you'll be their teacher. Well, technically an assistant instructor, supporting me in their training. Should I learn you've neglected your duty, I'll make you the first castrated cat in history. With that, Lin Yi turned and strode out the door. A cold shiver ran down Yihao's spine. In an instant, he transformed into a broad-shouldered man with thick, dark eyebrows and hurried after Lin Yi. Creak. The weathered wooden door swung open gently under Lin Yi's touch. At the sound, the three youths snapped upright before the threshold and bowed in unison. "Good morning, teacher. You're early indeed. But first, let me introduce my assistant instructor, Mr. Iaido." Lin Yi gestured for Iaido to step forward beside him. Before Terumi and the others could even process the introduction, Lin Yi declared that whenever he was unavailable, Mr. Iaido would lead them on missions. Then, without another word, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a stunned circle of teenagers frozen in silence. Ahem. Today, Iaido, terrified of being held accountable should anything go awry, launched into rigorous training the moment Lin Yi departed. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi still slept, the shinobi world trembled. News of last night's uncanny events had already reached its most powerful figures. Inside the Hokage's Grand Hall of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat solemnly upon the dais. His brow deeply furrowed, his expression grave. Elite shinobi filled the chamber on either side. At the hall's center stood an Umbu operative, masked and tense, recounting his harrowing experience in Kirigakure. He had narrowly escaped, sensing danger in advance through his unique sensory ability. Silence descended like stone upon the hall once his report ended. Thick, heavy, suffocating. What jutsu could drive shinobi mad? Hiruzen asked, voice low and grim. Genjutsu. A voice rang out sharply from the hall's entrance. Leaning casually against the doorway stood a man with stark white hair and a black face mask, his left eye concealed beneath a forehead protector clad in form-fitting black combat gear. Red Umbu insignia emblazoned across his shoulders and back. None other than Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, wielder of the Sharingan. What genjutsu in Kirigakure could ensnare so many elite spies at once? What if it were someone from the Uchiha clan? Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector with his right hand, revealing his left eye. Three tomo spiraled slowly into focus within his iris. Could it be that shrank missing mean? Itachi Uchiha, another shinobi ventured. Intelligence confirms Itachi Uchiha appeared in Kirigakure during their recent coup. Kakashi analyzed, calm and precise. In his estimation, only the Uchiha Sharingan possessed the power to overwhelm so many shinobi before they could even react, driving them to madness. Where did you get this intel? I've heard nothing of it. Surely not some unreliable rumor, one shinobi challenged. The source is absolutely credible. This intelligence came directly from Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Moreover, he reports Itachi Uchiha has joined a mysterious organization calling itself Akatsuki. Kakashi dropped the revelation like a blade. What? That assassin syndicate, resurrected? Shinobi who knew Akatsuki's terror stared in disbelief. Weren't they wiped out entirely in that incident? Even Danzo Shimura of Konoha participated. How could any survive? A few shinobi familiar with the truth exchanged wary glances. After all, Konoha bore deep responsibility for Akatsuki's fall. If Akatsuki truly rose again, vengeance against Konoha would be inevitable. And it was this very syndicate, once a shadow over the entire shinobi world, that had plunged every ninja into fear. Yet that was merely the official narrative. In truth, this semi-deity, Sanchuo Hanzo, had sensed his dominion threatened by rising powers. He conspired with Danzo Shimura, Konoha's Umbu commander, to assassinate Akatsuki's leader, and then orchestrated the total annihilation of the organization. If Akatsuki truly returned, Konoha would surely be their first target. I trust Lord Jiraiya's intelligence without reservation. Facing skepticism from his peers, Kakashi affirmed his conviction. Enough. Regardless of Kirigakure or Akatsuki, Konoha will meet any challenge. Seeing no consensus emerging, the third Hokage raised his voice. Let this session conclude here. For now, we suspend all espionage operations in Kirigakure. He then drew 2 slow puffs from his pipe. What? Third Hokage, there are elite Konoha shinobi still there. How can we abandon them? Disappointment flared among the assembled shinobi, voices rising in protest. Who said we won't rescue them? Hiruzen fixed them with a look of stern disappointment. But didn't you just say? The shinobi stared, bewildered, awaiting explanation. Sending spies would only deepen Kirigakure's hatred, endangering our comrades further. But what if we pursue diplomacy instead? We bear no deep grudge against them. We could easily forge an alliance. Thus, should negotiations succeed, your concern resolves itself naturally. Hiruzen spoke with quiet authority. To him, no enemy was eternal, if it served the village. Though unsettled, none could outright reject his policy of alliance. However, reluctantly, they accepted it. As for diplomatic details, each of you will draft concrete proposals before next assembly. That concludes today's meeting. With that, Hiruzen began dismissing the room. Just as they turned to leave, Kakashi Hatake, please remain a moment. The other shinobi exchanged silent, curious glances before filing out of the Hokage's office. Only Kakashi remained, perplexed. He couldn't fathom why the third Hokage had singled him out. Hiruzen rose slowly, drew 2 measured puffs from his pipe, and approached. Stopping before Kakashi, he spoke with quiet gravity. I wish you to lead a genin team. Don't refuse yet. Here are their full dossiers. Read them first. You may change your mind. Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Haruno Sakura. Hatake. Kakashi muttered to himself while holding the introduction in his hand. The next day, he arrived at the third Hokage's office early in the morning. Third Hokage, I accept your suggestion and am willing to be the captain of Team 7. I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly, but it seems there are quite a few promising young talents this time. The third Hokage was slightly surprised that Hatake Kakashi could decide to take on the role of Team 7's captain today. He originally thought that Hatake Kakashi was still grappling with that incident, but now it seemed he had been overthinking. Indeed, there are quite a few promising young talents this time. Since you have agreed to be the captain of Team 7, then the negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village will be entrusted to your team. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said to him. In his mind, there was no one better suited than Hatake Kakashi. What? Third Hokage, are you serious? Hatake Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Just he alone as a jonin taking 3 genin to negotiate with the Hidden Mist Village, he would probably be chewed to pieces. As for the specific negotiation matters, someone will follow up later. Your main task is to pave the way and enhance friendship and communication. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe and said with a smile. The reason for sending Hatake Kakashi and the others was also to test whether Uchiha Itachi was really there. He believed that if Uchiha Itachi knew that Uchiha Sasuke had come to the Hidden Mist Village, he would definitely feel something. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the Hidden Mist Village at the Mizukage's office, a group of special guests arrived. The letter from the third Hokage has arrived. He only mentioned that he would send ninjas for learning and communication. But I never expected that it would actually be the famous copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. The fourth Mizukage was somewhat surprised to see Hatake Kakashi and the others. As a fellow Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, he was very aware that among this group, there was also a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, there was even a youth from the Uchiha clan, truly an elite among elites. Although it was a learning exchange between ninjas, if his village's ninjas were crushed his face, as the fourth Mizukage would be lost. After all, the home ground was still the Hidden Mist Village. A losing too disgracefully would inevitably impact the village's morale. After this period of time, he was reluctant to see the morale he had painstakingly restored being crushed again. With that thought, his gaze turned once more towards the direction where Lin Yi resided. At this moment, Lin Yi was at the seaside catching fish with Terumi Mei and the others. During this time, their attitude towards their teacher had quietly changed. At first, they thought their teacher was too lazy, almost entirely relying on assistant number 1 to teach them. Meanwhile, their teacher often strolled between the seaside and the thatched hut. Thus, they only respected their teacher on the surface while internally looking down on him. However, they gradually discovered many of their teacher's little secrets. For instance, many animals from their teacher's family could talk, and even had ninjutsu skills. So after seeing their teacher leave one day, they quietly followed him to a large sea area. They saw Lin Yi put down the bamboo basket he was carrying. His originally hunched body slowly became upright and his aged features turned youthful. Then with a powerful push of his feet, he leaped into the air. With a loud bang, waves surged and a large number of small fish were flipped onto their backs. Then seeing Lin Yi's dissatisfaction, he raised his fist and struck the sea again. The Terumi Mei and the others who were following behind were stunned to see their teacher suddenly become so young. They were incredibly shocked, whether it was by the transformation technique or the ensuing scene. Next, they saw a large number of fish in the sea being flipped over. They never imagined that Lin Yi's method of catching fish was by slamming his fists to shake the sea. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They had pictured Lin Yi using a fishing net, throwing it into the sea, and then scooping up fish. However, in the following days, they witnessed even more incredible things as Lin Yi directly drew out a long knife and submerged it in the sea. He wasn't playing or bathing in the sea. Instead, he was practicing swordsmanship while all the surrounding fish were chopped into pieces. Their eyes widened, and they fell into a state of shock. However, Lin Yi came to the seaside daily not to catch fish, but to practice his body techniques and swordsmanship. He also sensed the arrival of Terumi Mei and the others immediately. However, he did not stop and continued his routine as usual, because he was ready to reveal his true self. No longer planning to keep a low profile, he was done pretending. Otherwise, with Terumi Mei and the others, how could they possibly see Lin Yi's true form? After these months of training and sign-ins, he felt that his strength was approaching the peak in the open ninja world. After observing them for a period, he also wanted to truly train them. Not long after, Lin Yi took the initiative to bring them to the seaside, letting them practice body techniques by themselves. The reason was that having a strong body was essential for unleashing powerful ninjutsu. Initially, they were unwilling to accept this training method, but gradually, they found their abilities greatly improved and willingly accepted it. At this moment, Terumi Mei, don't slack off, you should think about how to melt this entire sea away for me. Lin Yi encouraged as he saw Terumi Mei exhausted and lying on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt something rush past. He cast a dark look at the moving Yagura. The next moment, he saw the smiling fourth Mizukage Yagura approaching the seaside. Fourth Mizukage, what brings you here to enjoy the sea breeze? Lin Yi said with a pout. I heard the sea breeze here is nice, so I came to take a look. Lin Yi held immense disdain for him in his heart. If he wanted to find him, he should just say so. But Lin Yi was very unwilling to see him, because as soon as he arrived, something unpleasant would happen. This guy was probably here to make him work for free again. Ahem, Terumi Mei, you are also here. The fourth Mizukage, seeing Lin Yi looking away and ignoring him, turned to ask Terumi Mei and the others. Mizukage-sama, our teacher, told us to practice body techniques here. Terumi May honestly replied, practicing body techniques is good. But just practicing without real combat and not sparring with others will lead to great losses when you reach the real battlefield, the fourth Mizukage reminded. Lord Mizukage, I want to engage in real combat too. But those two refused to fight me, Shimai said with a hint of frustration. Upon hearing this, Nagashiro shrank his neck back, fearing that Shimai would seek him out for practice. He was unwilling to fight Shimai as her lava release and boil release bloodline limits would leave him unable to keep even a single piece of clothing intact. Moreover, after her physical training, she wrapped her lava release and boil release around her fists. Just a slight brush from her punch would likely strip away a layer of skin. Don't worry, your opportunity is coming, the fourth Mizukage said with a smile. Really? Who will I fight? It won't be against Lord Mizukage, will it? Shimai chirped excitedly. This time a few genin from Konoha village have come to exchange and learn with us from the Hidden Mist village. When Yagura mentioned Konoha village, he furtively glanced at Lin Yi, who first showed surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Clearly Konoha held some emotional ties for him. What? Ninjas from another village, really? Shimai exclaimed with excitement. Yes, and they are elites among elites. Yagura nodded affirmatively. Fourth Mizukage, what if I lose control and injure them? Shimai said with a worried expression. Haha, with us old folks around you can rest assured to compete boldly. The fourth Mizukage did not believe these young ones could stumble in front of him. Are there any strong ones among them? Nagashiro asked, rationally inquiring about the outsiders. Speaking of strong, there are indeed two. One is from the Uchiha clan possessing the Sharingan bloodline limit. The other is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As the fourth Mizukage spoke these names, two individuals suddenly trembled. One was Foam, who instinctively shuddered upon hearing about the Jinchuriki. The other was Lin Yi, who realized the Uchiha clan member was. He quickly understood who it was. If he was with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it had to be Uchiha Itachi's brother Uchiha Sasuke. And the team coming to the Hidden Mist village for exchange should be Team 7, led by Hitaki Kakashi. However, facing Uchiha Sasuke, he felt somewhat uneasy. Back then, his immature mind exchange ability had caused Uchiha Itachi's soul to enter Uchiha Sasuke's body. He wondered what the situation was now. Unlike him, who was lost in endless thoughts, Shimai heard this and fluttered about like a little bird filled with excitement. Great. Finally, I can fight with all my strength, she shouted loudly. Nagashiro, however, shivered at the thought and prayed for the Konoha ninjas. Lin Yi, I came to tell you this. Yagura, seeing that they had successfully piqued their interest, turned to ask Lin Yi. Do you think I can back out now? Lin Yi said with a wry smile. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others were unaware that several ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. They had been possessed and controlled by white Zetsu sent by Uchiha Iaido. The next day, Shimai and the others arrived at a massive square. The first thing that caught their eyes were four individuals in the center of the square, Team 7, led by Hitaki Kakashi. At the same time, Kakashi and his team noticed Lin Yi's group slowly approaching. Only Lin Yi himself was absent. He did not want to expose himself too soon. Thus, he had the first agent stand in for him. Originally, Shimai and the others were quite displeased with their teacher's irresponsibility. But after Lin Yi's revelation last night, their gazes toward him were filled with ardent admiration. At this moment, if Lin Yi were present, he would surely be shocked. Uchiha Sasuke had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Within his body, there was only one soul, Uchiha Sasuke's soul. Meanwhile, Lin Yi lay on a reclining chair in front of his house, eyes half-closed, basking in the sun, exuding an air of leisure. It was a rare moment of tranquility, and he intended to rest well. Simultaneously, the ninjutsu exchange competition with Konoha village was about to begin. The first matchup was Uchiha Sasuke versus Shimai. Upon learning she would be battling Uchiha Sasuke, she was filled with excitement and couldn't wait. The ninjutsu exchange competition between Konoha village and the Hidden Mist village now begins. The referee stood in the center of the square, shouting to everyone, "All right, let those ninjas from Konoha witness the prowess of our Hidden Mist village. I heard that the ninjas from Konoha this time are quite remarkable. Word is there's even a Sharingan." The spectators, excited, began discussing among themselves before the match even started. Some even began to place bets in private. The two approached the center of the square and saluted each other. Then Shimai sweetly said, "Handsome boy, please accept my loving kiss." Hearing her words, Uchiha Sasuke nearly sat down in shock. Such ambiguous words in public were simply unbearable for him. What? How can the women from the Hidden Mist village be so shameless? Haruno Sakura exclaimed, her eyes blazing with anger, thinking Sasuke, hurry up and knock her down so she won't have the face to show up again. Water release Hidden Mist technique. Before everyone could recover, Shimai opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of mist. Before long, the entire square was enveloped in thick mist. Fire release fireball jutsu. With a loud bang. Utilizing the fire release technique to strike the ground, the resulting airflow dispersed the thick mist. At this moment, aside from looking handsome, Sasuke's clothes were in tatters. "Sasuke, here's some clothes for you." Naruto, seeing Uchiha Sasuke's tattered clothes, felt pleased and was about to mock him. But he noticed Haruno Sakura beside him, her face flushed, secretly glancing at Sasuke. Infuriated, he directly took out a spare set of clothes for him. Water release water pillar jutsu. Before Uchiha Sasuke could put on the clothes, Shimai shot out a massive water sphere at him. Sensing danger, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Bang. The clash of fire and water released a thick mist once again enveloping the square. After a formal exchange, Uchiha Sasuke felt incredibly disadvantaged. Consequently, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, preparing to turn his passive situation into an active one. Jinjutsu paralyzing technique. Knowing that if he fell into the illusion without external interference, he might have already lost. Lava release melting monster technique. She spat out a large amount of acidic liquid surrounding Uchiha Sasuke. Then she clapped her hands, signaling the referee to announce the result. Because among her peers no one had been able to break this move of hers. Susanoo. Suddenly Uchiha Sasuke, wrapped in corrosive liquid, shouted. As the words fell, a gigantic purple figure abruptly took shape. Surging chakra with a great bow in his left hand and a long sword in his right. What? Seeing such a massive purple humanoid breaking through his lava-released Terumi, Mei stared at him in shock. Then his gaze revealed unparalleled dominance, emanating an even more intense aura. Boil release skilled mist technique. He spewed scalding mist from his mouth, rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke. The speed was astonishing. Before he could lift the long sword to strike at Terumi, Mei, it had completely enveloped the gigantic purple Susanoo. Next, he was taken aback. He discovered that his Susanoo was being corroded and melted away. Boom. He took a large step forward, bow in his left hand, sword in his right. Whoosh. The massive long sword shot straight at Terumi Mei. Meanwhile, his incomplete Susanoo completely collapsed. Whoosh whoosh. Two elite jonin stepped in to intervene in the match. After all, if they didn't act, someone might get injured. But from the expressions of the crowd, it was clear. The Mist Village had lost a round. Anyone could see that Terumi Mei was facing the danger of death, while Uchiha Sasuke was at most facing serious injury. Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat tense, the fourth Mizuka Jigura loudly declared, in the first match, both sides showcased top-tier ninja skills, so let's consider it a tie. Alright, quiet down. Now we will proceed to the second match. The system may bring us even more surprises. Before the disdainful comments from the audience could emerge, he spoke first. In the second match, there seemed to be some intentional manipulation. Bubble versus Naruto. Yay, it's finally my turn to shine. Naruto said deliberately to Sakura Haruno's ear. TCH, just don't give up right away. Her eyes showed concern for Sasuke, and upon hearing Naruto's words, she instantly sneered. The Leaf Village still depends on me. Saying this, he dashed forward without waiting for the referee to announce the start. Multiple shadow clone technique. As he approached Bubble, he formed hand seals to create clones. Naruto Rindan. Then 4 clones coordinated a series of spinning kicks, sending Bubble into the air. Bang. To everyone's astonishment, the bubble in the air suddenly exploded into a piece of wood. Just as Naruto was about to kick him, he had already completed his taijutsu technique. All of this astonished the spectators. They had never expected that besides the Uchiha clan's prodigies, the Leaf Village also had a joker. The referee, seeing that they had already started fighting without announcing the beginning, hurriedly stepped forward to declare the match open. Then looking at Naruto with a face full of confusion. All you know is that move. Sakura Haruno's voice fell into his ears, and feeling indignant, he replied, I have even greater techniques. After saying this, he continuously created shadow clones. In the next moment, the massive square was filled with shadow clones. Oh my gosh, is he going to start a group fight? The crowd witnessing this scene said in disbelief. Naruto's 2,000 consecutive punches. Naruto's 4,000 consecutive punches. Uzumaki Naruto and his army of shadow clones rushed in for a double-fisted attack. Water release bubble technique. Facing the legion of shadow clones, he pulled out a straw and blew out countless bubbles which floated next to each shadow clone. Next, bang bang bang. Like fireworks, all of Naruto's shadow clones were detonated by the bubbles. Multiple shadow clone. Rasengan. Suddenly, a vast number of shadow clones appeared on the square, but this time what was different was that they all held a spinning sphere. Boom. A huge sound blew the soap bubbles away. Then a group of shadow clones rushed towards him. This move felt strangely familiar. Indeed, this was the technique used by Uchiha Sasuke in the previous match. However, he changed it to use Rasengan to strike the ground. Boom. Cough cough. Naruto was blasted away and fell to the ground, standing up resolutely as he spat out blood. He looked at Bubble in shock. Behind him, a terrifying tail had appeared without his noticing. When the tail emerged, his heart skipped a beat. This resonated with the 9 tails within him. The people of the Mist Village trembled as they saw his tail. They all looked at him with hostile eyes. This gaze filled Naruto's nerves with anger, and his emotions became uncontrollable. A surge of dark red chakra erupted from Naruto's body. Then 3 dark red tails appeared behind him, baring his teeth and staring furiously at the crowd. Fourth Hokage, please pause the match. I must stop him from going berserk. Sitting beside the 4th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake saw the dark red chakra surging from Naruto. He knew that the seal of the 9 tails was becoming unstable. If this continues, Naruto would be in great danger. Just watch. Can't you see that he's also facing off against someone? The 4th Hokage glanced at him and said with a smile. Following Naruto's gaze, he saw a large tail behind Bubble. But strangely, he still maintained a human form, able to think rationally. As another Jinchuriki, Naruto was completely in a berserk state. In pain, Naruto gathered a tailed beast ball and aimed it at Bubble. Boom. With a gentle wave of Bubble's tail, the incoming tailed beast ball was deflected. In the next moment, a chorus of wailing cries erupted nearby. What? Hurry and stop them. The referee, seeing someone on the field transforming into a tailed beast, signaled to the fourth Hokage to see if the match needed to be stopped. Upon receiving the reply to continue watching, he regretted it immensely as he witnessed dozens of ninjas severely injured beneath the tailed beast ball. Equally shocked were the fourth Hokage and Kakashi Hatake. They never expected such a scene to occur. Kid, why didn't you take the tailed beast ball? You should have been able to handle it. The fourth Mizukage shouted angrily. Oh, I didn't want to waste my energy on that. Besides, protecting them is your responsibility. Bubble disdainfully looked at the fourth Hokage. He harbored a deep hatred for the Mist Village, detesting its people, except for his teacher, because they all viewed him as a monster. After this little incident, there was no need to continue the match. Naruto was also promptly sealed again by Kakashi Hatake, using the sealing technique Jiraiya had given him. Due to this unexpected event, the fourth Hokage had to deal with the follow-up work for the Mist Village, urgently putting aside the discussion of an alliance. As for Kakashi Hatake, he was rather pleased and summoned the summoning beast Pakin. Pakin, go investigate if Uchiha Itachi is here. After a cup of tea's time, Parker had already arrived at a small grove. It sniffed its nostrils and, having determined a direction, swiftly vanished from its original position. It raced towards Lin Yi's thatched cottage. Suddenly, Lin Yi lifted his head, casting his gaze towards Parker's direction. Hee, interesting. A spirit beast puppy is actually rushing towards me. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, revealing an intriguing arc. Immediately, he gestured with his right hand, his fingertips flickering with strands of lightning. At this moment, Parker, under a small tree, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation rising within. It seemed as if some danger was about to befall it. What it did not know was that above its head, the originally clear sky was slowly gathering thick, dark clouds, as if something was about to descend. Under the tree, Parker looked puzzled at the strange weather change. What bad luck, just a moment ago the weather was fine, and now it's about to rain. Parker muttered softly in complaint. Thunderstrike. At that moment, it seemed to hear a voice, and then a lightning bolt the size of a bowl struck down. Crack. With a crisp sound, Parker and the small tree were charred black. Cough, cough. What terrible luck. It looked at the sky, completely shrouded in dark clouds, feeling an extreme weirdness in its heart. Whoosh. Suddenly, it dashed forward. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck in front of it, forcing its body to come to a halt once again. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching it. Clearly, it was trying to convey that it could not advance any further. Then, Parker did not charge straight ahead. Instead, it kept moving to the right and arrived under a tree. Ding ding. It leaped up onto the branch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In its mind, there must be someone watching it through the dark clouds. If it hid among the trees, surely the other party would be unable to locate it. But, not good. Crack, crack. After a bout of intense thunder, it left behind a grove of charred trees along with the residual crackling of lightning. Parker, having sustained injuries, returned to the spirit realm. The commotion just now had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the ninjas from Mist-Hidden Village. The fourth Mizukage looked towards the place where the loud noise came from, his eyes showing a disdainful expression. That man's place was one that could easily be intruded upon. During this time, he had not noticed any strangers intruding. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi heard Parker's cries of pain echoing in his mind. Upon understanding the situation, his eyes grew cold, emanating a powerful chakra aura. He could roughly guess. Uchiha Itachi was right there. After all, Parker had followed the scent to find its way. Whoosh whoosh. After grasping the general location, he directly vanished using lightning release. In his intelligence, Uchiha Itachi should not possess the power of lightning. It was likely borrowed from something. However, Hatake Kakashi was proficient in lightning techniques. Therefore, he would not be overly fearful of lightning. In fact, he felt a sense of delight at the prospect of finding Uchiha Itachi here. He hoped he could capture him, after all he was a senior. At this moment, Lin Yi lay leisurely pondering how to deal with the Akatsuki organization in the future. Thinking of this, his anger flared and his aura turned icy. He had joined them without asking for a salary, and now it was even better. He had to charge him, a member of this organization, a fee. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Oomph. Seeking death. Do they really think this is an amusement park where they can come and go as they please, eh? Suddenly, Lin Yi snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out a tangible cold light. Today, why is it that people keep wanting to rush to him? Could it be that there was some great treasure here? Lin Yi never expected that he had just driven away a dog, and now a swarm of ninjas had arrived. Among these ninjas, besides Hatake Kakashi, there were several other groups. They were spies sent quietly by other villages unnoticed by Mist-Hidden Village. There were also a few Mist-Hidden Village ninjas. By calculation, they could not be considered Mist-Hidden Village ninjas. They were the white Zetsu bodies of Uchiha Itachi. Coincidentally, these several groups all arrived at the place where the loud noise had just occurred. The grove was charred black, still resonating with the crackling sound of thunder. Various factions, upon seeing each other, were initially startled, then each chose a different path. With a swish, their figures flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Yi saw them scattering in different directions, rushing towards him. A cold aura emerged in his gaze. Thunderstrike. Hatake Kakashi was just about to land on a branch. A bolt of lightning shot towards him. Crack. The original tree had turned into a piece of charcoal. Hiss. Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming power of lightning, which did not seem like a ninjutsu. It felt more like a natural lightning. He lifted his gaze towards the thick clouds, rapidly formulating a plan. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. His body trembled. He hurriedly flashed back, fearing that he might be a moment too late. Just as he left the range shrouded by the dark clouds, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area beneath the clouds. At the same time, all the ninjas were pressed by this terrifying aura, almost unable to breathe. They trembled all over. The mist-hidden village ninjas possessed by white zetsu were even worse, directly collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads and rolling. Then they saw individual faces appearing on their bodies. In the end, they all fell off. They never imagined that this terrifying aura would cause their possession to fail. In the next moment, they felt despair. Myriad thunder. A booming voice rang out from above the thunderclouds. Crack, crack. Under the thunderclouds, thousands of lightning bolts flashed and thundered, as if it were the end of the world. Only after a quarter of an hour did the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipate, revealing a pitch-black ground as if it had been scorched by fire multiple times. Not a trace of life was left, only a cloud of dust remained. Standing outside, Hatake Kakashi gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. So terrifying, this was not something a human could achieve, it was a god, the thunder god. Under such a force of nature, ordinary ninjas had basically no chance of escape. Even facing such natural lightning, one would be heavily injured. There was not even time to escape. Sighed. He looked in the direction of Lin Yi's side and turned to leave. He was no longer a match for Uchiha Itachi. To say it out loud without fear of ridicule, having not even seen his face and leaving in defeat, he probably considered himself the first person in history to do so. At this moment, Terumi, Mei, and Chujuru arrived here, witnessing a scorched earth with remnants of crackling lightning. A sudden shock gripped their hearts, fearing that something had happened to their master. Thinking of this, a chill ran down their spines. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A striking figure appeared before them. Aren't you two supposed to be competing with the ninjas from Konohagakure? What are you doing here? Lin Yi asked reproachfully. Had they arrived a moment earlier, they could have been mistakenly harmed by him. It would be utterly embarrassing to say that the master harmed his own students. Whoa! A crying voice sounded in Lin Yi's arms. Looking down, he saw Terumi, Mei weeping with a wronged expression. Did someone bully you? Dare to bully my students? Just wait until I deal with him. Lin Yi comforted them. Master, you must save foam. The two kept explaining the situation, even passionately stating how they hadn't tarnished his reputation. I see. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yi suddenly realized. No wonder you came to me. If Lin Yi had not confronted them earlier, they would never have come to find Lin Yi. After all, the one accompanying Foam was a ninja from his own Kirigakure. They claimed that a demon resided within him, requiring constant supervision from Kirigakure to prevent Kirigakure from repeating past tragedies. Oomph. My students, even if they are demons, cannot act without my consent. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I will not agree. Lin Yi declared with an indomitable aura. Clearly, he was deeply disappointed in his old friend. He himself was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, yet he had to manage others now. What kind of teacher was he if he was just a decoration? Just as he finished speaking, he flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving his words lingering in the air. You two must diligently cultivate from now on. Foam will be entrusted to me, so don't worry. As long as I am here, he won't even think about dying. Additionally, my home will be under your watch. Also, the animals in my house are the souls of elite ninjas. Their bodies have been modified by me, allowing them to practice ninjutsu. The hearts on the ground belong to them. You can use these to control them. Upon hearing the multitude of information left by Lin Yi, they were momentarily at a loss. Staring blankly at the hearts on the ground that were continuously pulsating, they felt somewhat bewildered. Then they looked in the direction Lin Yi had disappeared. Gradually, they began to understand. Their master was prepared to face death without the intention of returning alive. Whoa! Realizing this, Terumi, Mei felt she had caused her master's demise, crying in anguish. Why are you crying? Chujuru looked at her in confusion. Chujuru, we caused the master's death. Whoa. Caused the master's death? Isn't he fine? He was just here a moment ago. He asked, utterly bewildered. How can you be so foolish? He just left his last words for us. Terumi, Mei scolded Chujuru sharply, seeing that he was so slow to understand. Last words? Impossible. Do you not believe in the master? Chujuru firmly believed that their master would return safely, even bringing Foam back. Then explain what the master meant just now. Terumi, Mei shouted angrily. Normally Chujuru would listen to her, but today he seemed like a completely different person. You must believe in the master. Look at this. He patiently began to analyze the traces left behind for Terumi Mei. What's wrong with this? Isn't it just a scorched area? Are you suggesting that this was done by the master? Terumi, Mei said casually, suddenly shocked, as if realizing something, looking at Chujuru in astonishment. Seeing him nod, she continued, look at these hearts on the ground. And the master said we could control those animals in his house. Lin Yi was the one who drove all the foreign ninjas mad. He is the mysterious expert of our Kirigakure. Before Chujuru could continue, Terumi, Mei interjected, then in shock patted her chest, processing this massive amount of information. Did you know this all along? Terumi, Mei glared at him fiercely. This? I figured it out by analyzing things inadvertently. Chujuru said timidly. Let me get up first, can I? He said with a pitiful expression. Well, if you hadn't kept such important information from me, we wouldn't be in this situation. She was still furious. In fact, our teaching assistant is one of them. I discovered he closely resembled a certain missing Iaido ninja during our interactions. Then after one training session, I quietly followed him and found he went to the master's house. Immediately after, I casually asked for guidance and entered to see that only the master was there along with a strange cat on the floor. Chujuru narrated in one breath how he discovered the clues. But that doesn't prove anything. Terumi May scratched her head confused. Sister, when there are doubts, hypotheses arise. If we assume that the cat and the Iaido ninja switch souls, everything makes sense. Chujuru said proudly, clearly very confident in his hypothesis. What nonsense. It's just a hypothesis. Terumi May looked unconvinced. The hearts on the ground can prove whether my hypothesis holds water. Chujuru turned to look at the pulsating hearts on the ground. Let's go then. Saying this, she stood up taking a heart and walking slowly towards Lin Yi's thatched hut with Chujuru. Lin Yi himself was unaware that his secret had been exposed. Meanwhile, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky above Kirigakure. Lin Yi arrived at the office of the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. His cold gaze fixated on the 4th Mizukage Yagura, as if he would not relent until he received an explanation today. The 4th Mizukage Yagura felt somewhat flustered under Lin Yi's icy stare. However, the next moment, he managed to compose himself. We are protecting him. You might not know how many people are currently searching for him, even to harm him, Yagura said earnestly, as if genuinely protecting him. Don't give me that nonsense. I only ask if you're going to release him or not. Lin Yi roared. Brother Lin Yi, do you think I would dare to wait for you here, without any preparation? A trace of darkness and coldness flickered in the depths of the 4th Mizukage's eyes. A terrifying bomb like Lin Yi, although initially engaged in a prior agreement with him, was merely a temporary measure. He even used the nature of a child to divert Lin Yi's attention. All of this was in anticipation of an opportunity. For this chance, he pretended to be mentally exhausted every day just to numb Lin Yi's judgment. This opportunity finally arrived a few days ago. Oh, so you were pretending all along. I can't believe I was deceived by you. Lin Yi heavily slapped his forehead, wearing a look of deep regret. You're still a bit lacking compared to someone like you who has wiped out your own clan. Shikaku arrogantly laughed. Show us your backup. Otherwise, I fear you won't have another chance. Lin Yi disdainfully replied, Old fool. How dare you come to our hidden mist village? Today we shall certainly slay you. With a loud rumble, a barrier centered around the 4th Mizukage's office quietly rose. Clearly, they had been waiting here for quite a while. The purpose was to deal with Lin Yi. The barrier was raised to prevent Lin Yi from escaping. According to their intelligence, Lin Yi possessed spatial ninjutsu similar to time-space ninjutsu. They were still not entirely at ease. 3rd Hokage, come out. When dealing with juniors, a sneak attack would be something that the ninja world would mock us for. The 4th Mizukage called out to the screen behind him. Soon the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, emerged while smoking a large pipe. The 3rd Hokage was the 4th Mizukage's trump card. Days earlier, the 3rd Hokage arrived at Hidden Mist Village ahead of Kakashi Hitaki to discuss forming an alliance with the 4th Mizukage. They subsequently began to secretly discuss how to eliminate the threat posed by Uchiha Itachi. Both felt an immense sense of danger from Lin Yi. Facing danger meant it had to be eradicated in advance. This was a necessary lesson for them as shadows. The reason they could so quickly set aside their prejudices and unite against Lin Yi was this group of mad ninjas. After careful verification, they discovered that the souls of all the ninjas were not present in this body. Only the souls of a cat and a turtle remained within this body. They tried numerous methods, but were unable to retrieve the original souls. Thus both stared at each other in shock, conveying one message: the souls are alive, and they are imprisoned by Lin Yi. The 4th Mizukage trembled all over at that moment. If Lin Yi relied on such abilities, he could instantly control everyone around him, meaning he too would be within the range of that control. Just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. Is the 3rd Hokage your trump card? Lin Yi, seeing the 3rd Hokage's appearance, was somewhat surprised, but still spoke with disdain. Magnet release, sand iron wall. As soon as he finished speaking, an iron cage enveloped Lin Yi. Then he faintly heard, what about me? The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure. The ninjas were utterly shocked. To deal with one ninja, 3 shadow-level ninjas had mobilized, forming an alliance of 3 ninja villages. They could hardly believe they were witnessing such a groundbreaking event in their own hidden mist village. This moment was destined to be recorded in the history of the ninja world. As witnesses to history, they were exceptionally excited to participate. But then their expressions changed drastically, their eyelids twitching. They did not expect that the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release sand iron wall would have no effect on Lin Yi at all. They saw Lin Yi's form slowly appear on the sand iron wall, then materialize in front of everyone as the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of sand. Using the sand transformation, his body became sand. The 3rd Kazekage's magnet release sand iron wall was itself made of sand. Previously, Lin Yi rarely used this ability because it could not transform when in contact with water or blood. Illusion technique, bubble. Illusion technique, Shiranui. Illusion technique, Kage shackle technique. Illusion technique, Tsukuyami. A series of illusion techniques caused everyone present to stand there dazed, as if hypnotized. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's body had fully recovered. Seeing this, Kakashi Hitake proposed to leave early. Thus, Kakashi took Uchiha Sasuke and the others to the door of the 4th Mizukage's office, preparing to take their leave. However, when they reached the door, they were startled by the scene inside, their hearts racing. They saw many ninjas within the room, especially the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Kazekage. What the hell is going on? A huge question arose in their minds. But at that moment, no one could answer their question. Because aside from them, everyone else had fallen into the illusion. Suddenly a scream broke the silence. Next, the 3 shadow-level powerhouses regained consciousness first and began waking up the other ninjas. At this time, they all curiously looked towards the entrance. They saw 4 new figures at the doorway, Kakashi and the others. Among them, one boy stared furiously at the room. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, afraid he might slip away. Uchiha Itachi. The boy gritted his teeth and shouted each syllable. His voice seemed to contain a desire to consume Lin Yi to relieve his hatred. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi slowly turned to look and saw Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickering like a kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. However, what shocked him even more was that only Uchiha Sasuke's soul remained in his body. Where had the real Uchiha Itachi's soul gone? A big question arose in his heart. Uchiha Itachi, I'm coming. Uchiha Sasuke's body slowly became covered with a massive purple armor, glaring at him fiercely. This is truly unexpected. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Raijin form. Thunder of 10,000. Facing such numerous enemies, Lin Yi transformed into the ethereal form of the thunder god, summoning countless thunderbolts. Boom boom. Crack crack. Zzz. As Lin Yi summoned the thunder, the ninjas also moved. Countless ninjutsu flew towards him as if they were trying to turn him into dust. But the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. All ninjutsu passed directly through Lin Yi and crashed into each other. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted. Everyone be careful, his body can phase. The 3rd Hokage shouted loudly. Amaterasu. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye bled, staring intently at him. Black flames slowly burned everything around, including the thunder element. It turned out that Amaterasu was the natural counter to Raikage's ethereal void technique. Lin Yi's expression suddenly brightened with realization. Sasuke, you've grown stronger. As he spoke, a flick of his finger extinguished the black flames that had been roaring around him. Then came the 4th Mizukage's agonized scream. The others whirled around, only to see the very black flames that had engulfed Lin Yi now blazing across the 4th Mizukage's body. He writhed and roared on the ground, desperately trying to smother the infernal fire. His tattered, broken form stripped him of all dignity, yet even so, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him off so easily. A glacial coldness flashed across his eyes. ROM slaughterhouse. A long blade slashed through the air like lightning, leaving everyone stunned and bewildered. What kind of jutsu was this? It seemed utterly devoid of power. Just as they dismissed it as flashy but futile, their eyes widened in horror. The 4th Mizukage's body had been cleaved into 7 or 8 pieces. Especially one fragment, deep within his chest, something terrifying stirred, straining to burst forth. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from that severed piece, its fury sending chills down every spine. Hurry, it's breaking free. Yakushi village shinobi cried out in panic. Seal specialists rushed forward to reinforce the failing binding. But then, they stared in dismay and despair. Even resentment began to simmer in their hearts toward their leader. Why had he provoked such a monstrous being as Lin Yi? Why had he chosen Yakushi village as the battlefield? Why? A cascade of unanswered questions shattered their faith in the 4th Mizukage completely. Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as Sanbai Isabu surged forth from its seals, it was instantly seized by a force it loathed above all others. Roar. Cursed Uchiha again. Sanbai Isabu bellowed in rage. With a thunderous crash, its colossal form reduced the 4th Mizukage's office tower to rubble. Simultaneously, the barrier encircling Lin Yi shattered under overwhelming pressure. 4th Mizukage, before I depart, let me bestow upon you one final gift. Lin Yi gazed upon the 4th Mizukage with a chilling, sardonic smile. Though his body lay in 7 or 8 pieces astonishingly, he remained alive, not a single drop of blood staining the ground. His gaze burned with venomous hatred, as if he would devour Lin Yi whole. 10,000 thunders. No sooner had the words left his lips than torrential lightning split the sky. In an instant, the 4th Mizukage's office vanished beneath a seething sea of lightning. Sanbai Isabu, you are free. As Lin Yi vanished from sight, his voice echoed like thunder. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Itachi, don't think you can escape. By the time Sasuke recovered from Amaterasu's after effects, Lin Yi had already disappeared. Only the lingering echo of his words to Sanbai Isabu remained. Sasuke lunged forward, determined to chase him through the storm. When, thud, a heavy blow sent him collapsing limply onto Kakashi Hitake. Kakashi cradled the unconscious boy and turned to Naruto and the others. We must leave, now. Back to Konoha. They had barely staggered clear of the lightning sea when, boom. Sanbai Isabu slammed headlong into a towering iron wall. Sanbai, today for the sake of peace across the shinobi world you will be captured. The third Kazekage stood resolute, radiating righteous conviction. Shinobi of Yakushi village, Konoha has forged an alliance with you. We offer our aid in resealing the Sanbai. Upon hearing those words, the third Hokage's lips twitched sharply. Then he turned to subtly sway the Yakushi shinobi. Amidst the chaos of battle between shinobi and Sanbai, Lin Yi materialized silently inside the dungeon where foam was imprisoned. His limbs were bound tightly by icy iron chains. Before him stood two shinobi, one elderly, one young. The elder performed a solemn ritual. The youth stood still, eyes half closed, awaiting its completion. They remained utterly unaware of Lin Yi's arrival. Shiki Fujin. A mournful, guttural wail pierced the air, like a soul dragged screaming from the Azura hell itself, raising gooseflesh across every inch of skin. What, in the name of hell, is this? Lin Yi stared stunned at the impossible spectacle unfolding before him. From the elder's back rose a grotesque specter, fangs bared, dagger clenched between its teeth, eyes burning with malevolent fury. Shinigami, I offer my soul in exchange. The elder knelt low, palms pressed to the floor in fervent supplication. Shinigami, does this world still harbor such abominations? Lin Yi listened, inwardly baffled, and silently questioned the elder's words. Heya, speak your terms. The Shinigami's spectral voice rasped, hoarse and hollow. A frigid aura emanated from the specter, so intense that even the ambient chakra froze mid-flow, suspended in absolute stillness. Any who drew near would instantly be flash-frozen into brittle ice statues. Speak your terms. The Shinigami repeated, growing impatient as the elder hesitated. Seal the tailed beast within this youth's body, into my grandson's vessel. He pointed at foam. Oomph. So you're truly vile, even daring to covet the tailed beast sealed within my student. Lin Yi's voice brimmed with fury. Even setting aside the theft of the Biju, the sheer brutality inflicted upon his student alone warranted unforgiving retribution. Who's there? Who are you? How did you enter? There is no entrance here. The elder recoiled in shock, then narrowed his eyes in suspicion. A deep instinctive dread coiled within him. His pupils shrank, his gaze sharpened with wary, profound apprehension. After all, to arrive unseen, undetected, was no feat for any ordinary foe. You've asked several questions. Pray, which shall I answer first? Lin Yi stood calm, unruffled. Yet tell me, what is that thing behind you? Before the elder could reply, Lin Yi turned directly to the Shinigami specter and asked, What thing? Brat, you dare insult the Shinigami? The elder flinched violently at Lin Yi's blasphemy, then trembled uncontrollably, bowing low before the specter, pleading silently that none of this was his doing. The Shinigami specter seemed to grasp Lin Yi's contempt. Its chilling aura thickened, so intensely that even from afar Lin Yi felt a sudden creeping frost along his spine. It cast a single icy glance at the elder. The elder choked out just one syllable, before his soul was violently wrenched from his body and sucked into the specter's maw. Understood. Having accepted payment, I shall not renege. The Shinigami's specter wore a look of grotesque satisfaction, licking its lips, slowly staring fixedly at Lin Yi. Under that unblinking gaze, Lin Yi felt a tremor of unease. A chilling thought struck him. Had the elder really offered his soul as payment? If so, he'd been grievously wronged. He knew full well the elder's plea had never involved him. Sigh. No matter the outcome, he now faced the Shinigami alone, and exhaled deeply, resignedly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi freed foam, cradling him securely in his right arm, his eyes alight with quiet, unwavering curiosity as he studied the Shinigami specter. Where does the death god's phantom come from? Lin Yi wondered to himself. Such an unknown being intrigued him greatly. If he were to sign in within his world, would he receive something special? Hey, you with the knife, can you let me sign in with you? Oh, just a visit. Lin Yi shamelessly asked the death god's phantom. The death god's phantom ignored Lin Yi's words, its cold gaze fixed on him, its hands reaching out toward him. Just in time. Let me experience what special abilities the death god possesses. Lin Yi quickly formed seals with his fingers, a powerful flame aura rapidly coalescing in his mouth. Grand Dragon Fire Technique. A gigantic fire dragon swept by a fierce wind charged towards the death god's phantom. With a loud boom, a violent crashing sound erupted behind the death god's phantom, flames flying everywhere. Yet his hands showed no signs of stopping, slowly reaching out to him. Huh. Lin Yi stared in surprise at the slowly extending hands, having just seen it clearly. The Grand Dragon Fire Technique passed straight through its body. Similar to his own Thunder God's Void, but fundamentally different as it seemed to have no physical form. Teleport. Amaterasu. Teleporting away from those cold hands, Lin Yi's eyes resembled a kaleidoscope. A beam of black flame shot from his right eye. But then Lin Yi was dumbfounded. The black flame passed through him as if he were invisible once again. How strange, why is Amaterasu ineffective as well? Looking at those cold hands reaching out towards him again, Lin Yi wondered. He saw a mocking glimmer in its gaze, as if to say the death god cannot be shaken by a mere ant like you. Before he could think more, those icy hands suddenly accelerated, coming right in front of him. Oh, teleport substitution. Suddenly it felt as if an energy pierced through his brain, stabbing at his soul. The intense pain instantly brought him back to reality. He realized he was on a completely different dimensional level than it, while the other seemed merely a projection. A mere shadow projected from another world into the ninja realm. In that moment of piercing his soul, he felt as if he were frozen in time and space, unable to move a muscle. Fortunately, his fruit ability had not failed. When he came to find the fourth Hokage, he had prepared a shadow clone in advance, just in case. The triggering condition was to substitute with the clone when in danger. Few close call. He found himself on an island outside of the hidden mist village, patting his chest in relief. What he didn't know was that just as he left, his clone turned to nothingness. The death god's phantom sniffed lightly, then took a deep breath. So it turns out you're a traveler, no wonder. But now that I have my eyes on you, how could you possibly escape? The death god's phantom licked its lips, muttering to itself. If Lin Yi were here, he would be greatly shocked. The identity of being a traveler was something he alone knew, a secret he had never shared with anyone. Now it was being revealed by this death god's phantom. Meanwhile, the bubble he was holding also awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing Lin Yi holding him with a face full of relief. His heart was instantly moved to tears, as this was the first time he had ever been protected. A warm smile blossomed on his face. He believed his teacher must have gone through numerous life and death trials to rescue him. After all, the moment he was imprisoned, he understood that he would sleep here forever. To save him meant to be at odds with the entire Hidden Mist Village. Who would oppose the Hidden Mist Village for a useless person like him? It seemed unlikely anyone would. Yet his teacher for his sake had boldly ventured into the dragon's lair and tiger's den. The next moment he cried with a smile, "Teacher, thank you. The Jinchuriki is impressive. The recovery rate doesn't even require me to operate on you." Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He had originally planned to use his fruit ability to heal him once they reached a safe place. He hadn't expected that as soon as they landed here, the bubble would awaken. "Bubble, we need to leave here first. Although we have already left the Hidden Mist Village, it's inevitable they will discover our traces." Lin Yi looked worried about that death god's phantom possibly pursuing them again, wearing an expression eager to flee. Without waiting for the bubble to nod, he first teleported several times, followed by lightning release and sand release, not forgetting to erase their traces. The bubble watched Lin Yi's series of actions, utterly shocked, wondering if his teacher was being overly cautious. He didn't believe that in today's ninja world anyone could find them. Seeing the bubble's puzzled expression, Lin Yi earnestly said, "This world is far more complicated than you imagine." "This world?" The bubble muttered, bewildered. Thinking to himself, "This world belongs to the ninjas, and the pinnacle of ninjas are the big shots from various villages." "Bubble, there's something I need to tell you," Lin Yi suddenly said with a serious expression. Seeing this, the bubble felt that the teacher must have something important to say to him. He sat up straight, ready to listen. Lin Yi, seeing his actions, was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ahem, Bubble. I can safely extract the 6 tails from your body." "What?" The bubble trembled all over, staring at Lin Yi in terror. Thinking to himself, could it be that my teacher is also after the 6 tails in my body? Sensing the bubble's unusual expression, Lin Yi said again, "Bubble, if the 6 tails are not extracted, you will face the danger of death." "Teacher, are you really coming for the 6 tails?" The bubble stepped back a step, eyes moist, a face of disbelief with a painful expression. "Sigh. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "Teacher, I don't care about the 6 tails in your body, you can rest assured." Lin Yi sighed, continuing to walk slowly forward. A day later, Lin Yi and the others had completely left the land of water. They arrived at the land of fire. Just as he was preparing to rise again and leave, a message came from the ring on his finger. He needed to go to the Sound Ninja Village to meet his new partner. Sound Ninja Village. Lin Yi recalled the information about the Sound Ninja Village. Finally, he suddenly slapped his thigh, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Isn't the Sound Ninja Village the one created by Orochimaru, the snake uncle? Then his new partner must be him. When Lin Yi and his companion arrived at the Sound Village, Orochimaru stood waiting for them outside the village gates, a sly smile playing across his face. Upon spotting Lin Yi, he paused. Orochimaru moistened his lips and whispered, softly, almost inaudibly, "Uchiha Itachi, the perfect vessel. You cannot escape me." "Orochimaru, it is indeed you." Lin Yi met his gaze with an expression of quiet certainty, leaving Orochimaru momentarily baffled. A jolt of alarm shot through him. Could he already know I joined Akatsuki solely to seize his body? And yet, we've never met before. Why does he look as though he recognizes me? In an instant his composure returned. He was certain he had never laid eyes on Uchiha Itachi. How could Itachi possibly fathom his innermost thoughts? He was overthinking. "Uchiha Itachi, you slaughtered your own clan, then joined Akatsuki." A wry smile flickered across Orochimaru's lips as he spoke. Then it struck him. He was clearly Uchiha Itachi, and they had never crossed paths before. This had grown intriguing. Lin Yi's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "So, you're my new teammate Orochimaru. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin, a forbidden researcher of immortality, and a traitor to the Hidden Leaf Village." Lin Yi recited the facts with detached precision, like reading from a dossier. "Haha." Orochimaru rasped, a low serpentine chuckle escaping his throat. "I hadn't expected you to know me. Legendary shinobi of Konoha. You 3 even fought the semi-god Hanzo to a standstill during the Third Shinobi World War." Recalling Orochimaru's storied past, Lin Yi continued calmly, "Since we've met, it's time to carry out the leader's assigned mission." Orochimaru, unwilling to linger on idle banter, swiftly changed the subject. "Humph." Lin Yi nodded curtly, then turned and strode directly toward Konoha Village. Watching Lin Yi stride ahead, Orochimaru made no effort to conceal the raw hunger blazing in his eyes, his tongue flicking across his lips like a serpent scenting prey. Meanwhile, Foam had been curious about Akatsuki's true mission, but upon seeing Orochimaru's expression, a predator locking onto its quarry, he realized with chilling clarity that those predatory eyes were fixed unerringly upon his own teacher. Foam rushed forward, intercepting Lin Yi. At that moment, Orochimaru was lost in reverie, imagining the exquisite taste of his prey, when an unknown youth shattered his fantasy. Fury surged within him. He nearly lunged to devour the boy whole, only to freeze mid-motion, struck by a sudden unsettling realization he had overlooked this youth entirely. The boy had been following Lin Yi all along, yet Orochimaru's vision had been so consumed by Uchiha Itachi that he'd rendered the youth invisible. Now scrutinizing him closely, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of cunning amusement. Uchiha Itachi, this boy is no ordinary talent. His emphasis carried unmistakable weight. He had seen through the boy's nature. He was a Jinchuriki, and as an Akatsuki member, Orochimaru's mandate was to capture tailed beasts. Now, indeed a prodigy. By the way, Foam, why have you blocked my path? Lin Yi feigned ignorance, turning coolly to ask the boy his intent. Orochimaru's eyes flared crimson with bloodlust. Shaozenju no Jin. Before Foam could warn Lin Yi to beware of Orochimaru, the latter launched a ferocious assault, targeting Foam himself. As the summoned serpent lunged to strike Lin, he severed it cleanly with a single stroke. Then he fixed Orochimaru with a glacial stare. Silent absolute, strike again, and you will die? Haha. Orochimaru's laugh was icy deliberate, a reminder that Lin Yi should choose wisely. He is my student, you will not harm him. Lin Yi's voice held quiet menace. Do you realize what you risk? Protecting a Jinchuriki is treason against Akatsuki. If the leader learns of this, no corner of the shinobi world will shelter you. Orochimaru countered with veiled threat. Oh, you dare threaten me? Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan blazed into view. Orochimaru's mouth watered. The Sharingan was his obsession, the very reason he defied all taboos to pursue forbidden arts. He lacked a bloodline limit, and the Sharingan was the ultimate prize. And he had succeeded. Through the curse seal technique, he could resurrect himself in a new body, one that bore the coveted bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Orochimaru, so your true target has always been me. Lin Yi's voice dripped with disdain, meeting that ravenous gaze Hedon. Haha. If you become my vessel, I may choose to keep this secret. Orochimaru's whisper was hoarse, venomous, seductive. Sigh, you haven't changed a bit, still coveting others' bodies. Apologies, I don't do that kind of thing. Lin Yi exhaled a dry, dismissive laugh, escaping him. Humph, ungrateful fool. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Have we met before? At those words, Lin Yi swept a hand across his face and revealed a striking, unfamiliar visage. Orochimaru recoiled in shock, then erupted into wild, ecstatic delight. Haha, so you are Uchiha. What cruel fate brings us together again? I've long coveted you. Never imagined you were Uchiha Itachi. You two are one and the same. Orochimaru shed all pretense, his desire laid bare to claim that body utterly and irrevocably. You pervert. Lin Yi's voice was glacial. I told you, I don't do that. Snake bite. Instantly, Orochimaru's neck elongated like a white serpent, coiling toward Lin Yi, not to kill, but to implant the cursed seal. Witnessing that grotesque assault, Lin Yi's eyes blazed with white light. Jinjutsu, Kaimon no Jutsu. Orochimaru froze, rigid, paralyzed, trapped in a world where iron stakes pierced his limbs and torso, pinning him motionless. Around him stretched an endless void of agony and restraint. Then Lin Yi appeared before him, smiling, serene, utterly in control. I've fallen under Jinjutsu. Orochimaru realized dread flooding his veins. Huh, my left hand still moves. Lin Yi's surprise was fleeting. Then he seized his blade. Cut. A single slash severed Orochimaru's arm. Lin Yi raised his blade once more, to erase that vile presence forever. Suddenly his spirit recoiled, overwhelmed by profound unease. From the shadows, two frigid hands crept slowly, inexorably toward him. Damn it. Truly relentless. The words had barely left his lips when Lin Yi whirled, gripping Foam tightly. After Lin Yi left, Orochimaru, drenched, collapsed onto the ground. A sense of having survived a catastrophe made him suddenly realize the preciousness of life. He couldn't help but think that in just a few short years Uchiha, he had grown to a level that filled him with immense dread. It was truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old, with the old perishing on the shores. But then the appearance of a shadow made him instinctively shudder, his heart dropping. The Grim Reaper. Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. His mouth agape, he wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago he was puzzled as to why Lin Yi had suddenly spared him and fled. The truth was the Grim Reaper was hunting him. Everything felt too surreal, too dreamlike. It hurts. He bit his lip, a wave of pain flooding his mind. Everything was real. Having long studied various forbidden techniques, he was acutely aware of the terror of the Grim Reaper. It could be said that no one could escape once they were targeted by the Grim Reaper. At this moment, he felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't successfully taken over a body. Otherwise, he would truly face death, because these Grim Reapers specialized in souls. When a person's soul is extinguished, it is equivalent to their true death. He believed that Lin Yi would definitely not be able to escape. With a hint of dejection in his expression, Orochimaru slowly walked towards the Sound Ninja village. In his heart, he had lost all interest in the Akatsuki organization. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi and Foam arrived at a mountain fortress Mount Giching. Meanwhile, a brown-haired, greeny beauty and her attendant were being madly pursued by a group of ninjas. Quickly, Chase. Don't let her get away. A purple-haired middle-aged man with long eye slits led a group of ninjas in frantic pursuit. The beauty was the leader of the Tsuchigomo clan, the granddaughter of the traveler Hikari. The ones chasing her were the former genius of the Tsuchigomo clan Bai Lang. To obtain the secrets of the Tsuchigomo clan's forbidden techniques, he first killed the father who protected them, then betrayed the clan and seized power. To conquer the entire world, he set his sights on Hikari of the Tsuchigomo clan, because embedded in her back was the clan's ancestral forbidden technique. According to records from his father, this secret technique stored a vast amount of natural chakra capable of destroying an area with a radius of hundreds of kilometers centered around itself. Hikari, you go ahead, I'll hold them off. The one speaking was her attendant Dunbing. At this moment, only this Dunbing remained faithfully by her side. Others either defected to Bai Lang or were killed by him. Dunbing. No. Hikari shed 2 lines of painful tears knowing that Dunbing was sacrificing himself to buy her more time to escape safely. With tears streaming down her face, she prayed, hoping that a deity would come down to save her and her attendant. Originally, Lin Yi had no intention of getting involved in this matter. Suddenly, he sensed a vast and unique chakra energy emanating from the beauty. His figure gradually came to a stop atop the treetops. Upon seeing Lin Yi stop, Foam looked around in confusion, wondering what had caused his teacher to halt after running for nearly a month. He saw a stunning beauty below being crazily pursued by a group of ninjas. Could it be that his teacher had taken a liking to her, causing him to stop? Foam pondered this in his heart. Foam, go save that brown-haired girl. Immediately after, he heard his teacher's command. After hearing Lin Yi's words, he was even more convinced that his teacher must have taken a liking to this beauty. Water release foam technique. He used the straw in his hand to blow out countless bubbles. Bubbles floated behind Hikari, causing her to look at them with curiosity. She even forgot that she was being chased by enemies and fleeing. Huh? Do you think blowing some soap bubbles will help you escape? The next moment, she heard a mocking voice. Bai Lang appeared holding the severely injured Dunbing, accompanied by a group of ninjas right in front of Hikari. Looking at the floating bubbles around her, they teased. Hikari, are you welcoming us? Huh? In the face of absolute strength, Bai Lang reveled in limitless joy. In contrast, Hikari was plunged into endless despair. Explode. The sound of a violent explosion instantly pulled Bai Lang back to reality. All the ninjas were severely injured by the explosion. He glared maliciously at a slowly emerging boy. It's you. The one who blew these bubbles. Foam, holding the bubble-blowing device, slowly approached Hikari. Then he softly asked, are you okay? At that moment, Hikari looked at Foam with admiration. Seeing Hikari staring at him blankly, Foam felt a bit flustered. This was the one his teacher liked. Oh, why did he feel his heart racing? Thinking of this, he quickly searched for his teacher. Lin Yi slowly emerged from behind the trees, first glancing at the fallen Bai Lang and the others. Then he turned to Hikari. He smiled faintly and said, I am quite curious why they are relentlessly pursuing you. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Hikari cautiously stared at him and even took 2 steps back. For such a stranger, if he discovered the secret she bore, he would certainly not let her go. Sensing Hikari's wariness towards him, he simply smiled wryly and turned his gaze to Bai Lang. You are the leader, so why don't you explain? Upon seeing Lin Yi's terrifying gaze, Bai Lang trembled all over. Whoosh. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Hikari felt she might fall into danger again and directly fled. Foam watched this scene utterly bewildered. Could it be that he was wrong and his teacher was only interested in her secret, not in her as a person? Foam, follow her and protect her, Lin Yi commanded directly to Foam. Illusion binding technique. Next, Lin Yi cast an illusion, bringing Bai Lang into a surreal world, interrogating him harshly. What secret does she hold that makes you so obsessed? It is the Sage Chakra of the Tsuchigomo clan. With this power, one can conquer the entire ninja world. Bai Lang, on the brink of death, slowly revealed the secret about Hikari. Sage Chakra, the power of nature. Upon learning about the Sage Chakra, Lin Yi fell into endless contemplation, murmuring to himself, wondering if this natural power could combat that Grim Reaper. Constantly being hunted and unable to deal with him made him extremely irritated. Quick, she's here. Ying had not gone far before another wave of ninjas from the Bai Lang sect spotted her. She changed direction in a panic and darted away. Before long, a ninja seized her. I've got her, one of them cried out excitedly. He did not even notice that he was now alone. The other ninjas had vanished without a trace. This time I will be credited with a great deed. The ninja muttered to himself in excitement. Why hasn't anyone come? He sensed something amiss. He had shouted so loudly, yet no one answered for a long while. Are you waiting for someone? The question reached his ears. First bewilderment, then the hairs on his arms rose. A sharp sense of life and death danger spread through his chest. Following the voice, he saw a youth holding a bubble blower, a thick tail, trailing behind him, grinning cheerfully as he looked at the man. From where he stood, the boy seemed utterly ordinary. Yet that tail behind him emitted a profoundly dangerous aura. Before he could voice his question, the tail flicked gently, and he blacked out. Cradling the unconscious Ing, the youth sat beneath a great tree and waited silently. About 10 minutes later, Ing slowly opened her eyes. Before her sat the quiet youth, blowing soap bubbles at her side. In that instant, it felt to her as if she had never been happier. How she wished this moment could stretch on forever. Yet the arrival of a handsome youth shattered the brief peace. "How are you two?" Lin Yi's lips curved in an amused smile as he regarded them. "Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely sitting beside her guarding her safety. There is nothing more to it," Palma explained anxiously. Fearing Lin Yi might take the wrong meaning, Palma spoke quickly. Ing merely pursed her lips and said, "No need to explain. Actually, I want you to remain here for the time being." Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. But before the student could finish, Lin Yi cut in, "Palma, let me finish. You saw how I was truly pursued by a powerful enemy. With you by my side, a single slip could cost you your life." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Palma's face fell. He felt instantly useless, unable to help his teacher, and instead becoming a burden. After addressing Palma, Lin Yi smiled and looked toward Ing. Caught by Lin Yi's gaze, she instinctively stepped back a few paces and produced a shuriken, as if warning him not to advance another step. Unusually, she did not turn and flee. Clearly, it was thanks to Palma that this member of the Tu Jiju clan had come to like him. "Rest assured, we will not harm you." Lin Yi raised his hands to show he bore no ill intent. "I do not trust you." Ing held the shuriken close as if to speak through it. Lin Yi could only smile wryly and turned to Palma for assistance. "He is my teacher. We truly mean you no harm." Receiving his teacher's imploring look and unsure of its intent, Palma nevertheless stepped forward and told the girl they bore no malice and were not evildoers. After Palma's explanation, her hostility toward Lin Yi visibly diminished. Lin Yi promptly gave Palma a thumbs up in approval. "My name is Lin Yi, he is Palma. May I ask the young lad's name?" Lin Yi stepped forward to introduce himself. Ing softly murmured, "Palma, Palma." Ying's gentle repetition made it clear she had ignored Lin Yi. Well then, Lin Yi thought, women in love truly see only the beloved. Everyone else fades into insignificance. "Palma, the teacher gives you one final task." Seeing this, Lin Yi ruefully addressed his student. "Teacher, please speak," Palma replied. At the mention of a task, Palma's spirits lifted. It concerns the girl opposite. Master hopes to examine the forbidden technique of her family. This is vital. It could determine whether your teacher escapes pursuit. Lin Yi said awkwardly, and before Palma could refuse, he emphasized that this concerned his very life. Faced with the teacher's life at stake, Palma finally mustered his courage. He walked to Ing and asked calmly, "What is your name?" Ing replied without hesitation, "Ing, just call me Xiaoing." Her promptness stung Lin Yi with a pang of jealousy. How unfair, he thought. How can two people be so different? Xiaoing. "I know this is not something I should ask," Palma admitted, "but it concerns life and death, and I must implore your help." Palma's face reddened with awkwardness as he spoke. Ing answered at once without even thinking, "Yes, what do you need me to do?" Lin Yi nearly spat a curse at the sight. The disparity in treatment was too great. Sigh. He sighed, wondering whether all women in love behaved this way. Palma was stunned by Ying's instantaneous agreement. He had expected refusal, or at least that she would wait for him to explain. He had not imagined she would consent without a moment's thought. Such was her trust. "Xiaoing, please wait until I finish explaining before you promise," he urged. Palma pleaded once more with concern. Ing nodded happily. "We wish to examine the inheritance of your Tu Jiju clan." No sooner had Palma spoken than Ying's smile vanished. He hurriedly added, "It is all right if you prefer not to show it." After long thought, Ing walked to the tree and turned her back to Lin Yi and the others. Slowly she removed her garments, revealing her back. An embedded bead glinted there. Fixating on the bead, Lin Yi felt it brimming with tremendous vast energy, unlike chakra. There is even a trace of world force. Suddenly the system in Lin Yi's mind voiced surprise. It was the first time he had heard the system proactively express astonishment. Normally, beyond its cold tone, its sign in the system offered no extra words. The power behind Ing, rare enough to make the system exclaim, was clearly extraordinary. His thoughts immediately wandered toward how he might obtain that power. "Host, I advise abandoning any notion of seizing it," the system's icy voice warned in his mind. "Why?" Lin Yi asked silently. "Firstly, that strand of world force could at best harm that death god. Secondly, to master world force, one must possess a body close to nature. In this world, such arts are called Xianshu, immortal arts." The system spoke again within Lin Yi's thoughts. Xianshu. Lin Yi's mind raced. Was the Xianshu used by the toad immortal of Miamu Mountain the same as this? Fool. How could they possibly be the same? A cold mechanical voice echoed within Lin Yi's mind, as if regarding him with the disdain one reserves for a simpleton. The immortal energy radiating from her contains a trace of earth elemental law. And by contrast, the toad sage of Miabuka Mountain commands a sliver of water elemental law, two fundamentally opposed principles. Then the system elaborated within Lin Yi's consciousness in earth elemental law. So this is why immortal techniques wield such overwhelming power. They embody the primordial laws themselves. No wonder even members of the Otsutsuki clan can be wounded by immortal techniques. Lin Yi murmured to himself. Enough? And having realized he could not control this force, he abandoned it outright. Foam gazed at Lin Yi with bewilderment, uncertain whether his master had discovered a solution, nor whether his master had truly fallen for Ing. A mischievous thought flitted across Foam's mind. And Lin Yi, of course, remained entirely unaware of it. And even if he had known, he would not have cared. Not now. His sole concern was how to acquire the methods of cultivating immortal arts. If only he could obtain them through system sign-ins. Nas this thought arose. Nay suddenly realized, what if he performed reverse summoning, traveling directly to the summoning world? Every obstacle would dissolve. Their sign-in would surely yield something extraordinary, and perhaps even reveal the path to mastering immortal techniques. Even if the system proved unreliable, in that realm was hallowed ground, the birthplace of immortality itself. Acquiring such arts there should pose no great difficulty. And moreover, this very method might allow him to escape his pursuers forever. Within the ninja world, 3 sacred cultivation realms existed in Myaboku Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. In Myaboku Mountain was governed by the Toad Sage, Ryuchi Cave by the White Snake Sage, and Shikatsu Forest by the Slug Sage. These 3 sanctums represented the 3 great powers of the summoning world, with Myaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave locked in perpetual enmity. His own summoned kin, the Crow clan, appeared to owe allegiance to Ryuchi Cave. At this realization, Nei felt an irresistible urge to journey there. Yet one matter still demanded resolution: Foam's safety. In Foam, Lin Yi called softly, then led him aside, and spoke with grave intensity to Foam. You must refrain from ever drawing upon the tailed beast's chakra within you. Otherwise your life will hang by a thread. And above all, cherish your life. Do you understand? And though puzzled by the warning, Foam nodded dutifully. He did not yet grasp its weight. But Lin Yi bore memories of his past life, foreknowledge of fate itself. In that former existence, it was precisely his use of the tailed beast's power that drew the attention of Pain, leader of the Akatsuki. Whether he could avert catastrophe remained uncertain, and so he offered only this gentle caution. And whether Pain would capture Foam in this new timeline remained unknown. After all, his very presence had irrevocably altered destiny. Once he returned, he would ensure Foam's safety, beyond doubt. And with that he vanished, gone in a flicker beyond their sight. The two were left alone to speak quietly of their arrival. Several days later, Lin Yi stood amid a desolate, withered forest. Summoning technique. With bloodstained hands he sealed the sequence. Haisu Yu Shinwei, and summoned a crow. Summoning technique was a form of spatial temporal ninjutsu manifesting in many variants. Lin Yi's belonged to the Blood Oath summoning lineage. Sanzu, perform reverse summoning. He commanded a 3-legged crow. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakable, a divine beast of myth. The Sanzu Jinwu, the 3-legged golden crow. It began inscribing intricate sigils. The next instant, a colossal rune enveloped Lin Yi in Ryuchi Cave. None of the ninja world's 3 supreme cultivation sanctums. Green peaks soared beneath emerald canopies, bamboo groves flourished luxuriantly, the land teemed with spiritual treasures and celestial blessings. From afar, layered mountains pierced mist-shrouded skies, not true paradise for cultivators. No wonder the Crow clan subsisted only as vassals beneath the White Snake Sage. On a nearby peak overlooking Ryuchi Cave, a youth stood poised, robed in black with crimson clouds, ethereal and bearing striking in countenance. Of course, it was Lin Yi, arrived via reverse summoning. Ryuchi Cave truly lives up to its renown as one of the ninja world's 3 sacred cultivation realms. Name used, sweeping his gaze across its hundreds of mist-wrapped peaks. In his past life, he had only ever seen ninja enter Ryuchi Cave's inner caverns, pitch black, suffocating, and narrow. And that, he now realized, was but the tip of the iceberg, the mere dwelling of the White Snake Sage herself. In a flash, Lin Yi blurred, reappearing instantly before Ryuchi Cave's entrance and guarded by 2 slender white serpents. Ordinary clans were permitted only the outer periphery. System, sign in at Ryuchi Cave. Nei intoned silently, heart thrumming with anticipation for an immortal technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Reward 1 Sanzu Jinwu, immortal art fruit. The system's frigid voice resonated within his mind. Sanzu Jinwu, immortal art fruit. Lin Yi's initial elation gave way to utter bewilderment as he stared at the bizarre fruit in his palm. Less a fruit, more a miniature Sanzu Jinwu, coiled and radiant. He could not bring himself to consume it, nor had he ever heard of any Sanzu Jinwu immortal art. For a moment suspicion flickered. Had the system deceived him? After a brief hesitation, Nei closed his eyes and swallowed it whole. A searing torrent of energy erupted from his chest. Overwhelmed by scorching heat, he darted across the landscape, arriving in moments at a crystal-clear pond. Without pause, he leapt headlong into its waters. Boom! Cascading ripples shattered the pond's still surface. Birds nesting along the shore scattered in panic, wings beating frantic retreat. Meanwhile, a graceful white serpent resting by the water's edge opened her eyes. This was her private domain. Something powerful, foreign, had just breached her sanctuary. She was, after all, the granddaughter of the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. Even her own kin dared not tread here without permission. Today, an intruder had violated her sacred ground, a transgression demanding immediate execution. Yet once submerged, the sun-like inferno did not subside. Knit intensified, consuming his robes until nothing remained. His heart threatened to char under the unbearable blaze, and so he severed it himself, excising agony at its source. And still he had underestimated the energy's ferocity. Knit burst forth through his skin, and before long the entire pond, spanning the size of a football field, began evaporating. Simultaneously the white serpent, moments ago enraged, ready to rend him limb from limb, now trembled violently, paralyzed by terror. She dared not stir, fearing even the whisper of movement might draw his notice. A deafening roar echoed, awakening all beings within the dragon's lair. Immediately after, a sea of blazing flames erupted from the residence of the white serpent immortal's granddaughter. The flames seemed as if they would consume the very fabric of space. In the next moment, a small white serpent, gasping for breath, dashed out from the edge of the fiery inferno. Upon seeing that it was the granddaughter of the white serpent immortal, everyone trembled. In their hearts they thought, it's over. This feeble little white serpent was the most beloved granddaughter of the white serpent immortal, and now she was in such a state. He is bound to arrive soon, and undoubtedly he will go berserk. Anyone nearby will suffer, not to mention the culprit who started the fire. Who is it? The immense roar nearly shook everyone into a stupor, demonstrating just how furious the individual was. Then a colossal white phosphorus serpent, at least 1,000 years old, slowly emerged. With orange hair and yellow eyes, it wore a green cat's eye stone on its chest, adorned with a purple silk band as a headpiece featuring military green horn-like ornaments at the front. On its head sat a red luminous pearl, and it held a pipe in its mouth with an elongated body and 2 golden rings on its tail. It glared at the massive flames in the distance. Water escape. It opened its mouth, unleashing a gigantic jet of water towards the flames. Boom. After a tremendous explosion, the water column disappeared. However, the flames only weakened slightly. Meanwhile, a tremendous force of nature surged within Lin Yi's body, imbued with fire attributes. Immortal mode. Instantly the runes on Lin Yi's face shifted and wings sprouted from his back. He flew directly into the clouds. Below, the white serpent immortal opened his mouth, wanting to say, come down quickly. It was uncomfortable to look up at someone like that. How truly insignificant. In the boundless sky, Lin Yi's pupils spun, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The gaze cast down was overwhelming for the beings below. Standing at the edge of the sky and looking down, the enormous white serpent immortal appeared minuscule, like a speck of sand, seemingly weaker than even an ant. He felt he could squash them all with a mere pinch. Even the air he breathed felt extraordinarily comfortable. Logically, the higher one flew, the more oxygen-deprived one should feel. Yet Lin Yi felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he felt an unprecedented joy. There wasn't even a hint of fatigue. Alone, he gazed down upon all of creation, experiencing an indescribable sense of emotion. It was as if he had transcended, looking down upon all mountains and perceiving all things as mere ants controlling the cycle of life and death. This feeling, never before experienced, brought Lin Yi immense pleasure. It was precisely the life he had always pursued. Who brought this human here? Unable to address the distant Lin Yi, he roared at all the beings around him. Filled with endless arrogance, it was evident that some being had used reverse spirit communication to summon him. The beings below exchanged glances. Suddenly one being stepped forward. Look at the wings on his back. They resemble those of the Crow clan. He had enmity with the Crow clan and was quite familiar with them. It seems the Crow clan has no need for the village and the spirit realm, the white serpent immortal said haughtily, just as he was about to punish the Crow clan. Lin Yi slowly descended. He had already seen everything happening below. After all, flying high allowed one to see far. What a pity. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced at the white serpent immortal. Shaking his head slightly, he wondered if this fellow, also called an immortal, could withstand his new ninjutsu. Now the white serpent immortal, facing an enemy, was even causing internal strife. How foolish. Immortal technique. I wonder if you can withstand my immortal technique, Susanoo. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, a gigantic crimson giant appeared, wielding a 10-fist sword in one hand and an 8-mirror in the other, with a pair of fiery red wings sprouting from its back. Seeing Lin Yi descend, the white serpent immortal split into countless large serpents that lunged at Lin Yi. Bang! The intense collision prevented the serpents from advancing even an inch, held back firmly by the 8-mirror. Immediately, a gigantic sword sliced through numerous heads. Damn it, what is this annoying feeling? A hint of danger rose within the white serpent immortal's heart. Immortal technique Amaterasu. A beam of infrared black flames shot towards the white serpent immortal. A surge of intense pain forced him to use an immortal technique to shed his skin, escaping the burning of the flames. Yet fear crept into his heart. A shadow of death loomed over him. That sudden strange sensation that had spread throughout his body warned him not to relax in the slightest. A mysterious voice deep within his soul told him that neglecting this would lead to death. He even shifted his body slightly backward. White serpent immortal, what do you think of my new technique? Lin Yi mocked. Weak human, is that your strongest ninjutsu? It merely caused your grandfather to shed a layer of skin. The white serpent immortal maintained an arrogant demeanor, as if he had triumphed, showing disdain. He had seemingly forgotten the pain of shedding skin and that hint of danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This white serpent immortal was so vain. Immortal technique, Thunder God Thunderstorm. Since the White Serpent Immortal was unafraid, Lin Yi decided to use him as a test subject for his new technique. Suddenly the sky opened up, pouring down torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. The White Serpent Immortal's massive body shielded everyone, enduring all the lightning strikes. Boom. In the next moment, his gigantic form slowly collapsed, dissipating like smoke. Clearly, he had once again escaped using immortal technique. However, he had only shed a tenth of his skin. Yet Lin Yi could distinctly sense that his aura had weakened significantly. The lightning technique as a powerful area attack satisfied Lin Yi greatly, as it was several times more powerful than before. Immortal technique, Sandification Sandstorm. Centered around Lin Yi, a tornado of sand began to swirl towards the White Serpent Immortal. Seeing yet another large-scale lethal move, the White Serpent Immortal's anger flared. This human was too cunning. Immortal technique, Transformation. Suddenly, a large mountain materialized in the open space between the White Serpent Immortal and Lin Yi, blocking the attack of the sandstorm. Immortal technique, Death Scalpel. A gigantic white blade of light slashed towards the mountain. Crack. The massive mountain, along with the White Serpent Immortal, was cleaved into two. Oh! Lin Yi was astonished to discover that his surgical fruit had actually injured him. Originally, he thought the White Serpent Immortal would simply shed his skin to escape. At this moment, all living beings around the Dragon Cave felt the chill and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, with some weaker ones turning into statues frozen in ice. However, to the astonishment of the Death God Shadow, just as his hands were about to touch him, they were gently pushed away. It was as if someone had shoved him aside. As a shadow, there were few beings in this world capable of touching him, let alone pushing him away. His eyes twitched slightly, and he began to reevaluate Lin Yi. On the surface, he appeared unchanged except for the addition of a pair of wings. Wings. So that's it, he realized suddenly. In that instant, the Death God Shadow began to truly take notice of this human before him. Who are you? This is the sacred place of the Dragon Cave. How dare you intrude? The White Snake Immortal shouted angrily. He could clearly sense the terror of the shadow, but as the master of the Dragon Cave, he would not allow such a being to bully his subordinates. Boom. The White Snake Immortal's eyes flashed, and a special energy enveloped the beings in this place. It seemed as if a protective energy that could resist the cold aura emerged around all the living beings. Seeing the White Snake Immortal's series of actions, the Death God's Shadow glanced at him with slight surprise. Boom. In an instant, a beam of cold, icy light shot towards the White Snake Immortal, knocking him away. The terrifying aura once again caused all beings below to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. All the creatures in the Dragon Cave fixed their eyes on this shadow. They could hardly believe that such a terrifying being existed in this world. With just a glance, he had repelled their god, the White Snake Immortal. All the living beings revealed looks of despair. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly rose into the sky. His every movement attracted the attention of the entire Dragon Cave. Haha, I thought I could easily deal with you this time, but it seems you've grown stronger too. Lin Yi said, hands behind his back, a carefree smile on his face floating in the air above the Dragon Cave along with his Susanoo. He faced off against a Death God Shadow that had a fierce appearance, biting a dagger and emanating a terrifying cold aura. Lin Yi floated in midair like a celestial being descending, exuding an overwhelming presence. He exuded a confidence as if victory was in his grasp. You've chased me for so long, I'll let you strike first. If you keep biting that dagger thinking you can defeat me with your hands, you're bound to fall flat on your face. Lin Yi said dismissively. Kikek. A derisive hoarse voice responded to Lin Yi. Oh, so the Death God can talk. I never thought you could speak. Lin Yi said, his expression one of disbelief upon hearing the Death God's voice. He spoke slowly. After hearing this, the Death God Shadow, also floating opposite Lin Yi, flashed its eyes, and an invisible beam of cold light shot towards Lin Yi. It was surprisingly thicker than the beam directed at the White Snake Immortal earlier. Celestial technique, Amaterasu. A similarly dark red fire shadow shot towards the shadow. Boom. Cold versus blazing heat. The clash of two opposite powers created a violent collision, culminating in an exceptionally loud explosion. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The beings nearby the Dragon Cave were swept into the cave by the sweeping tail of the White Snake Immortal. Clearly his cave possessed special restrictions. Faced with such a violent explosion, there was not a hint of collapse. Lin Yi naturally noticed the anomaly of this cave. In such an important place, signing in for myself would surely be a huge gain, Lin Yi imagined in his heart. Shortly after, the massive head of the White Snake Immortal emerged. Kid, stay away from here. Otherwise, I'll use that group of crows as collateral, the White Snake Immortal threatened. You're threatening me. Hearing that he would use the Crow clan as a scapegoat, Lin Yi frowned. It seems I should keep my distance. Lin Yi said helplessly. After talking for so long, he truly did not wish to implicate the Crow clan. However, he could understand. After all, who would believe that he, a dignified figure from the three great sacred places of the ninja world, would bow down to a mere boy? Teleport. A glint flashed in his eyes as Lin Yi teleported away from the Dragon Cave. In a desolate desert, Lin Yi's figure appeared in the sky. At this moment, he raised both hands and quickly formed seals. Two identical clones of Lin Yi appeared to his left and right. Immediately afterward, one clone unleashed endless lightning, while the other released dense sands. The main body condensed chakra, utilizing the spatial characteristics of the surgical fruit to merge them together. I wonder how effective it would be to condense a supersized spiral sphere using the method borrowed from others to form the Rasengan. Lin Yi muttered to himself. Indeed, this was his adaptation of Naruto's method of forming the Rasengan, combining lightning sand chakra and celestial techniques. Whoosh! The Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand slowly rotated, shimmering as if it were shaking the very fabric of the world around him. The chakra within a 10-mile radius seemed to be converging towards his hand. Countless sandstorms rose in the desert, all heading towards Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi even felt that he was about to lose control as a vortex of superpower the size of a soccer field had formed in his hand. It seemed capable of devouring everything. The surrounding energy was being absorbed within. Along with its continuous formation, an extraordinarily powerful aura was brewing. Celestial technique, Thunder Sand Spiral Sphere. Lin Yi shouted, giving his ninjutsu a new name. Before him, a massive spiral sphere emanating the might of thunder and sandstorm appeared in his hand. At that moment, anyone who could see it would surely be struck with fear. The power in his hand was such that even those possessing space-time ninjutsu might not be able to escape. 10 minutes later, a cold aura gradually descended upon this place. This energy was not unfamiliar to Lin Yi. In fact, he was quite familiar with it, having been dealing with it lately. The next moment, when the slowly descending death god shadow saw the Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand, he fell into a daze, standing frozen in place. What kind of divine technique is this? It actually makes him feel a sense of dread, the death god shadow thought, completely stunned by the Rasengan in Lin Yi's hand. One must understand that in this world very few things could threaten them, the death gods. Yet now he felt a tinge of danger. Such a massive amount of energy, he probably can't control it at all. Besides, I'm merely a shadow, and he won't escape either. Although the destruction of the shadow won't affect the main body, if I want to return to the ninja world, someone must use the forbidden technique, the corpse demon seal again. Suddenly the death god analyzed slowly in his heart. However, what followed felt like a slap to his face. Boom! Lin Yi charged at him, wielding the massive Rasengan, followed by a tremendous explosion. A violent wave of energy erupted, instantly crushing the surrounding sand and soil into nothingness. The Grim Reaper's phantom glared at him with eyes filled with resentment before gradually fading away. At the moment of the explosion, Lin Yi unleashed his ultimate trump card. Immortal technique Izanagi. He transformed all the damage he received into an illusion. The corresponding price was the blindness of his right eye. A few minutes later, a gigantic white snake slowly swam over. He saw that the desert had been shaved down to a thick layer. He stood there utterly bewildered. The intensity of the battle sent shivers down his spine. Then he saw Lin Yi's eyes slightly closed, lying on the sandy ground. A ripple stirred in his gaze. It should be noted that in the spirit realm, besides him being an immortal, there were two others as well. Moreover, there was also a nemesis, the Toad Sage. If he could acquire some of this boy's abilities, perhaps he could fully dominate the spirit realm, which was not out of reach. Indeed, there was even a possibility of ruling the entire ninja world. Hiss! Who is this kid anyway? With such a powerful explosion, how is he still alive? The White Snake Sage gasped in shock. It was unfathomable that anyone could survive such a fierce energy. However, just as he prepared to seize Lin Yi, boom! A blast struck the White Snake Sage. It turned out to be a clone that detonated the moment he drew near, leaving him in a state of disarray. How could the esteemed White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave be so toyed with? Such petty tricks, their power is so weak that they merely tickle me. The White Snake Sage could not believe that Lin Yi still retained his original strength. Moreover, judging from the recent explosion of the clone Lin, he should have been gravely injured. With just a pinky he could crush him. Yet, the next scene left him completely dumbfounded. Lin Yi's eyes were slightly closed, slowly rising into the air. A violent surge of chakra erupted instantly, sending the surrounding sand and soil flying. The pair of red wings behind him radiated circles of red light, spreading outwards. What the hell? How can someone who is gravely injured be so formidable? The White Snake Sage was astounded. Just moments ago he had claimed that Lin Yi was finished, yet he now erupted with terrifying energy. This was a stark slap in the face. This meant that it would be quite challenging to defeat the other party now. If he were to lose, that would be truly absurd. He looked at Lin Yi, his expression shifting constantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth in anguish and made a decision. All right. I concede. After all, I have a whole bunch of descendants behind me. I can't compare to someone who is barefoot. The White Snake Sage spoke with a downcast expression. Even if he ultimately won, he couldn't guarantee that others from the sacred grounds wouldn't see it. He feared that his dragon cave would be expelled from the spirit realm. Now, having lost to a youth, although he felt unwilling in his heart, it did not affect his dragon cave in the slightest. His gaze shifted to Lin Yi. He saw Lin Yi with his eyes slightly closed, floating gently in the air. It seems we have been somewhat narrow-minded, and our understanding is too shallow. We must venture out more and form contracts with powerful ninjas, the White Snake Sage murmured softly. He secretly resolved to allow more humans to enter. Coexisting peacefully with them was truly frightening for humans. If such a youth was so formidable, how powerful must those oldtimers be? After a few minutes, he actively invited Lin Yi, saying, "Young man, would you be interested in touring my cave?" Touring the cave, eh? Lin Yi's heart surged with joy, yet he replied coldly on the surface. Indeed, my cave is the core of the entire dragon cave, gathering the pure natural forces of heaven and earth. The White Snake Sage spoke with immense pride. I came to the spirit realm to sign in and gain natural powers, didn't I? As for the Grim Reaper's phantom, that was entirely incidental. If it is convenient for the sage, then I shall respectfully comply, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Inside the dragon cave, in a dimly lit cavern, hundreds of white snakes looked at Lin Yi with anxious expressions. Ancestor, why have you brought a human here? A one-eyed red snake asked worriedly. He was a subordinate of the White Snake Sage and one of the high-ranking members of the dragon cave, possessing the ability to petrify. Hee, what are you afraid of, Shinya? Moreover, my plan is to completely open the entrance for humans in the future, the White Snake Sage declared loudly. What? Roar. Hiss. Faced with the White Snake Sage's decision, some were extremely worried about humans, while others were expressions of fervor and madness. As if they had been waiting for this day for a long time. Some even wore expressions of enjoyment, as though they were anticipating some delicious food they could freely devour. If their intentions were known to the White Snake Sage, he would surely feel embarrassed. After all, his goal was to befriend humans, not to lure them here and devour them as food. The murderous intent that was barely concealed in their eyes was unmistakable. Lin Yi, with his eyes slightly closed, sensed the faint killing intent and frowned. He slowly opened one eye, revealing a kaleidoscopic pattern. The onlookers involuntarily took a half step back. They trembled as they gazed at Lin Yi. The terrifying and chilling aura from that one eye filled them with dread. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived deep within the dragon cave. The White Snake Sage sat directly on his throne. Above his throne was a dragon head adorned with a scroll. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the dragon head, his expression one of horror. He never expected that the dragon cave once had a dragon. With this thought, Lin Yi's resolve deepened. Signing in here would surely yield good rewards. System sign in at the core of the dragon cave. Lin Yi silently thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the core of the dragon cave and obtaining swordsmanship dimensional slash. The system's cold voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Dimensional slash. Just the name alone felt incredibly domineering, filling his heart with joy. System, how powerful is the dimensional slash? Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement and asked in his heart. It can cut through space. The system coldly replied once again in Lin Yi's mind. Huh. Upon hearing that the dimensional slash could cut through space, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Due to the dimensional slash. Thereafter, Lin Yi received by Shi Xian Ren's hospitality with absent-minded detachment. Even the famed Dragon Earth Cavern struck him as utterly trivial. Nothing warranted his attention. Bai Shi Xian Ren had originally intended to cultivate goodwill with Lin Yi. Yet upon observing his vacant, lifeless expression, he faltered. He abandoned the effort instantly, likely attributing Lin Yi's indifference to their prior estrangement. During this exchange, he even summoned his most beloved granddaughter. She transformed into a breathtakingly exquisite young woman who appeared before Lin Yi's gaze. Her figure statuesque, her legs long and perfectly straight. Her appearance was meticulously crafted in accordance with human aesthetic ideals. Yet Lin Yi remained utterly unmoved, as though she were invisible. Had Lin Yi known of Bai Shi Xian Ren's intent, he would surely have regarded it with profound disdain. After all, deploying one's cherished granddaughter as bait transcended even human moral boundaries. In the end, Lin Yi departed the Dragon Earth Cavern amid Bai Shi Xian Ren's weary sighs. Lin Yi had originally resolved that having journeyed so far into the Spirit Communion realm, he ought at least to visit Myaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, to truly honor the significance of his pilgrimage. Yet when he arrived at a desolate, uninhabited expanse and unsheathed his blade to test the dimensional slash, the heavens themselves split open beneath his strike. Through the fissure, dense, swirling mist shimmered faintly on the other side, and like iron drawn to a magnet, Lin Yi unawares was pulled violently inward. At the site where Lin Yi vanished, the rift slowly sealed itself. After roughly 10 minutes, the sky healed completely, leaving no trace behind save for Lin Yi's absence. Meanwhile, within the rift's liminal void, Lin Yi felt as though he had traversed eons. Thud. A sharp impact echoed. Grandfather, someone's over there. Just before losing consciousness, Lin Yi faintly heard a child's voice echoing in his ears. Kiri no Sato, the Mizukage's office. A woman with striking russet-brown hair, cascading in elegant interwoven curls, sat poised before an assembly of shinobi. Her figure was magnificent, her legs long and gracefully sculpted. Her aura noble and ethereal, like a celestial being stepped from an ancient scroll. Her face, form, and bearing alike embodied peerless beauty. Her luminous eyes swept across the assembled shinobi, lingering with quiet dissatisfaction. Had Lin Yi stood among them, he would have been left utterly speechless. For this mature yet radiant woman was none other than his former student Terumi Mei, now the 5th Mizukage of Kiri no Sato. This turn of fate traced back to Lin Yi's legendary battle against the 3 Kage. After Lin Yi had slain the 4th Mizukage and released the 3 Tails Isebu, the 3rd Hokage, 3rd Kazekage, and Isebu clashed in cataclysmic fury, reducing nearly every structure in Kiri no Sato to rubble. and claiming half the village's lives. In the end, both Kage and the tailed beast emerged grievously wounded. Had they joined forces against Iaido, victory would have been swift and absolute. Yet mutual suspicion and hidden agendas allowed Iaido to seize the opening, inflicting devastating injuries upon them both. Even so, Iaido's extraordinary defenses withstood their combined assault, though not without severe cost. What none of them anticipated was that Kiri no Sato, long presumed relegated to irrelevance in the shinobi world, would suddenly unveil two divine shinobi legions. One legion comprised warrior cats, the other battle-hardened turtles. Over 100 elite jonin uniform in power, leaving even seasoned veterans stunned into silence. Their shock bordered on terror. The scale of this hidden war machine had eluded every intelligence network. Kiri no Sato had deceived them all. With such overwhelming strength, Kiri no Sato now stood unchallenged atop the shinobi world, its combat prowess rivaling even Iwagakure, the most militarily formidable of all villages. Sensing imminent catastrophe, the third Hokage and third Kazekage fled immediately, unwilling to risk confrontation even at full strength, let alone while gravely injured. Terumi Mei's emergence kindled hope in the hearts of Kiri no Sato's despairing people, who welcomed her with fervent, unwavering devotion. All except two figures in the crowd, the elite Jonin Ao and Kisame Hoshigaki. In their eyes, leadership belonged not to a mere girl, but to elders such as themselves. Soon thereafter, another coup reshaped Kiri no Sato's destiny, propelling Terumi Mei to the position of fifth Mizukage. Yo, one of the coup's chief architects, swore fealty to Terumi Mei. Kisame Hoshigaki, however, chose exile, joining the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki. Upon assuming office, Terumi Mei launched sweeping reforms, replacing the third Mizukage's pacifist development policies with bold visionary governance. Years of diligent progress restored Kiri no Sato's vitality and prestige. Today, Terumi Mei convened the Shinobi Assembly. Because intelligence had reached her, two Akatsuki members were preparing to infiltrate Kiri no Sato and seize the Three Tails Iaido. Poor Iaido, though he had been the first to flee the battlefield, he found himself relentlessly pursued. Terumi Mei paid no heed to the other two Kage, instead leading her forces directly after Iaido. After a battle that shook heaven and earth, the tailed beast was subdued and sealed by collective effort. Initially, Terumi Mei contemplated sealing Iaido within an infant, creating a new Jinchuriki for Kiri no Sato, but recalling the tragic fate of Foam, she abandoned the idea, choosing instead to keep Iaido imprisoned, beyond reach of rival villages. While Terumi Mei deliberated strategy against the impending Akatsuki threat, Lin Yi stirred, slowly opening one eye. His other eye, shattered during the previous battle by forbidden techniques, remained permanently blind. I'm lying in bed. Where's this place? Lin Yi murmured softly upon regaining consciousness. You're awake. You slept like the dead, through an entire day. A child's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yi stared at him bewildered. The boy was unremarkable, round-faced and sturdy. Was it you who saved me? Lin Yi asked gratefully, though he recalled hearing the boy's voice just before blacking out. Still, confirmation seemed prudent. Big brother, Grandpa and I rescued you, the boy beamed, as Lin Yi prepared to ask about his grandfather. A clamor erupted outside. Old man, hand over the money if you value your life. Otherwise our boss Black Cat won't be pleased, and none of you will survive in Kiri no Sato. A scarred middle-aged man flanked by several hulking thugs stood menacingly before the boy's humble home. Through his spatial perception, Lin Yi saw them with perfect clarity, etched sharply into his vision. At the name Kiri no Sato, Lin Yi's heart leapt. He had returned into a place he knew well. Yet who was this boss Black Cat? Cough, cough, spurt. After a fit of coughing in response to the scar-faced man's threat, the elderly man suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Hearing the commotion from inside the house, the child rushed out, only to witness his grandfather spitting blood. He burst into tears, clutching his grandfather tightly, while glaring at the scar-faced men with seething resentment. It was these very men who just days earlier had beaten his grandfather mercilessly, leaving wounds that still had not healed. His grandfather was even forced to venture out daily to scavenge food for them. This relentless strain had worsened his injuries. Compounded by his pre-existing ailments, the sudden intimidation left him physically and spiritually shattered. His emotions surged violently, disrupting his vital energy flow, and triggered a violent cough that expelled blood. Noticing the child's venomous gaze, the scar-faced man frowned deeply. He gestured for his men to advance and discipline the boy. Lin Yi watched this unfold, his brows knotted in grim disapproval. He could scarcely believe such bullies existed in Wuyin village. Even an ordinary person would likely intervene in such cruelty, let alone someone who owed his life to this very grandfather and grandson. Just as the scar-faced man's fist began its descent toward the child, a bolt of lightning split the heavens. Crack! A deafening thunderclap echoed, and there he lay, charred black and utterly stunned. His eyes bulged wide in disbelief as he collapsed. The grandfather and grandson stood frozen mouths agape, speechless, breathless, unable to close their jaws. The remaining thugs stared blankly at one another, dumbfounded. Inwardly they muttered, "Has our boss done so many evil deeds that even heaven itself has grown weary and struck him down with lightning. They exchanged silent, questioning glances. Then one declared firmly, "We continue collecting protection fees." "Have you forgotten? Our boss answers to none other than Black Cat Boss himself. He is a true high-rank ninja." One thug stepped forward, and as he uttered the name, Black Cat Boss, his body shuddered involuntarily, chilled to the bone. Clearly the mere mention of Black Cat Boss instilled profound dread. Cautiously the group advanced, each step hesitant, as if fearing another lightning strike might strike them down. They moved with painstaking slowness. Lin Yi watched, scoffing openly. He never imagined such absurdly inept brutes could exist, even within the ninja world. "Where is your Black Cat Boss? Take me to him, now." Suddenly Lin Yi's voice rang out from within the house, directed squarely at the men outside. Startled by the voice from within, the thugs leapt back in alarm. All turned sharply toward the doorway, astonishment flashing across their faces in unison. There, standing casually beside the threshold, stood a strikingly handsome youth, his expression laced with disdainful mockery. His sudden appearance sent their hearts hammering wildly. But the next moment, when they noticed Lin Yi gazing at them with only one eye open, their shock dissolved into derisive laughter. "Ha ha! A blind man trying to play the hero." One thug sauntered up to Lin Yi, circling him slowly, scrutinizing every inch of his frame with meticulous condescending appraisal. Then, nodding in apparent approval, he announced, "Though blind in one eye, your physique is sound. You'll make fine labor fodder. Are you certain you wish to seize me?" Lin Yi pointed casually at his own nose. "What nonsense. Why shouldn't we take you? We serve Black Cat Boss himself. You know who Black Cat Boss is, don't you?" The thug sneered contemptuously. "No." Lin Yi shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with this so-called Black Cat Boss. Were he ever to learn the truth, he'd ensure Black Cat became Dead Cat without delay. He held deep-seated loathing for those who preyed upon the elderly and children. "I knew it. You had no idea? Listen well then. Our Black Cat Boss is a high-rank ninja." He spoke with unmistakable pride. "A high-rank ninja?" Lin Yi murmured softly, pondering whether this high-rank designation meant shadow level or even ultra shadow tier, unable to gauge precisely where their boast fell on the true hierarchy of shinobi mastery. Seeing Lin Yi's quiet muttering, the thug assumed fear had taken hold, and smirked triumphantly. "So now you're frightened, are you? But alas, you've already missed your chance." His laughter swelled, mocking Lin Yi's supposed ignorance. Yet in the next breath his arrogant grin stiffened, froze, then cracked under rising terror. Finally his knees buckled, he collapsed face down, trembling uncontrollably. Crack, crack, crack. Bolt after bolt tore through the sky, each strike reducing his comrades to smoldering blackened husks upon the ground. Even as they fell, one choked out, "So, you are a ninja." Regret flooded their minds, bitter, agonizing regret, for having returned after witnessing their leader struck by lightning instead of fleeing while they still could. For returning to flaunt themselves before a true shinobi. Such arrogance had sealed their doom. Thud. "Wake up." Lin Yi kicked the sole remaining thug, the one untouched by lightning, and commanded sharply. Immediately under the grandfather and grandson's stupefied gaze, the man scrambled forward, prostrating himself at Lin Yi's feet. Gently, almost reverently, he wiped Lin Yi's shoes clean, murmuring as if excusing himself, "I accidentally dirtied your footwear when you kicked me." This act astonished them far more than discovering Lin Yi was a ninja. Learning Lin Yi was a shinobi had startled them, but only briefly. After all, his arrival had been thunderous, a heavy, deliberate impact that left a human-shaped crater in the earth, proof enough he was no ordinary man. Yet what truly left them speechless, and utterly forgot to utter even a word of thanks, was the sheer surreal absurdity of this thug groveling, polishing shoes like a devoted servant. Lin Yi regarded him with a faint, bemused frown. "Relax. Just take me to your Black Cat Boss. That's all I ask." Lin Yi said calmly. "You won't strike me with lightning after I lead you to him, will you?" He stammered, quaking uncontrollably. "Wait for me ahead." Lin Yi gave him a cool, measured glance, then turned to face the grandfather and grandson. "Grandfather, our savior, your kindness saved our lives." The elder bowed deeply with his grandson. "No, no, it is you who saved me. I owe you my deepest gratitude. Elder sir, allow me to help you indoors. I shall heal your wounds and ailments." Lin Yi spoke warmly, gently guiding the old man into the house. Before the grandson's awestruck eyes, Lin Yi not only mended fresh injuries, but also eradicated long-standing chronic afflictions. After all, with the power of the surgery fruit, such healing was effortless, mere child's play. To the boy, however, Lin Yi appeared nothing short of divine. Under the boy's rapt, worshipful gaze, Lin Yi departed, accompanied by the cowed thug. Before leaving, he assured them, "I shall return shortly." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Wuyin village, a small town welcomed two extraordinary travelers, cloaked in black robes adorned with crimson clouds. One bore the kanji for north engraved upon the ring of his left middle finger, the other the numeral 3 on his left index finger. "Senior Kakuzu, aren't you afraid the leader will find out you're taking freelance contracts here?" Haiden couldn't fathom why Kakuzu hunted targets for profit. "Speak of it, and I'll kill you. Even if I can't truly kill you, I'll try." Kakuzu's voice dripped with lethal intent. Indeed, Haiden was perhaps the only suitable partner Kakuzu had ever found. His previous partners had all met their ends at Kakuzu's own hands. but this one worshipped the Jashin faith and possessed true immortality. Together they formed the immortal duo, a fearsome pair rivaling even Kisame Hoshigaki, the new recruit dispatched by the organization. Senior, I surrender. Senior, who's our target this time? Haiden's bravado was merely talk, empty posturing. In actual combat, Kakuzu's multiple hearts rendered him impossible to slay. A man named Black Cat, Kakuzu stated flatly. Meanwhile, in the office of the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure village, Mei Terumi dismissed all but Chojuro, her expression grim as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chojuro, what is this about Black Cat now? 2. Why has he grown increasingly reluctant to follow orders? Mei asked, her brows knotted tightly. Truth be told, she deeply regretted her earlier promise, especially since when confronting the Three Tails Isebu, every one of them had moved sluggishly, as if starved. She had thus pledged that whoever captured the Three Tails would have their heart restored. Where great rewards are offered, brave souls inevitably rise, and Black Cat No. 2 was among them. Unlike the others, however, Black Cat No. 2 never left Kirigakure. Instead, he joined the village's security division, taking up guard duty. Initially, she had refused to approve his appointment. Yet upon reflection, knowing he would serve under Hoshigaki Kisame's former comrade, the veteran shinobi Hoshigaki Kisame, she felt reassured by his supervision. At first, the two coexisted without incident. Lately, however, rumors of escalating tension between them reached her ears, captain and deputy captain at odds. Her head throbbed instantly. At this thought, she slammed a palm against her forehead in exasperation. 5th Mizukage, I trust Captain Kisame. He will surely maintain control. After all, he was once our sensei's teammate. Chojuro offered gently, though inwardly, he longed for Lin Yi's presence. He believed that with Lin Yi's intervention, such matters would vanish like mist. I wonder how sensei fares now. Hearing Lin Yi's name, Mei's thoughts drifted back to days long past. A deep wave of nostalgia washed over her. Just as Mei wrestled with Black Cat's defiance, unbeknownst to her, the very Kisame they trusted stood on the precipice of death. Haha, Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the original 7 swordsmen of the mist. A guttural voice hissed. Wait, you who should have died long ago shall soon die once more. You think Kirigakure can truly govern us now that that demon is gone? Tonight, I shall show you the full measure of my power. The massive figure murmured low and hoarse, a sound like steel scraping iron chilling the marrow. Its form hovered between tiger and feline, indistinct, almost unrecognizable. Yet one feature stood out starkly, the bold kanji, 2 emblazoned across its brow. Were Lin Yi present, he would surely recoil in shock. For this colossal Black Cat was none other than Lin Yi's own creation, Black Cat No. 2, though now vastly transformed. Much of his metamorphosis stemmed from Lin Yi's prior bodily enhancements. Yet far more arose from the extraordinary opportunities that followed, particularly after reclaiming his heart, when he discovered an uncanny ability to absorb tailed beast chakra. Thereafter, he regularly siphoned chakra from the Three Tails Isebu. Through sustained absorption, his strength had ascended to cage level. With only a little more time, he was certain he could transcend even that, reaching Ultrakage rank. Then Kirigakure itself would fall beneath his palm. But tonight marked the essential first step toward his apex, eliminating Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the original 7 swordsmen. It was Kisame's very presence in the village that shackled him, forcing caution, stifling action lest his secret leak and draw the 5th Mizukage's wrath. In the security division, Kisame Hoshigaki, captain and former swordsman, was preparing to extinguish his lamp when suddenly a searing bolt of fire lanced toward him. Within its blaze surged wild volatile chakra. His face paled. In an instant he blurred outside. Deputy Captain, Black Cat. Are you staging a coup against Kirigakure? Kisame roared. Huh, you who should have perished long ago have no right to walk this world. Moreover, without that demon here we need fear nothing. Even were he present, I'd defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. Years of intelligence gathering had confirmed Lin Yi's prolonged absence. Damn it, will you two ally yourselves with this abomination? Kisame's face turned ashen as he stared at the line of shinobi arrayed behind Black Cat. Shinobi he himself had painstakingly trained. Now they turned their blades against him. With a sharp intake of breath, he drew a newly forged blade and charged straight at Black Cat. At that moment, 2 silhouettes materialized slowly behind Black Cat. The latter poised to deliver a killing strike upon Kisame, sensed lethal intent from behind. He vanished in a flash. Huh, Flytrap, you always bring trouble wherever you go. Look, my flawless stealth was compromised solely because of your presence. Kakuzu, startled that Black Cat had detected him, redirected his irritation squarely onto Flytrap. He refused to admit fault. Senior, it's clearly your invisibility technique that failed. Flytrap retorted defiantly. The two nearly erupted into open combat, their chakra colliding with such force that even Jonin trembled, their scalps prickling with dread. Some lower-ranked shinobi collapsed, outright vomiting torrents of blood. Daredevils, to storm Kirigakure, you court certain death. Black Cat recoiled slightly at their overwhelming chakra, then swiftly masked his shock with menace. His own aura surged forth, towering subtly above theirs. Haha, this mission just cost me extra pay. The intel was false. This is now an Ultra S-rank contract. Kakuzu snarled, scowling at Black Cat's palpable might. Earth release, Earth spear. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, launching a jagged earthen spear straight at Black Cat. Cut. Before impact, a shinobi lunged forward and cleaved the spear cleanly in two. Seeing Kisame turn not against him, but to his side, Black Cat sneered. Fool, I came to kill you, yet you rushed to aid me instead. Huh, I hadn't sensed him before, another master-level opponent. Flytrap, he's yours. Irritated by the interruption, Kakuzu barked the order. Haha, let me die. Flytrap's body blazed with monstrous malevolent chakra, an authentic abomination. His features twisted in grotesque ecstasy as he gripped the cursed necklace around his throat, whispering fervent prayers, then lunged swinging a crimson three-section scythe at Kisame. Clang, clang. After dozens of exchanges, the scythe's tip grazed Kisame's skin. Grinning wildly, Flytrap licked the blade's edge with his tongue. Clang, clang. After dozens of exchanges, the scythe's tip grazed Kisame's skin. Grinning wildly, Flytrap licked the blade's edge with his tongue. Then, before the stunned eyes of all, the man's flesh darkened, etched with stark white traceries horrifying beyond measure. He traced a circle and triangle upon the ground in blood. Stepping into the center, he rapidly formed hand seals. Cursed technique, death, controlling possession, blood. Then he gazed upon Kisame, ecstatic, expectant. Earth grudge, fear shot. Suddenly, a devastating blast struck Flytrap. Thud, thud. Yet Flytrap merely grinned, savoring Kisame's agony. Through their shared suffering bond, Kakuzu's assault on Flytrap echoed directly into Kisame, triggering a violent crimson spurt from his lips. The assembled shinobi stood dumbfounded. That attack targeted Flytrap. So why did our captain bleed? What sorcerous logic is this? Just as Flytrap raised his crimson scythe for a fatal stab to his own hardy youth appeared, tall and serene, wearing a mask pierced with a single eye-hole, hands clasped behind his back. Lin Yi arrived so late because before coming here he had first gone to the marketplace and purchased a single-eye mask. This allowed him to fully conceal his blind eye. Yet Lin Yi couldn't help but feel exasperated. His mask bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Itachi's. Should the two ever stand side by side, even a keen observer would struggle to tell them apart. Deidara, weren't you following Uchiha Itachi? What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Kakuzu mistook him for Deidara and demanded sharply. Uchiha Itachi. Lin Yi stared at Kakuzu, utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had he become Deidara? And wasn't Uchiha Itachi himself? Hadn't he assumed Itachi's identity within Akatsuki? Suddenly the weight of this revelation crashed over him. Huh, you're not Deidara after all. Kakuzu exclaimed, astonished after scrutinizing him closely and realizing this man only resembled Deidara, but was not him. He spoke in disbelief. With a thunderous roar, Kakuzu lunged forward, launching a devastating strike at Lin Yi. If he wasn't Deidara, then he was expendable. You shouldn't have come here. After the blow, Kakuzu turned away without glancing back, re-engaging the Black Cat. Clearly he held absolute confidence in his attack. Very well. Lin Yi sneered. As thick smoke billowed and settled, he stood motionless where he'd been, calmly brushing dust from his robes. Seeing Lin Yi remain unshaken after taking his full-force blow, Kakuzu recoiled in shock. Could it be that his jutsu had failed entirely? Then a terrifying aura coalesced within his throat. Lightning, release false darkness. From the lightning mask of the Earth Grudge Fear, a razor-sharp lightning spear erupted, sweeping outward with lethal precision. Crack! Trees nearby splintered and ignited under the lightning's wrath. Yet, when the torrent struck Lin Yi, the lightning vanished without a trace. Raging thunder gods welcome. Lin Yi's aura surged violently, his gaze turned glacial, radiating invincibility. Crack! A gush of blood erupted from Kakuzu's mouth as he stared at Lin Yi in stunned disbelief. Too strong, utterly unmatched. Such thoughts flooded his mind. Haiden had intended to wait until Kakuzu eliminated this intruder before savoring the exquisite thrill of death. But upon witnessing Kakuzu's injury, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a maddening obsession to drag Lin Yi into death alongside him. He raised his massive scythe high, poised to deliver a fatal self-strike, when suddenly a deafening thunderclap split the air, striking Haiden directly. A spurt of blood burst from Kurabi's mouth as he collapsed unconscious and near death. Huh, such an ability exists. Transferring damage to others. Lin Yi gaped at Haiden in astonishment. Noticing Lin Yi's grim expression, Haiden grew even more ecstatic and raised his scythe once more, ready to plunge it into himself again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a blur of lightning-fast slashes, Haiden's body was cleaved into multiple pieces, yet astonishingly not a single drop of blood spilled. And yet, he remained alive. What a... Watching Lin Yi wield the powers of the surgery fruit, the Black Cat, watching from the sidelines, shuddered involuntarily. How could this demon be here and appear even more formidable than before? Suddenly, he felt Lin Yi's gaze sweep across him. His face paled. Without hesitation, he fled, vanishing into the distance. The other shinobi watched their leader flee at a mere glance, and inwardly recoiled in contempt. After all, their leader hadn't even engaged the enemy, yet bolted in terror. How humiliating. Meanwhile, the shinobi who had escorted Lin Yi here already knew his terror firsthand. Now seeing even the Black Cat, their own leader, flee at a glance, he felt profound relief. Pointing toward the retreating figure, he told Lin Yi, "That's Black Cat. He's escaping." At that moment, Lin Yi failed to notice the subtle shift in phrasing. The shinobi no longer called him our Black Cat leader, but simply Black Cat, an implicit acknowledgement that Lin Yi would prevail in a desperate bid to claim prior assistance and beg for mercy. Hearing that the fleeing figure was Black Cat, Lin Yi would never let him escape. With a thunderous boom, in the blink of an eye, Black Cat lay sprawled on the ground before him. I never imagined such a disgrace existed in the shinobi world, preying upon ordinary civilians. You shall be executed. Lin Yi loomed above him, voice ice cold. Wait, master, it's me. Black Cat trembled violently, panic-stricken. He pointed urgently to the two characters branded upon his forehead. Lin Yi hadn't noticed them at first, but now catching sight of them, memory surged. He stared baffled. How did you grow into this form? Try as he might, Lin Yi couldn't fathom how a tiny black kitten had transformed like this. Then his gaze hardened, cold, unforgiving. Kinship alone offered no reprieve. That won't spare your life. Lin Yi cast a chilling glance at Black Cat. No, I'm useful. Terrified beyond reason, Black Cat nearly wet himself, fearing Lin Yi might end him on a whim. The scene left the assembled shinobi exchanging stunned glances. They had never imagined their leader could be so weak, nor anticipated the dread now etched across every face as they looked upon Lin Yi. Though he'd come seeking their leader, none could assume immunity from retribution. With a sudden lunge, a crimson heart pulsed in Lin Yi's palm. He tossed it aside and said, "Stand aside. I'll deal with you shortly." As his words fell, his eyes locked onto Kakuzu and flicked coldly toward Haiden. It was a silent warning: do not attempt escape. Yet in Kakuzu's eyes it was sheer contempt. Who are you? Kakuzu asked, warily, muscles taut, chakra surging beneath his skin, poised to strike at any instant. No wonder. Lin Yi was too powerful, too unnatural. Just a casual traveler, Lin Yi replied coolly. A casual traveler. Kakuzu's disbelief was palpable, his lips curled in disdain. Haiden too frowned. Who in all creation had ever seen a casual traveler reduce them to such ruin? Who are you really? Kakuzu roared, convinced. Lin Yi mocked him. Lin Yi sighed softly and shook his head. Peering through the mask's single aperture, one saw his eyes spinning, kaleidoscopic, hypnotic. Jinjutsu Tsukuyami. Lin Yi had no time for games. He needed answers about Uchiha Itachi. Within the Jinjutsu realm, Kakuzu stared at Lin Yi in horror and laughed bitterly. So it's you, You know me. Now it was Lin Yi's turn to stare, dumbfounded. Haha. The other man smirked, gaze laced with knowing irony. Lin Yi's jaw tightened. This being seemed already aware of everything. Jinjutsu. Under Lin Yi's relentless interrogation, the truth finally surfaced, leaving him agape, mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. He'd never imagined that crossing from the summoning realm into the shinobi world would take 8 years, not the fleeting instant he remembered. Even more astonishing, Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Itachi had been resurrected. Even a child could deduce that only Pain, the Akatsuki leader, could have orchestrated such a feat. All of this unfolded gradually after his departure, as if history itself were slowly mending. In essence, he had become the catalyst reshaping the shinobi world's destiny. Should he depart again, reality would inevitably recalibrate, restoring its original course. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yi tossed Kakuzu, barely clinging to life, at the Black Cat's feet. Lin Yi spoke coldly, "Kick him over to your Mizukichi." No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp shoo echoed. The Black Cat vanished with Kakuzu in tow, swift and seamless, as if fearing even a moment's delay. Yet had Lin Yi known the Black Cat and Kakuzu would escape so completely, he would never have allowed them to depart together. And when the other shinobi witnessed their leader bowing submissively, they too slunk away one by one, tails tucked low. Lin Yi had no intention of holding grudges against these shinobi. They merely followed the Black Cat's orders. As for the Black Cat himself, Lin Yi had no plans to let him off so easily. At that moment, Lin Yi slowly turned a faint, intriguing curve, lifting the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon Haiden. Haiden met Lin Yi's stare without a trace of concern, only disdain laced with quiet mockery. In his heart, the Jashin deity reigned supreme. All else were mere insects beneath his feet. Lin Yi asked, a sly, unsettling smile playing across his lips. You seem utterly unafraid and untroubled. I curse you in the name of Jashin. Haiden spread his arms wide and began tracing slow, deliberate gestures in the air, as though performing a sacred rite. Lin Yi scoffed, unmoved by the spectacle. Yet instantly, an inexplicable sense of peril surged through his chest. Without hesitation, he slashed the air, shattering Haiden's ritual mid-incantation. Something had just struck him with sudden visceral dread. Whatever it was undoubtedly unknown, something capable of stirring fear even in him. It felt eerily akin to the earlier appearance of the Shinigami. Jinjutsu Kage Koryu, no Jutsu. Lin Yi seized Haiden and pulled him headlong into the illusionary realm. Within the Jinjutsu, Haiden's body was restored to perfect health. Upon entering, he scanned his surroundings, then scrutinized his own limbs, bewildered that his form had healed without warning or cause. His expression darkened. You've ensnared me in Jinjutsu. He stared at Lin Yi, stunned. To trap him unaware meant this Jinjutsu was of extraordinary mastery. Ha. Now shall we speak properly? Lin Yi mocked, a wry grin curling his lips. I am immortal. Haydn roared with laughter as if mocking Lin Yi's futile efforts to end his existence. Is death truly so terrifying to you? Then allow me to show you something far more dreadful than death itself. Lin Yi's lips lifted into a chilling, enigmatic smile. He doubted Haydn could endure the illusion indefinitely. Roughly 10 minutes later, Lin Yi found Haydn hunched on the ground inside the illusion, listlessly drawing circles hollow-eyed and utterly despondent, as though life held no meaning left for him. Within that span, he had lived through what felt like eons. At first, he'd remained indifferent, but gradually he lost control, succumbing to an insatiable, perverse craving for death itself. His rage swelled until he erupted into violent frenzy. Yet within this fabricated realm, fury was meaningless. It only fed his descent into deeper madness. In the end, he glimpsed his own unraveling mind, on the verge of total collapse. A shudder racked his frame, he collapsed to his knees, and wept uncontrollably. Perhaps tears released the storm within. His thoughts cleared, sharpened once more. But gazing upon the void-like illusion, he sank back, down, shoulders slumped, spirit extinguished. Then, when Lin Yi appeared before him, hope flared anew in his chest. He bowed his head and pleaded, "What do you wish to know? I'll tell you everything. I can't bear this place any longer." Already surrendering. Lin Yi sneered. Haydn remained silent, eyes downcast. Fine, Lin Yi sighed, losing interest. Explain, what is this condition you're in? What do you mean, this condition? This is divine power bestowed upon me by Jashin. Haydn bristled, refusing even to entertain slander against his deity. Huh, what Jashin? Lin Yi scoffed, unimpressed. A god who twisted mortals into such grotesque forms held no reverence from him. Why, of course, the Jashin deity of our Jashin cult. He couldn't fathom why Lin Yi probed so deeply into the Jashin cult, yet he dreaded returning there. The cult enforced rigid hierarchy and merciless rank. His immortality had been forged not as blessing but as experiment, his body used as a vessel, his flesh the crucible for their forbidden rites. Thus he feared and revered that place with equal intensity. Put it plainly, what is the name of your cult's leader? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. All leaders of the Jashin cult are called Jashin, Haydn replied, then paused as though swallowing unsaid words. Noting Haydn's hesitant, half-spoken manner, Lin Yi's brows knotted tighter. Speak, everything, now. His voice boomed, commanding and absolute. He refused to waste time on stammering evasions, not when even sleeping soundly in his own bed seemed more appealing. When my immortality awakened, a monstrous specter rose in my mind. Wings of obsidian unfurled from its back, fangs dripping crimson, jaws slick with gore, as though it had crawled forth from the deepest pits of hell. Haydn recounted the vision, trembling slightly. What does this have to do with Jashin? Lin Yi countered, perplexed. The Jashin deity's earthly leader is but a proxy, a mere avatar of Jashin in this world. And we who wield immortality, we too are proxies, though lower in rank, lesser in authority. Haydn spoke slowly, reluctantly. In the real world, he would rather die than utter a single syllable about the Jashin cult. For in reality, speaking of Jashin triggered a curse, his flesh rotting, his blood curdling, his very body betraying him. This illusion shielded him from that fate. Otherwise, he'd never have spoken. An entity from another world. Lin Yi murmured, recalling the Shinigami's spectral visage. Even now, he remained ignorant of its origin, its true name, its nature. All of it haunted him. After all, he had destroyed one of its projections, making them enemies by default. If he failed to learn more, he might stand face-to-face with it, and not even recognize the threat. At the mention of another world, a faint emerald gleam flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Yes, its power bears no resemblance to chakra. It belongs to a realm beyond the shinobi world. Reverence shimmered in Haydn's gaze. What is its name? What is its world called? Lin Yi pressed. It calls itself Lucifero, the cursed demon of the demon realm. Haydn spoke softly. The demon realm. Lucifero. Hearing both for the first time, Lin Yi etched the names deep into his memory. Regardless, if not yet an enemy, Lucifero was undeniably an interdimensional being. And who knew? One day Lin Yi might even travel there, to sign in, to observe, to claim dominion. A tantalizing prospect. Having gleaned what he sought, Lin Yi asked, how is one freed from your curse? The curse lifts the moment the caster leaves the ritual formation. Haydn grimaced, lips tightening in reluctant admission. He'd resisted revealing his secret, but weighed against Lin Yi's overwhelming strength, silence seemed the greater folly. So simple. Lin Yi stared, incredulous, yet Haydn's expression betrayed no deceit. Once certain of the curse's dissolution, Lin Yi dispelled the genjutsu and returned unscathed to the waking world. The instant he returned to the real world, Fei Duan drew in a deep, greedy breath and closed his eyes in satisfaction, like a man soothed by his last cigarette. Boom. Lin Yi drove his foot into the earth. The tremor swept a pile of severed limbs out of the circle. A semicircular arc of light then unfurled to envelop Pipa Shirzong. About an hour later, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and walked slowly out of the ring of light. His face was ashen and sullen, threaded with a quiet anger. All of this had been a startling betrayal. He could never have imagined that He Mao, who had been cringing and flattering only moments before, would turn on him so suddenly. He had clearly underestimated human nature. At first, He Mao had intended to meekly lead Jiao due to meet Wu Daimu Shueying. But along the way, Jiao Du's words completely turned him against Lin Yi. Hey Mao, a betrayer like you. Do you expect to be rewarded if you go back? Jiao Du smiled at him. Hey Mao snorted, replying, at least I am better than you. The insult only fueled Hey Mao's frustration, and he shot back angrily. At that moment, he was already brooding over the loss of his heart. For someone to mock him now was unbearable. He half wanted to strike him. Jiao Du laughed. Looks like you're angry about losing your heart. He jeered while Hey Mao coldly snorted in return. I have a way to free you from the heart's control, Jiao Du said, and those words kindled a nearly extinguished desire within Hey Mao. Hey Mao stared at Jiao Du with eager eyes, waiting for the promised method. He waited and waited, but only silence followed. In truth, it was all Jiao Du's scheme. Once he had stirred Hey Mao's curiosity, the rest would come of its own accord. Hey Mao snorted. He spat with contempt. You are a defeated underling. What ability do you have? If you truly had such power, you would not have been beaten so easily. Then he reminded himself that otherwise he would not now be a prisoner. Jiao Du chuckled. Believe it or not, it's just a heart. Jiao Du mocked. If it were me, I would never behave like you. Even a dog is stronger than you. Startled, Hey Mao snapped. What did you say? He raised his fist and prepared to strike, but in an instant he seemed frozen to the spot. He stood motionless, staring at Jiao Du. As he was about to deliver the blow, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Merely a heart, just a heart. The idea electrified his nerves. Jiao Du watched him with the look of a man who already held the upper hand, and asked, well? Hey Mao snorted. He suspected there was a catch. You are so kind. Don't forget your purpose. Your aim seems to be to kill me. The lure of the heart was great, but his life mattered more. After all, this man had only recently tried with all his might to take his life. Jiao Du only smiled lightly. A misunderstanding. We are merchants, are we not? If someone pays for your head, I cannot turn down the money. Besides, no great harm has been caused yet. Jiao Du offered an awkward explanation. Hey Mao snorted arrogantly. Your few tricks could never beat me, he said with self-satisfaction. Jiao Du cast him a look of disdain. Tell me about that heart you mentioned. I am interested. Hey Mao replied with a hint of threat in his voice. After all, at that moment Hey Mao was being held. Even his greatest skills were of no use. He was gravely wounded and could not oppose fate. Suddenly, with Hey Mao's astonished eyes upon him, Jiao Du spat a mouthful of blood. Hey Mao was baffled. He had not struck him, had only threatened him. He felt his composure crack, and then the scene that followed shattered his worldview. A fractured heart slid free from Jiao Du's chest. It thudded onto the ground. In stunned silence, Hey Mao watched Jiao Du's complexion flush with health, as if he had suffered no wound at all. You? Hey Mao gaped, his mouth opening as wide as if to swallow an egg, speechless for a long time. Jiao Du only smiled. Now do you believe me? Jiao Du stretched and spoke calmly. Hey Mao nodded vigorously in agreement. You must be a senior figure in Wu Yin Cun, with considerable savings, yes. If you pay enough, Jiao Du said, I can teach you forbidden arts. Removing a heart is a small matter. Immortality itself could be within reach. At the mention of payment, Jiao Du's eyes glittered with avarice. Hey Mao asked skeptically, you are really so charitable? Did I not say so? All your money will be the price. Of course, later you will accompany me to rescue my partner. To save his partner, they would have to face a fearsome youth, but with Hey Mao's help the task would be far easier. What? Go back. You're courting death. On hearing that they would return to confront Lin Yi, Hey Mao nearly lost his footing. He had seen Lin Yi's terror before. Going back would be pure suicide. Still, since he needed a favor, he could not refuse outright. He feigned disdain. Your partner will not survive, he scoffed, using an excuse he could almost convince himself of because he did not truly wish to return. Jiao Du smiled coldly. Even if you die, he still might not perish. Hey Mao snapped. I will not go to my death with you. Hey Mao seemed ready to seize and force the forbidden technique from him. His muscles tightened, a chakra stirred within him, poised to strike. It was not surprising. He had not expected Jiao Du to be so strange as to keep a spare heart. Go to your death with me. Jiao Du sneered. Do you not know my nickname? Jiao Du's lips curled. Though his strength had not fully returned, he had no wish to fight here. Hey Mao frowned and asked, what nickname? My partner and I are known within the organization as the Undying Duo, Jiao Du explained slowly. Do you know why? Because we are both effectively immortal, he said. No sooner had his words fallen than Hey Mao materialized before him with a crushing punch. Boom. They exchanged blow after desperate blow. After dozens of mortal struggles, neither could best the other. I advise you to come with us, Jiao Du said. That youth will not easily spare you. Now that you have let me escape, he will surely be enraged. Seeing that temptation failed, Jiao Du invoked Lin Yi's menace. As expected, at the mention of Lin Yi, Hey Mao shuddered. Hearing that Lin Yi would not let him go, doubt began to stir in his heart. Jiao Du suddenly lowered the stakes. Come with me for now. If there is truly no chance, you can always grovel to him again later. In truth, once he returned, no explanation would change the fact that he would be on their side. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was pouring every ounce of effort into saving Pipa Shirzong. At some point, the man had unexpectedly died, which infuriated Lin Yi. When he used his power before, it had felt as if something had been drained from him, leaving him suddenly ordinary. Although he had now been granted an immortal technique's blessing, it would take time to take full effect. While he was saving Pipa Shirzong, Jiao Du and his companion crept closer. The heart. The heart. Hey Mao cried, eyes shining as he saw his own heart among the pile of severed limbs. The two moved as one and dashed forward. Murderous intent burned in both their eyes as they closed in to surround Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, their assault cut off every avenue of retreat. Lin Yi's gaze chilled and swept over them. Terrified, He Mao spun and fled with his heart clutched to his chest. He was simply too afraid to stay. Lin Yi pointed a finger into the air, unleashing a chilling sword aura that surged forth. The sword energy sliced through space, causing hearts to tremble. It seemed that no powerful existence could avoid this sword aura. No, I refuse to accept this. As Jiao Du's words trailed off, the sword aura swept past his head. Even in his last moments, he could not comprehend why he was destined to die. He could even feel his own body, as if countless hands from hell were pulling him towards the abyss. This aura was truly one that could lead to his demise. No matter how many hearts he had, it was of no use. The black cat, fleeing for its life, turned back to see Jiao Du's head being cleaved by a single sword strike. His body was truly being consumed by a terrifying aura of darkness. Sensing the presence within the dark crevice, it felt as if his soul was about to freeze. This was merely a distant observation. Had he been nearby, the mere presence of this aura would have led him to the same fate as Jiao Du. What use was an immortal body if it could still be killed? The black cat sneered as it watched Jiao Du being swallowed. Meanwhile, Jiao Du felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at his demise. Had he known of such power, he would never have returned. Lin Yi glanced at Jiao Du and the black cat before turning his attention back to performing surgery on Pai Pa Shizong. Meanwhile, Fei Duan, who had been silently observing, revealed a glimmer of ferocity in his eyes at Jiao Du's appearance. However, upon witnessing Jiao Du's swift demise, he was instantly frightened. This person was too fearsome. In Lin Yi's eyes, his so-called immortal body truly could not be considered immortal. Originally, Lin Yi had not intended to use his strongest dimensional slash against a weakling like Jiao Du. He wanted to conserve more time for healing. Suddenly, a stone hidden in the shadows began to emerge, revealing a white figure. It was Uchiha Itachi's white Zetsu. At first, he stared at Lin Yi in fear, then instantly teleported to Fei Duan's side. Immediately after, he merged into Fei Duan's body. The fragments of Fei Duan miraculously fused together. Without looking back, he fled the scene. The next day, in the office of the 5th Mizukage Terumi, Mei in the Mist Village, she sat gravely at the head of the table, her brow furrowed. Below her was Pai Pa Shizong, who had just finished reporting. On her right stood Nagato, arms crossed behind his back. The entire room was filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was smiling as he looked at his savior. "Old man, this black tiger will protect you from now on." Roar. At this moment, the great black tiger let out a loud roar. Startled, the old man and the child retreated in fright. Seeing this, Lin Yi shot a glance at the black tiger, which promptly sat down obediently like a kitten. At this point, the old man and child finally felt a sense of calm. Last night, after Lin Yi had brought Pai Pa Shizong back, he had chased after the direction in which the black cat fled. The black cat was easily retrieved by Lin Yi. "Since you like this body so much, you can be called Black Tiger from now on. I want you to protect the old man and child in the house across for 2 years. After that, you will be free. If I find that you are unable to protect them, you will vanish from this world forever," Lin Yi said threateningly, as that was all he could do. "But," the black cat said, feeling wronged. However, it was interrupted by Lin Yi before it could finish. "There is no but." Lin Yi's expression darkened as he spoke. After making arrangements, he vanished from the spot, leaving the black cat staring blankly, sorrowfully gazing at the old man and the child. He truly had no choice, for Lin Yi had even taken his heart. Being told he would return his freedom in 2 years was one thing, but for those 2 years, he had to protect these 2 mortals. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei heard from Pai Pa Shizong that her teacher had arrived in the Mist Village. Her face lit up with excitement as she exchanged glances with Nagato. She was eager to rush out immediately. Just as she was preparing to arrange the black cat's betrayal, an Umbu ninja rushed in, panting heavily. "Lady Mizukage, what happened?" Terumi Mei asked, noticing the urgency in the Umbu ninja's expression, her brow furrowing slightly. Pai Pa Shizong instinctively felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be that the escaped black cat had returned? But that was impossible. With Lin Yi around, how could it dare to come back? "Lady 5th Mizukage, the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Cloud Village have been attacked," the Umbu ninja said urgently. "What?" Nagato exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. All the ninjas present gasped in disbelief. "According to reliable information we have received, it was the work of the Akatsuki organization," the Umbu ninja continued. "What?" They had just been discussing the Akatsuki organization earlier. After all, just last night the Akatsuki had sent 2 ninjas to the Mist Village. If it weren't for their teacher Lin Yi, the Mist Village would likely be facing a calamity right now. Moreover, they still had no idea what the 2 Akatsuki ninjas had come to the Mist Village for. After all, with the Black Cat's rebellion last night, it was unclear if there was someone else behind the scenes. The fate of the 2 who had come to the Mist Village remained unknown. Lin Yi had only told Pai Pa Shizong that the 2 assassins from the Akatsuki organization would not return. However, before he could ask whether they were dead or alive, Lin Yi had already vanished. Yet they remained confident that as long as their teacher was present, the Mist Village would be safe for the time being. "Let's go, Nagato." Regardless of the circumstances, they believed that many things would become clear once they saw their teacher. In a thatched cottage, Lin Yi returned once more. He found everything unchanged, not even a speck of dust. He couldn't help but feel sentimental. Though he had only been away for a short while, it felt like many years had passed. Just as he was about to push open the door, he suddenly noticed a large group of people marching towards him. Leading the group was a stunning woman with long, wavy, reddish-brown hair, followed by Nagato, who carried twin swords on his back. As he sensed the crowd, his expression grew dazed, his mouth agape in shock. It seemed he hadn't been away long at all. One of them was already the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village, while the other was the inheritor of the twin swords of the 7 ninja, swordsman Hiraition. Sighing softly, Lin Yi vanished from his spot. Soon after everyone arrived at the door of the thatched cottage, Zhuo Meiming felt a surge of joy within her heart and said, "You all wait here, I will go in with Chang Shilang. After all, he is our teacher." With a creak, the door was gently pushed open by Zhuo Meiming. When she caught sight of the empty room inside, a hint of desolation flickered in her eyes. "Sigh, I was thinking too much, believing the teacher would return," Zhuo Meiming said, her mood evidently low. It seems the teacher has been here. It looks like he just left." After carefully surveying the room, Chang Shilang spoke slowly. Zhuo Meiming looked at him with a curious gaze. She was fully aware of Chang Shilang's abilities, always able to uncover things that others could not. Thus, she always kept him by her side, effectively serving as her strategic advisor. Through the scene, he could gather information from subtle clues. No one could match Chang Shilang's prowess. Pay close attention. There is a powerful chakra fluctuation left in the room. Such a chakra fluctuation clearly belongs only to the teacher. And this chakra fluctuation has not yet dissipated, indicating he just left a short while ago. Chang Shilang analyzed. Hearing his analysis, Zhuo Meiming was struck speechless, her expression frozen in shock. She saw a message left on the table. "Do not reveal my existence." They could clearly sense that this handwriting was definitely written by their teacher. Could it be that the teacher is wary of the Akatsuki organization? Zhuo Meiming pondered thoughtfully. This was the only possibility that could explain why the teacher was unwilling for her to disclose his information. If they knew that Lin Yi was only trying to avoid more troubles, they would likely have different expressions. It would shatter their worldview. All of this was to avoid exposing his identity. A month swiftly passed. Various ninja villages. After the incidents in Konoha village, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure, the entire ninja world was already aware of the Akatsuki organization's existence. In an instant, the entire ninja world fell silent. Even some originally hostile villages began to secretly contact each other. This was all due to the Akatsuki organization. One day, they simultaneously attacked 3 villages. This caused great pressure for everyone. Only by uniting with other ninja villages could they alleviate some of this pressure. At this time, there was a person wandering around like a traveler. He was completely out of sync with the tense atmosphere of the entire ninja world. This person was Lin Yi. After leaving Kirigakure, Lin Yi began to live a nomadic life, wandering around, checking in at various places. Sometimes he would take down bandits. A life of daily travel and check-ins was simply wonderful. During this month, the events regarding the Akatsuki organization in Konoha village, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure spread thoroughly. When various factions learned that the Akatsuki's goal seemed to be the tailed beasts, they were utterly shocked. However, when they next heard that a member of the Akatsuki was slain by a hidden ninja from Kirigakure with a single sword, their shock only deepened, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Afterward, every faction wanted to know who this hidden expert from Kirigakure was. All factions mobilized. Soon, the mysterious master of Kirigakure became the subject of many rumors. Inside Kirigakure, the 4th Mizukage seems not to have died, and it was he who killed that Akatsuki member. No. I heard it was their 1st Mizukage who is still alive, and he was the one who struck him down. In an instant, the various factions of the ninja world began to pay more attention to this mysterious expert from Kirigakure, because they knew that all the previous Umbu ninjas had gone mad. Later, the 3rd Hokage and the Kazekage went there. The result was that the 3rd Hokage returned in disgrace, while the Kazekage vanished without a trace. For this reason, the mysterious expert from Kirigakure inspired immense dread. When Zhuo Meiming learned of this, she simply smiled faintly. As long as she made the teacher's reputation more mysterious, other factions would be increasingly wary of Kirigakure. They would not dare to easily become enemies. Headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. A man with Rinnegan stood atop a finger representing 0. He was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Standing on the other fingers were members of the Akatsuki. The right hand represented the thumb 0, index finger blue, middle finger white, ring finger red, and little finger black. The left hand represented the thumb jade, index finger 3, middle finger north, and ring finger south. At this moment, the outer path ghetto statue summoned by Pain stood alongside 0, Zhuyao the scorpion of the jade girl, the ghost shark, the blue dragon, Haiden the white tiger, Conan, and 8 others. It has been confirmed that Uchiha Itachi killed Uchiha Sasuke. Pain stated flatly from the position of 0. However, his gaze was directed towards the ring fingers Zhu. Damn, I cursed him to death, to the evil god. The illusion atop the left hand's index finger 3 said resentfully. Looks like you cursed your partner, huh? The immortal duo is now left with just you time to consider changing your nickname. Mocked the one on the left hand's ring finger. You fish-faced man. Want to feel the curse of the evil god? Haiden suddenly became agitated and shouted at the ghost shark. Enough. No more arguing. Itachi, what do you think? Pain stopped them from continuing their quarrel and turned to inquire of Itachi. After all, Itachi was the one he had revived. Originally, Uchiha Itachi had wanted him to resurrect Uchiha Madara. At that time, considering the terror of Uchiha Madara, he had given up. The reason being that it was not yet the right time. Uchiha Itachi, leave him to me. This is my fate with him. Uchiha Itachi said coldly, as if all of this was of little importance to him. What about Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha village? When Itachi heard Sasuke's name, the corners of his mouth twitched violently, and his expression showed a hint of disturbance. I hope he is not the reason for your failure in this mission. Pain said, somewhat displeased. Our failure in Konoha village was due to attracting too many experts, especially that taijutsu expert, the Beast. It even startled one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The ghost shark beside him said, thinking of that taijutsu expert guy whom he encountered in Konoha, causing him a dull ache in his body. Although the mission in Konoha village failed, our mission in Yunin village was quite successful. The Two Tails has already been successfully captured. Pain said coldly, is it really that hard to catch this cat? You may not know, but recently many cat demons have appeared in the ninja world, he continued. It took us a long time to confirm her exact location. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He felt that this matter was somehow related to Lin Yi, as if he possessed similar powers. Alright, in any case, the Two Tails has already been captured. Now we need to extract the Two Tails, Pain shouted loudly. Leader, the Phantom Dragon 9 seals require 9 people, right? Why are there still 2 vacancies? Kisame questioned. Huh, you're quite uninformed, Fishman. The Phantom Dragon 9 seals do not necessarily require 9 people. It's just that when there are 9 people, it takes the shortest amount of time. It only takes 3 days and 3 nights to extract the tailed beast. Haiden scoffed. You think you know everything. Kisame retorted defiantly, haha, why are you so upset? Haiden is right, we need the chakra of 9 people to complete the sealing in the shortest time possible. Therefore, let's proceed. Seeing the members mention the sealing, Pain added before shouting towards an empty space. Then a masked figure with a single hole in his mask appeared before everyone. Oh, senior, pull me up. He fell heavily from a stone platform, then extended a hand towards Haiden for help. Suddenly Haiden's scythe flew towards him. Puff! The red scythe pierced through his body, but he seemed to spray something from his mouth to satisfy Haiden. He indicated that he was severely injured. However, if he had spat out blood, Haiden might have believed him. Instead, he sprayed out a chicken leg. Haiden's mouth twitched. I will curse you. He roared in fury. This was a great humiliation, completely undermining his abilities. Enough. Let me introduce our new member. His name is Ope. He will replace the position of a member and team up with Haiden. Pain coldly snorted and continued, Rookie, I will make you feel the slow agony of death and the greatness of the evil god. Haiden threatened viciously. Senior, spare me. Ope pleaded for mercy while holding his large scythe. But in the next moment, the scythe was thrust directly into his chest. Haiden stared blankly as he saw Ope begging for mercy. This must have been deliberate. How despicable it was to say one thing and act differently. Haiden's mouth twitched in disbelief. He had never encountered such a strange person whose words and actions were completely inconsistent. How had he just dodged his attack? How could his scythe pass through his body without him getting hurt? He could not believe this person was ordinary. Alright, now that we know each other, let's cooperate fully. We need to focus on extracting the Two Tails. Pain said coldly. Meanwhile, in Yunin village inside the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage AI was furious. Speak. How did the Akatsuki organization know about Yuzuki's door? How did they enter Yunin village like it was unguarded without anyone noticing? The 4th Raikage shouted angrily at the ninja responsible for security and defense. Boom. In his rage, he slammed his fist on the table, shattering it. His inner fury seemed unquenchable. Boom. Boom. 2 loud crashes echoed as the Raikage's office was left with 2 massive holes. Having vented some anger, the 4th Raikage AI looked grave, his brows furrowed. The Two Tails Jinchuriki Yuzuki was known only to the higher-ups of Yunin village. Now, not only had the Akatsuki organization discovered her, but they also had her in their grasp. Did this not mean that his adoptive brother Killer Bee was also in danger? He would not allow this to happen again. You must send more elite jonin to protect Killer Bee. We also need sensory ninjas, so that if any Akatsuki members appear, I will be notified immediately. The 4th Raikage instructed those below him. He was confident that as long as he could know immediately if Killer Bee was in danger, he could appear before him in an instant. After all, his lightning release chakra had been honed to perfection. The speed of his blue lightning could rival that of the flying thunder god. Also thoroughly investigate any suspicious ninjas in Yunin village. If there is any sign of suspicious activity, apprehend them all for interrogation. The 4th Raikage commanded assertively. He did not wish to expose his adoptive brother to the enemy. That would put him in a passive position, which was not the style of the 4th Raikage. He needed to take the initiative. It would be best if he could find the Akatsuki's headquarters and lead his forces against them. That was in line with his pursuit of being the strongest. The ninjas below, upon hearing the call to thoroughly investigate all suspicious ninjas, wore expressions of helplessness. If there were truly ninjas with ill intentions, that would be one thing. But if they apprehended the wrong person, it would likely lead to a series of unnecessary disputes. After all, there were quite a few ninjas doing business in Yunin village. There were even ninjas from noble families of the Land of Lightning. The next day, a strange scene appeared in Yunin village. Many ninjas in the village were monitoring something in various corners. The people of Kirigakure felt a twinge of anxiety. They could not let themselves doubt whether there was a traitor in their village. Otherwise, how could Yuzuki, who was in their village, be captured? Even those who had been together for years did not know she was the Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization had found out. There must have been a leak from within the village. While the entire Kirigakure was steeped in an atmosphere of tension and unease, Lin Yi strolled leisurely through the streets of Yunin village, savoring the unique flavors of the place, feeling quite refreshed. He even had a blade of grass in his mouth while walking. At this moment, several ninjas noticed his oddity and realized they had no information about him. Stop! Suddenly, a ninja from Yunin village shouted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him in confusion, utterly unaware of the situation. You know you look suspicious, don't you? The Yunin village ninja said arrogantly. After all, this is Yunin village where their people are everywhere. For an outsider like him, it was best to be cautious. Lin Yi frowned slightly, just as he was about to say something about being arrested. PFF. He collapsed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi was too lazy to argue with him and directly used a genjutsu to incapacitate him. How dare enemies come to Yunin village? The medical sensing elite Jonin of Yunin village, she suddenly sensed that one of their ninjas had been injured and fell to the ground and scolded. He then walked straight to the office of the 4th Raikage. After all, something like this happening in his village needed to be reported to the Raikage. 4th Raikage, a suspicious person has been found in the village, and he has harmed the village's guard ninja. What do you think? She said, cautiously, fearing that their Raikage might fly into a rage. Destroying public property, that costs money. What? Boom. The 4th Raikage AI burst out of the room in a fit of rage, leaving she dazed. Sigh. Why not use the door? This hole has just been repaired. She muttered helplessly to himself. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi was about to take another step away, a sharp bolt of blue lightning shot toward him. With a loud roar, dust billowed as a large pit was created in the ground. Lin Yi frowned at the swirling dust. Why the hell are they smashing people everywhere? But in the next moment he realized he had misunderstood. It turned out that the person hadn't been thrown here by someone else. He had been thrown by Lin Yi himself. It's you skinny thing. Is it a member of the Akatsuki organization? The 4th Raikage said arrogantly, seemingly dismissing Lin Yi entirely, as he truly did not sense any danger from him. In the entire ninja world, the first way to gauge a person's strength is by the amount of chakra they possess. However, from Lin Yi, he only sensed a chakra level equivalent to a chunin. This was mainly because Lin Yi was doing it intentionally. If he released all his chakra, the 4th Raikage would likely be blinded. I've quit. Lin Yi replied indifferently. After all, he had once been part of the Akatsuki organization. I've quit, but I was once part of it. Boom. Saying that, the 4th Raikage AI charged at Lin Yi with his fists clenched, and a massive noise echoed. Lin Yi stood firmly in place. The 4th Raikage AI's fist merely tore Lin Yi's clothes. Lin Yi looked at him with disdain. As if to say, your punches are too weak. Boom. Boom. The frustrated 4th Raikage AI kept throwing punches. Only when his fists began to feel slightly sore did he stop, carefully examining Lin Yi. He had misjudged him earlier. This was a master of physical techniques. Moreover, he showed no fear of the 4th Raikage's lightning power, as if he were absorbing it. In reality, the 4th Raikage's lightning was completely ineffective against Lin Yi. Are you a practitioner of physical techniques? The 4th Raikage AI, regaining his composure, asked cautiously. Truly, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others. He had been training physical techniques with lightning all along. But compared to this young man, he felt like a child. I suppose so. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. You just got carried away. I haven't even started yet. Lin Yi said slowly. After he finished speaking, he startled the 4th Raikage standing beside him, who kept simulating in his mind whether he could withstand one of Lin Yi's punches. After repeatedly simulating the scenario, his final conclusion was that he would definitely be injured if he took a punch. But if the strongest person in the village fell before a young man, it would surely affect the morale of the village. We can't fight here. If we break something, who will pay for it? The 4th Raikage AI suddenly said. If she were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked, mouth agape, unable to speak at the image of the Raikage before him. Clearly, he was the one who had destroyed public property the most. How could he now worry about damaging property? What a level of enlightenment. Lin Yi looked equally confused. Deep down, he wanted to ask, wasn't it you who just smashed through here? I didn't move at all. You were the one doing all the destruction, right? Perhaps seeing the disbelief in Lin Yi's eyes, he coughed. The place we are going to is the most important site in our Yunin village, and it is also a forbidden area. It inherently carries a very high level of danger. You aren't scared, are you? The 4th Raikage AI coughed a couple of times and said, the most important site in Yunin village. Lin Yi murmured. It's the most crucial, dangerous, forbidden area. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed interested, the 4th Raikage AI repeated it again. Huh, great. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Visiting the most important site to check in, he was sure to gain something extraordinary. He was just lamenting that he had nowhere to check in, and then someone delivered it to his door. What a good person. Lin Yi almost wanted to kiss him. Seeing Lin Yi agree so readily, the 4th Raikage AI showed a bewildered expression. What was going on? Agreeing so readily made it seem like he was very confident that he could severely injure me with one punch. Did he even want to kill me? Was he this violent? For the Reikage, who is known for his violence, to speak of someone else being violent was undoubtedly the biggest news in the ninja world. Whoosh! A bolt of blue lightning shot out. Seeing the blue lightning move like teleportation, Lin Yi revealed a hint of surprise. Such speed was already comparable to his own teleportation. He hadn't expected that mastering lightning release would lead to such speed. With a whoosh, Lin Yi also vanished from his spot. About 10 minutes later. I imagine he is still standing there dazed. After all, with such speed. In the blink of an eye, he has vanished without a trace. The fourth Reikage, AI, panting heavily, stopped by a wild lightning pool, muttering to himself. You really didn't lie to me. This place is truly special. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from behind the fourth Reikage. Startled, he trembled all over, staring at Lin Yi with his mouth agape, revealing a face of disbelief. He had never expected to lose, even in speed. Damn it! Where the hell did this mysterious expert come from? His strength has already surpassed the shadow tier. I at least am among the strongest few in the entire shinobi world. And yet, now I've been utterly crushed by a mere youth. Could he be at the legendary Rikudo level? Surely not the reincarnated vessel of the Sage of Six Paths himself. Yondaime Reikage, raising a hand to rub his temples, felt a throbbing headache. He had merely intended to find some suspect shinobi to vent his pent-up frustration. He never imagined he'd step squarely onto an iron plate, and now found himself fleeing into the forbidden grounds. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having arrived at the site, paid no heed whatsoever to the Yondaime Reikage and strode directly toward the heart of the thunder pool. The Yondaime Reikage's lips twitched sharply. Not only did this man ignore him entirely, he dared even to advance into the very center of the thunder pool, where countless bolts of black lightning crackled with lethal intensity. Even his own father, the previous Reikage, dared not approach its periphery, for those black thunderbolts carried corrosive power, rendering physical bodies nearly incapable of enduring their presence. Yet in the next instant, his pride was struck like a brutal slap across the face. Lin Yi stepped effortlessly into the black lightning, as if it held no substance, no resistance, no consequence. It was as though he simply ceased to exist within it. With a sigh heavy with humiliation, the Yondaime Reikage turned away and vanished in a streak of azure lightning. In truth, Lin Yi himself was profoundly astonished. The thunder here was not only extraordinarily potent, but also possessed corrosive properties, leaving him no choice but to activate Thunder God form, dissolving his physical form into intangibility. System: check in at the Hidden Cloud Village's Thunderpool Forbidden Grounds. Lin Yi silently commanded within his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. You have acquired Advanced Lightning Cultivation. This advancement requires 1 full month. Leaving the Thunder Pool will invalidate the check-in. As the system's cold voice echoed, Lin Yi was about to erupt into triumphant laughter, overflowing with inner elation, when he suddenly realized the system had imposed a new restriction. He must remain inside the Thunder Pool for the full 30 days. Should he step out, even once, the check-in would fail. What utter damnation! Meanwhile, the Yondaime Reikage returned to his office tower, radiating fury and profound dejection. Upon seeing him, every shinobi present instantly sensed his oppressive aura and gloom, and froze, breath held tight in terror. Though they were elite shinobi feared across the land before the Yondaime Reikage, they could do nothing but bow their heads in silent submission. At that moment, hesitation flickered across the Reikage's face. Then after a pause, a ruthless gleam flared in his eyes, as if he had just sealed a monumental decision. Issue the order. Mobilize all elite shinobi to hunt down Akatsuki. The Yondaime Reikage roared. Today's utter humiliation had redirected all his rage toward the Akatsuki organization. After all, they were the ones who had triggered this chain of events. Only by crushing them could his spirit find some measure of relief, and perhaps place greater distance between himself and Lin Yi. Should word spread across the village that he, the Reikage, had been defeated by a green, untested youth, his authority would crumble overnight. The Hidden Cloud Village itself would become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. Hunt down Akatsuki. Sai and Darui exchanged stunned glances. Such a campaign was no trivial matter. It threatened the very survival of the village. Yet they dared not question the Reikage's command, not even a whisper. They could only obey. But could their single village truly reach Akatsuki's hidden headquarters? The answer was unequivocally no. Most likely their entire force would be repelled long before reaching the compound, perhaps without ever laying eyes on the organization's leader. This was a terror group whose raw power enabled it to openly challenge 3 great villages simultaneously. Sai's brow furrowed, deeply, anxiety tightening his features. Yondaime-sama, he murmured softly. Boom. What is it? Are you questioning my decision? The Yondaime Reikage slammed his fist into the wall, roaring. No, I mean, we must invite the other villages to join us in hunting Akatsuki. If we deploy all our elites, what happens if another village launches a surprise assault upon our undefended home? Sai invoked the one thing the Reikage cherished above all else, the village itself. Boom. Dare they? If they dare come, I'll tear their flesh from their bones, even if it costs me my life. Again the Reikage struck the wall, voice trembling with fury. Yet inwardly he acknowledged Sai's shrewdness. Drawing the other villages into the campaign would both deploy them against Akatsuki's foot soldiers and shield the Hidden Cloud Village from treacherous backstabs. Truly a masterstroke, his indispensable right hand. Very well. Sai, negotiating alliance with the other villages falls to you. Depart immediately to carry out this task. The Yondaime Reikage entrusted Sai with the delicate diplomacy, knowing only he possessed the acumen and reliability required. As for the other shinobi standing before him, if tasked with this mission, he'd likely still be assembling his team by the next decade. A dark-skinned shinobi with white hair, a fringe concealing his left eye, and thick lips, bearing tattoos of thunder and water on his left and right shoulders respectively. He was the Reikage's second right hand, Durui, standing there with an air of detached nonchalance. Upon hearing the order to hunt Akatsuki, he muttered under his breath, "How dull." Then catching the Reikage's glance, he hastily apologized. Words beyond sorry rarely crossed his lips. Yet his strength was undeniable. He wielded the Bloodline Limit Ranton, a six paths technique, fusing lightning nature and water nature chakra to manifest devastating jutsu. Its attacks resembled searing laser beams. Merely recalling Darui's terrifying Ranton, the Yondaime Reikage's expression tightened with deep wariness. Six paths techniques were overwhelmingly formidable. Even the Yondaime Reikage's strongest shinobi of the Hidden Cloud Village was forced to evade them. Likewise, the Reikage briefly considered sending Darui to test Lin Yi, but then remembered how even the Black Lightning had ignored him entirely. Clearly Lin Yi possessed the ability to nullify jutsu outright. If one couldn't fight, one could at least retreat. Were Lin Yi ever to learn that the indomitable Yondaime Reikage had fled without even throwing a single strike, he'd surely die laughing. Time slipped away. Lin Yi had remained immersed in the Black Thunder for 3 full days. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the pool's abyss pulsed a strange, ancient sigil. Meanwhile, at Akatsuki's headquarters, the Two Tails Matatabi had just been fully extracted and sealed into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Nibi no Biju, the Two Tails, had at last been extracted and sealed into the demonic statue of the Outer Path after 3 days of relentless effort. Yugao Mon, its Jinchuriki, had departed this world entirely. Well done, everyone. Pain spoke coldly. Oh, 3 days, and my body feels rusted shut. I truly hope someone storms in, just so I can stretch my limbs and sharpen my reflexes. Haiden stretched languidly and teased, which village in today's shinobi world dares even approach us? They'd likely be annihilated before reaching our gates. Sasori spoke impassively. Senior, I long for them to witness my art. Daidara, his partner, added with palpable excitement. Enough. As for your concerns, whether those villages will launch an assault, we have confirmed intelligence Kumogakure has allied with Konohagakure and Kirigakure to jointly attack one of my hidden bases. We shall deploy clones of the demonic statue of the Outer Path to confront them. Pain delivered the intelligence with icy detachment. Haha, how convenient. Speak of vultures and they descend. Why send mere clones? Their power is limited. They cannot embody the full majesty of my art. Daidara laughed heartily. Because your true bodies are assigned a far more critical mission. This time elite shinobi from all 3 villages have mobilized. Then this is the perfect opportunity to seize their tailed beasts. A faint chilling smile flickered across Pain's lips. All 3 villages Biju now lie within our sight. Itachi and I will return to Konoha. This time we'll make that precious beast suffer dearly. Kisame snarled with venomous resolve. Heh, how certain are you he won't join the assault force? Haiden sneered beside him. After all, if it's an elite task force, then elite shinobi must be among them. Oomph, he scoffed sharply, uncertain whether that master of taijutsu would accompany them. It was only wishful thinking. Our primary target is Iaido, the 3 tails, Gyuki, the 8 tails, and Kurama, the 9 tails host. Our secondary, capture them if possible, but do not strain over failure. Therefore, I shall personally lead the operation to capture Iaido. Haiden, Tobi, Zetsu, and Konan, you will accompany me. Pain spoke grimly. His meticulous deployment was aimed squarely at Lin Yi, and Haiden, having recently suffered defeat at Lin Yi's hands, possessed fragmented yet valuable insight into him. Moreover, Haiden's immortality granted him unpredictable tactical value. Were Lin Yi to learn of Akatsuki's unprecedented mobilization against him, he might well set out a fine cask of sake in his humble thatched hut, ready to toast them properly. Pain continued. Kisame and Itachi will resume operations against Kurama in Konoha. Sasori and Daidara, you will locate Gyuki and Kumogakure. Meanwhile, in the Reikage's office at Kumogakure, the 4th Reikage sat facing an elderly man puffing steadily on a tobacco pipe, and a strikingly beautiful woman. They were the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 5th Mizukage Meiterumi. They had convened to deliberate the precise strategy for assaulting Akatsuki. Reikage, you summoned us to destroy Akatsuki, yet you haven't even located their main lair. Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe and mocked boom. Oomph. So, has Konoha found their lair? Enraged by the implication that he hadn't even identified the enemy's location, the 4th Reikage drove a fist through the wall, shattering it open with a thunderous impact. Then he shot back, Heh. It seems Konoha surpasses us in intelligence gathering. Though Konoha too has yet to uncover their central stronghold, we have located one of their satellite bases. Hiruzen declared with quiet pride. Mei offered only a faint knowing smile. Her own village held no intel on Akatsuki's hideouts, and her gaze glancing sidelong at the 3rd Hokage tightened subtly. Her brow furrowed. Then tell us, where's this base? The Raikage challenged unconvinced, suspecting Hiruzen was bluffing. Amigakure. Hiruzen enunciated each syllable slowly and deliberately. At the name Amigakure, both the Raikage and Mizukage narrowed their eyes. That was the village of Hanzo, the so-called semi-deity of the shinobi world, a figure whose power neared the threshold of the six paths. Are you suggesting Amigakure is pulling the strings behind this? That Akatsuki was cultivated by Amigakure itself? Raikage exclaimed incredulous. Yes, before Hiruzen could finish, the Raikage cut him off. Nonsense. Old man, you suffered a humiliating setback against Hanzo during the Third Shinobi World War. You're trying to enlist our villages to eliminate your personal thorn in the side. The Raikage roared, fury blazing in his voice. Mei instinctively edged closer to the Raikage, a gesture the third Hokage noted with quiet resignation. He shook his head gently and said, rest assured, even if Hanzo still lives, he and Akatsuki could only ever be mortal enemies. Hanzo still lives? What do you mean? Is he dead? Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Mei's mouth fell open in astonishment as well. Hanzo once conspired with Konoha's Danzo Shimura to ambush and slay Akatsuki's former leader. Thus, if he yet draws breath, would he tolerate Akatsuki's existence within his own village? Hiruzen reasoned calmly. Then Hanzo very likely is dead. For a man of such boundless ambition would never permit a terror like Akatsuki to fester unchallenged within his domain. If even Hanzo has fallen, what are we waiting for? Mobilize immediately, launch the assault on Akatsuki. Raikage declared. Of Hanzo he'd heard only legends, from his father. The fourth Raikage scoffed sharply and bellowed the order. After intense deliberation among the three leaders, the coalition forces were divided into three coordinated assault columns. Their departure was set for dawn the following day. While the wider shinobi world braced for cataclysmic war, Lin Yi reclined at ease within the thunder pool. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the arcane seals hidden beneath the churning lightning, seals he had first perceived when activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Their intricate structure bore the hallmarks of a profound restriction, an ancient dormant seal. Its architecture suggested a formidable, long-forgotten containment array. In the deep night outside Yunin village, a shadow clad in black slowly emerged. His gaze extended far, floating in midair, overlooking the distant Lei Chi of Yunin village, emanating a chill from his being. He, Jin Jiao, and Yin Jiao, wait, soon you will see the light of day again. All the elite ninjas of Yunin village are out. This place is like a desolate land. With my help, this black thunder seal in Lei Chi will be nothing but waste paper to you. Tonight you will all break the seal and become the protagonists of this ninja world once more. The voice of the black figure murmured in a deep, hoarse tone. He is Ju, the Xia organization's Jinbu. His purpose here is to ignite chaos in the violent ninja world, hastening its descent into war. For within the Lei Chi of Yunin village lies the seal of the most notorious criminals in the history of the ninja world, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. They were dissatisfied with the alliance between the Raikage and the Hokage during the First Ninja War. During their alliance ceremony, they incited a coup using the power of the Six Paths Blades and the Nine Tails chakra to kill the second Raikage. They later pursued the second Hokage and after a fierce battle killed him, becoming the most notorious criminals in the history of the ninja world. However, after the brutal battle, both were severely injured and sealed beneath the Lei Chi of Yunin village. They possessed the bloodline of the Sage of the Six Paths. Thus, they could freely manipulate the 5 great blades left by the Sage of the Six Paths. Additionally, they had consumed the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, granting them its chakra. In effect, they could be considered as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once enraged, their bodies would instantly transform into tailed beasts. This is interesting. Suddenly Lin Yi, who was standing nearby, looked up at the sky, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of intrigue. Beneath the Lei Chi, the 2 sinister demonic figures re-emerged. They gazed at the black lightning above the Lei Chi, a flicker of dread flashing in their eyes. As the demonic figures appeared, the Lei Chi erupted with a blinding light. In the office of the Raikage, an elite female ninja seated at a table raised her teacup to drink, when suddenly she saw a dazzling light. She is Mabu E, the secretary of the 4th Raikage. The reason she was left at home was due to her abilities. Her teleportation technique allows any item to be sent at the speed of light to any location. Moreover, she is calm, full of wisdom and talent. At this moment, within the light, there was an overwhelming aura of violent chakra. Her expression changed drastically, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground. Not good. The Lei Chi is changing. The 2 of them are sealed beneath the Lei Chi. If they escape, Yunin village will face a bloodbath. Those 2 are still alive. They are the most notorious criminals in the history of the ninja world. Once they are out, they will kill indiscriminately. Mabu E felt her scalp go numb. Damn it. What is happening? Why is the seal of the Lei Chi loosening? Mabu E's face turned pale. She vanished from her spot and flew straight towards the Lei Chi. At the same time, Ju arrived at the edge of the Lei Chi, preparing to break the seal, when he noticed that the Lei Chi had indeed loosened slightly, erupting with a blinding light. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he looked over. But in the next moment, Who are you? He gasped, staring blankly at Lin Yi. It was unbelievable that someone could survive under the black lightning. Seeing Ju's expression, Lin Yi smiled faintly at him and then gently patted his own cheek. Then revealing his face left Ju momentarily speechless. After a while he finally regained his composure. Hihi Uchiha, your ninjutsu. It is even more powerful than my transformation technique. Ju rasped. His transformation technique absorbs others' chakra to take on their appearance, and even sensory ninjas cannot discern it. I'm curious. What are you doing here? It can't be that you came for the two beneath the Lei Qi, right? Lin Yi said with a smile. Beneath the Lei Qi are sealed two strange individuals. One with yellow long hair, and the other with gray long hair. Both have two pointed horns and facial patterns resembling 6 whiskers with large tattoos on their arms. The yellow-haired one has a large gold character tattooed, while the gray-haired one has a silver character. What intrigued Lin Yi was that they were holding remarkable weapons. The golden-haired one wields the horn, a banana fan, and an amber purification bottle, while the gray-haired one carries a red gourd and a 7-star sword. These 5 blades belong to the Sage of the 6 Paths, possessing extraordinary abilities. Boom. Suddenly the Lei Qi shook. Lin Yi seemed unfazed, remaining in the center of the Lei Qi. Upon seeing the tremor of the Lei Qi, Ju's lips curled up slightly. Meanwhile, all ninjas and ordinary people in Yunin village noticed the anomaly at the Lei Qi. The terrifying evil chakra sent chills down the spines of those far away. Even some ordinary people with low resistance seemed to be controlled by this evil chakra, attacking others in a frenzy. Daredevils, bursting into the Lei Qi recklessly. Mabu Yi, who arrived first, used her teleportation technique to send the information here to the 4th Hokage. Then she shouted loudly. With Yunin village facing a life-and-death crisis, she had to step forward. Lin Yi looked at her innocently. It seemed he wanted to say it wasn't him, but the words caught in his throat. Perhaps this loosening of the seal really had something to do with him. After all, Ju had not made any move since his arrival. With a thunderous roar, a dense and evil chakra surged forth. The black lightning in the Lei Qi was slowly absorbed into the red gourd and the amber purification bottle, causing Lin Yi's mouth to water. What a splendid treasure. I'd like to borrow it for a while. Thinking this, he prepared to take action. I didn't expect to see such delicious vitality right after coming out. The two figures floated in midair above the Lei Qi, their hoarse voices filled with laughter. They even licked their lips, showing unabashed greed. Their bodies were enveloped in an incredibly evil red chakra resembling small-tailed beasts with a powerful aura spreading outwards. It directly repelled Mabu Yi. This, Yunin village is finished. Mabu Yi glared at Lin Yi with hatred, flames of fury shooting from her eyes. All of this was caused by this boy, and there was no way to save her village now. A glimmer of desperate resolve flickered in her eyes. I hope I can hold them off until the 4th Hokage returns, she thought in her heart. At this moment, the 4th Hokage and his team were about to reach their destination. Druid, you and your advance team move ahead first, he commanded. After speaking, a blue lightning bolt shot out, and he vanished from sight, leaving she with a helpless sigh. What kind of commander charges into battle? A thunderous sound echoed in the distance. Quickly go assist the 4th Hokage, she hurriedly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and a message appeared before him. Crisis in Yun Hidden Village. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao have escaped. Hurry back to rescue. The content of the message was clearly perceived by the elite ninjas, all with grim faces, their gazes fixed on Shi. They waited for him to decide whether to continue supporting the 4th Hokage or return for the rescue. You quickly inform the 4th Hokage and Druid about the situation in Yun Hidden Village. Let them know the situation in Yun Hidden Village. They'll return immediately for the rescue. I hope it's not too late, she said coldly. Captain, are Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao really that terrifying? Terrifying? It seems you don't know their history yet. They are the ones who killed the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Hokage, the most notorious ninjas in the history of the ninja world, she said with a furrowed brow. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot, rushing towards Yun Hidden Village. Boom. At that moment, she fell heavily to the ground. The other ninjas saw him suddenly fall to the ground. They had been preparing to get up, but they abruptly stopped, looking ahead in astonishment. In the sky, a large bird was carrying a person hovering in midair. From the black clothing adorned with red clouds, it was obvious he was a member of the Akatsuki organization. They did not know when he had arrived behind them, blocking their retreat. Moreover, at that moment, they were not the only ones encountering such a situation. The other 2 routes were similarly blocked. Konohagakure and Kirigakure had also been cut off. They were in a rush to return as they had received intelligence. Members of the Akatsuki organization were approaching their villages. Meanwhile, in Yun Hidden Village's Thunder Pool, the black lightning that had been within the pool was all absorbed into the gourd and treasure bottle. Today we are finally free. Ninjas of Yun Hidden Village, today you will pay for your blood. 2 sharp and cold voices exploded in the ears of all the ninjas in Yun Hidden Village. Beside them, Ju was overjoyed to see the 2 escape the seal. Originally, he had come to break the seal to help them, but now it seemed he was merely a witness to their escape. Now that they had escaped, his task was complete. He slowly faded into the ground. Ha ha ha. We have finally seen the light of day again. This damned Yun Hidden Village has trapped us for so long. Today, we will wash it in blood. The 2 were filled with indescribable excitement and madness. Their gazes towards Lin Yi and Ma Bu Yi revealed a sense of cruelty. At this moment, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's eyes flickered with a scarlet glow. They emanated a terrifying chakra aura that soared into the sky. Die. The two coldly glanced at Lin Yi and said nonchalantly. In their eyes, Lin Yi was merely an insignificant ant easily crushed. Their strength had already reached the quasi-six paths level. In their view, in the entire ninja world, only the strongest could unite to face them. Therefore, today they intended to bring destruction to Yun Hidden Village. The two of them gathered their red chakra into a massive hand, slamming it down towards Lin Yi. A gigantic red hand materialized out of thin air. This hand was about to turn Lin Yi into a mist of blood. Is it true that Yun Hidden Village cannot escape disaster today? Ma Bu Yi exclaimed, her eyes bloodshot with unwillingness as she shouted. Unfortunately, her estimation couldn't even hold them back for a second. She kept praying in her heart for the fourth Hokage to return quickly. Just as the two were about to get up and fly out of the thunder pool, what? You finished attacking and want to leave? I haven't even made my move yet. At that moment, a light and airy voice suddenly appeared in Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's ears. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, the two were first taken aback. Then they looked at Lin Yi with derision. They hadn't expected Lin Yi to still possess a bit of strength, but he probably didn't realize who he was standing in front of. They were the most notorious ninjas in the history of the ninja world. Lin Yi, unaware of their thoughts, smiled at them. This feeling was strange. Ma Bu Yi noticed that they seemed very confident, although she was also surprised at how Lin Yi could possess such strength. She believed he was still far inferior to Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Suddenly, she fantasized about how great it would be if Lin Yi were strong enough to hold off Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao a little longer, giving the fourth Hokage more time to return. Tailed Beast Transformation, Tailed Beast Ball. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao transformed into a gigantic nine-tailed fox, spewing forth a tailed beast ball. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, colliding with the lightning in the thunder pool, resulting in a chain reaction. The entire thunder pool rumbled with thunder and lightning, and Ma Bu Yi was swept away by the terrifying whirlwind. Sigh. She sighed and lamented to Lin Yi. Against such terrifying power, Lin Yi would surely be obliterated. Suddenly, she heard Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's surprised voices. She looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gaped. He actually survived that terrifying energy, which was simply unbelievable. Similarly, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao also found it unbelievable. Facing their tailed beast ball, he had suffered no injuries, which made no sense. Moreover, they could faintly sense an unsettling aura emanating from this young man. Suddenly, they thought of a terrifying question. He had been at the center of the thunder pool, and those black lightning bolts seemed unable to harm him in the slightest. What on earth are you? A deep sense of dread flashed in their eyes. A person who could remain unscathed by the power of black lightning was certainly not an ordinary individual. Who are you? Jin Jiao asked warily, his muscles tensing, his hand subtly preparing for an attack. You were the ones attacking just now. Now it's my turn, Lin Yi scoffed. He slowly drew out a long knife, and the lightning in the thunder pool continuously gathered at the tip of the blade, spewing forth. Like a white laser, it sliced through space. It seemed that no matter how powerful an existence might be, they could not evade this sword light. No, I cannot accept this. The originally most notorious duo in the history of the ninja world perished in the thunder pool. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao felt that their deaths were quite aggrieved. They had just managed to escape only to meet their demise. Lin Yi merely cast a casual glance and then continued to meditate. However, Ma Bai, who was nearby, began to lose her composure. She originally thought it was already quite remarkable to withstand the two of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Unexpectedly, he had managed to counterattack and kill both of them. Her worldview was completely overturned as she looked at Lin Yi in shock. She was also filled with some worry and fear, afraid that Lin Yi would also massacre Yunin Village. After all, she had just witnessed Lin Yi's strength. She guessed that even if the fourth Hokage returned, he would not be able to stop Lin Yi. After immersing herself for a moment in this oppressive atmosphere, she wanted to step forward and test the waters. But before she could take a step, a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards her. Boom. The lightning struck right in front of her. Then she heard Lin Yi's calm voice, "Do not disturb me. I am here to cultivate. I have no interest in Yunin Village." These few brief sentences immediately eased Ma Bai's mood. Since such a high-level master showed disdain for dealing with Yunin Village, he surely would not take action again. Meanwhile, she, who was returning to provide support, faced an unprecedented life-and-death battle. The two members of the Akatsuki organization opposite them were incredibly powerful. Each had the strength of a shadow-level ninja. Moreover, facing two of them at once, they suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. After all, they needed to rush back to save their village. His face was filled with immense pain, wishing he could perish together with the enemy. Unfortunately, they still needed to conserve chakra to return and save the village, making it impossible to fight with all their might. Suddenly, a flash of light shot towards them. This message immediately dissipated the frustration within their hearts. Crisis averted. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao are dead. Although it was just a few simple words, it was enough to ease their minds. Then each of them had their eyes filled with brilliance, staring at the duo from the Akatsuki organization. However, unlike them, Konoha Village was only facing the outer path's magic statue. In just a few minutes, they resolved the situation. After all, with the third Hokage present, it was not like the fourth Raikage had left on his own, as in Union Village. Narashikaku, will we still make it back this way in time? We definitely won't make it in time. Third, it would be best to send a team with speed advantage to go back first and stop the attack, waiting for the main force to return. After pondering for a moment, Narashikaku suggested. About 10 minutes later, a team of 4 disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, in Konoha Village, the other 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, strolled leisurely down the street. Itachi, how can you be so sure that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails won't come with the main force to attack us? Kisame asked in confusion. Just a guess. Itachi replied calmly. He actually knew very well that the third Hokage would not engage in such dangerous actions. TCH, forget it. Kisame said with dissatisfaction. Itachi, do you not feel something unusual in the air? He then asked. In fact, as soon as they entered Konoha Village, Uchiha Itachi had already sensed an unusual smell. Let's observe the situation first. After saying that, both of them disappeared from the streets of Konoha Village. At the same time, in the underground chamber of the Root organization in Konoha Village. Orochimaru, do you dare come here? Do you want to die? Shimura Danzo, who had been resurrected, said with a gloomy face. Hehe, why are you not welcoming me? Orochimaru said disdainfully. Originally, he had planned to attack Konoha Village. After all, the third Hokage had taken many elite ninjas away, making this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, just as he was preparing his plans, he suddenly discovered that a coup was quietly occurring within Konoha Village. This was due to Shimura Danzo using his power in the Umbu to cultivate his own organization, Root. Taking advantage of the third Hokage's expedition to deal with the Akatsuki organization, he silently led a coup, completely taking control of Konoha Village. He even captured the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Sasuke, who had just happened to be out on a mission led by Hitaki Kakashi. Facing Orochimaru's inquiry, Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy expression, are you not afraid? I will keep you here as well. Hehe. Tobi, show this old man our strength. Orochimaru said to Tobi, who was behind him. Hehe. Shimura Danzo, let me show you a portion of our strength. Tobi said with a hoarse voice, his eyes filled with a hint of darkness and coldness. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Suddenly, a red wooden coffin appeared in front of him. Bang. Immediately the lid of the red wooden coffin was opened. A strange and eerie chakra emanated from within the coffin, as if an unparalleled great evil was about to awaken from the coffin. What? Upon seeing the person inside the coffin, Shimura Danzo's expression changed dramatically. He looked at him in shock. Inside the coffin was his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Ironically, the impure world reincarnation technique was a forbidden technique he had developed. Now it was actually used against him by someone else. The impure world reincarnation technique extracts a certain amount of the deceased flesh and uses a living person's body as the vessel for the deceased soul. It then summons the deceased soul from the underworld to the present ninja world, allowing the deceased soul to attach to the vessel and covering the living body with dust, thus transforming into the appearance of the deceased when they were alive. How did you find him? Shimura Danzo reluctantly acknowledged their strength capable of contending with his own and began to treat Orochimaru with serious equality. Hehe. What else? After speaking, he quickly crossed his hands to perform hand seals. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Coffins continuously emerged from the ground. In fact, 2 coffins from a distance were even pushed back a step by the aura they emitted. The 2 coffins emitted an astonishing chakra aura. Who are they? How can I feel tremors from so far away? Shimura Danzo said in terror. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama had already left him extremely shocked. Now those 2 coffins seemed to emanate an even stronger aura than that of the second Hokage. Could it be them? Shimura Danzo seemed to realize who was inside his mouth. Agape. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from those 2 coffins. If they were released, the ninja world would once again be engulfed in a great war. From Tobi's expression, he also did not dare to easily release them. It seemed that controlling these 2 would be very challenging. Orochimaru, speak. What is your purpose for coming here? I can't imagine it's just to reminisce and show off. Shimura Danzo said lightly. Hehe. Cooperation. Together we will lead Konoha and bring true peace to the entire ninja world. Orochimaru slowly said, revealing the ambition within his heart. You want to dominate the entire ninja world? Shimura Danzo said in shock, not expecting Orochimaru to have such grand ambitions. Even if they possessed this strength, if all the ninjas of the ninja world united, they likely would not be able to withstand it. We definitely can't do it alone. We have partners whose strength is not weaker than ours. Orochimaru said nonchalantly. The following day, outside Konoha Village, whoosh, whoosh, several figures materialized at the village's edge. The moment they landed, Narashikaku furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the street before the village gate. Behind him, Mike Guy was already preparing to dash toward the street when Shikaku suddenly called out, Guy, wait. Something is amiss within the village. An enemy. Where? Guy scanned the surroundings with sharp, searching eyes, hunting for any sign of intruders. After a long, fruitless search, he turned to Shikaku with deep skepticism. The others watched him in bewilderment, awaiting explanation. Have you not noticed? The street is completely deserted. Oi. Shikaku countered. At his words, their gazes swept across the street once more, yet not a single soul was visible. Still could emptiness alone signal danger. After all, quiet streets were not uncommon in Konoha. They remained unconvinced. Then tell me, have you not observed how even the animals keep far, far away from the village? Some presence, must instill such terror in them that they dare not approach. Shikaku pointed toward distant creatures trembling faintly in the distance. But, Guy's expression darkened. Who could it be? We've only been gone a few days. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi remains in Konoha as acting leader. He was once a comrade of the third Hokage himself. Who among our enemies could possibly defeat him so swiftly? They voiced their disbelief. What if it is Uchiha Itachi himself? The instant Shikaku uttered those words, stunned silence fell, and every eye widened in utter incredulity. No one had imagined Shikaku would dare entertain such a thought. After all, Uchiha Itachi was a pillar of Konoha's highest echelons. Have you not noticed how deeply he has resented never attaining the title of Hokage? Shikaku exhaled sharply, his voice edged with cold clarity. If this is true, what then shall we do? As confusion clouded their faces, Shikaku continued gravely. Then it is nothing less than a catastrophe for Konoha. Regardless, our first step must be to dispatch a scout, to gather intelligence and ascertain the village's current state. Once confirmed, we will relay the situation to the main force and await the third Hokage's return. Shikaku issued these orders with calm, unwavering precision. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, a translucent crystal orb shimmered, clearly reflecting Shikaku and his team along with every word they spoke. Haha, so Sarutobi still harbors talents like this on his roster. Orochimaru sneered. The Nara clan has always excelled in calculation. Detecting anomalies is hardly surprising. Yet even if they have, what then? Uchiha Itachi scoffed, glancing sidelong at the wary figure behind him. And what, pray tell, does our acting Hokage intend to do now? Orochimaru's barb struck deeper, seizing Konoha's heartland, while the third Hokage waged war against Akatsuki. This self-proclaimed leadership was by definition provisional. Let them wait until Sarutobi returns. Then we shall settle accounts together. With that, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes in disdainful dismissal. Haha, if we are to wait for old Sarutobi's return before battle begins, we ought to invite allies. Don't you agree? Orochimaru murmured, turning to signal Kabuto. Understood. Kabuto vanished instantly. Outside Konoha, Shikaku waited, nearly 15 minutes, before a shinobi materialized before them. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed Konoha and allied himself with Orochimaru. The messenger gasped, breathless. What? Shikaku, you were right. Guy exclaimed, astonished. Once the intel was verified, Shikaku added, Guy, you must carry this report to the third Hokage immediately. We meanwhile must determine the enemy's numbers and strength. Upon receiving his orders, Guy vanished without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the lightning pool of Kumogakure, Lin Yi idly spun 5 unique ninja tools in his palms. Though each possessed extraordinary abilities, none resonated with his own Tao. After all, he wielded a blade. To suddenly brandish a gourd, a bottle, a fan, or even a coil of rope would feel profoundly dissonant. Ding! A cold, disembodied voice echoed in his mind. The host may accelerate cultivation using these ninja tools. So it can be done, Lin Yi murmured, elated. Roughly 10 hours later, another icy voice pierced his awareness. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The lightning art has ascended to black lightning force tenfold stronger than before. Phew. At last, he could depart. These days had been his most grueling. Confined within the lightning pool, his frame had grown gaunt and hollow. Though his shadow clones delivered ample provisions daily, each meal arrived charred black, scorched by lightning, leaving him nauseated at the sight. In a flash of instantaneous movement, he vanished from the pool and reappeared beyond Kumogakure's borders, vanishing again as streaks of black lightning. A colossal turtle. Soaring high above the sea, Lin Yi spotted a small island, only to realize upon closer inspection it was no island at all, but a living leviathan. Whoosh. In an instant he stood atop the turtle's shell. Oh yeah, today's mood is splendid. I'll compose a dazzling lyrical verse. A man burst into view, singing wildly. His skin was deep brown, hair a pale gold, and black sunglasses obscured his eyes. 7 swords hung at his side. The kanji for iron branded his right shoulder, twin bullhorn scars etched starkly across his left cheek. Upon seeing an unfamiliar youth appear, he beamed with unrestrained delight and sang, 8 Tails Gyuki, Rabito is my name. Oh yeah. Lin Yi listened, then nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity. 8 Tails Baka. Phew, now that's enlightenment. I've never met anyone who calls themselves an idiot on purpose. He gazed at Rabito with quiet pity, heart heavy with unspoken reflection. You fool, you wretch. This is no clumsy joke. It's magnificent rhythm. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Rabito rapped on, defiant. Rhythm? This, Lin Yi retorted, voice dripping with disdain. Combat has begun. How humbling. March forward with unstoppable might. He lunged, unleashing ultrasonic thunderblade technique straight at Lin Yi. Clang, clang, clang. Rabito's 7 blades whirled in relentless succession, but each strike was effortlessly parried by Lin Yi's sword. 10 minutes passed thus. I still have reserves. My charisma blazes bright. Rabito panted, rapping through ragged breaths. Lin Yi watched him, his eyes wide open. Such an oddity indeed. Lightning release heat knife. Suddenly Kurama gathered lightning chakra all over his body and charged towards Lin Yi at high speed. Bang! Hiss! The collision of lightning power made Turtle Island seem like it was facing the apocalypse. After several fierce charges, he was astonished to find that Lin Yi hadn't moved an inch, still standing in place. He looked at Lin Yi as if he were a monster, a dangerously ecstatic person. Without waiting for Lin Yi to ask what he meant, he exclaimed, "Leave quickly, or you'll lose your life, yeah." Kurama quickly rapped as he fled using lightning release. Lin Yi watched, bewildered, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed he hadn't done much, yet Kurama ran away in fear. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Kurama. "Oh no." Suddenly seeing Lin Yi in front of him, Kurama exclaimed, "Cough cough, I mean no harm." Seeing that Kurama was about to flee again, Lin Yi coughed twice and said with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Kurama cautiously stared at him, seemingly waiting for an explanation. However, if Lin Yi showed any sign of hostility, he would escape at lightning speed. You are quite interesting. I invite you to eat ramen, how about that?" Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Then he added, "I haven't had ramen in a long time either. The best ramen is from Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha. It's simply exquisite." To Kurama, Lin Yi's words took on a different meaning. It seemed he heard Lin Yi greatly appreciating his music and wanting to invite him to Konoha for a concert. He looked at Lin Yi with excitement. He began to dance. "Little fool, dance away." "Oh yeah. Oh no. I bit my tongue, that was close." Kurama muttered to himself while dancing. Afterward, he followed Lin Yi off Turtle Island. At that moment, if the fourth Raikage, who was far away fighting against the Akatsuki, knew, he would probably roar in anger, "Fool, fool. A bowl of ramen just tricked my brother, the ultimate weapon of Kumobikure, the Eight Tails, Jinchuriki, away." Not just him, but the whole Kumobikure as well. Even the entire ninja world would see him as the first Jinchuriki in history. Although Kurama left in a hurry, he still remembered to leave a message for his elder brother, the fourth Raikage. After Lin Yi and the others left Turtle Island, about 10 minutes later, a figure slowly rose from the ground, topped with 2 giant leaf blades. Upon arriving at Turtle Island, he discovered that the Eight Tails Gyuki he had sensed earlier was no longer there. Confused, he searched the island for clues. Soon he found the spot where Lin Yi had battled. Upon noticing only remnants of lightning power and no other traces, he furrowed his brow. He speculated in his mind about who had taken the Eight Tails Gyuki. Suddenly, an unremarkable note caught his attention. On a rock wall, he saw the message, "The Eight Tails Jinchuriki will make a grand appearance in Konoha." "Oh yeah. So it's Konoha," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. The original message suddenly transformed into a conspiracy of Konoha kidnapping the Eight Tails Gyuki. After several days of battle, the fourth Raikage and his team had successfully taken down a stronghold of the Akatsuki. However, when the fourth Raikage and his team returned, Deidara and Sasori of the Akatsuki suddenly vanished. Only Hiki and the others stared fiercely in the direction they disappeared, wanting to chase after them, but reason told them not to. After a fierce battle, they had suffered heavy losses, with a third of their elite ninjas casualties. They were just about to exhaust their chakra. Seeing the situation, the Raikage erupted in fury, shouting, "Despicable Akatsuki, don't let me tear you apart." Fourth Raikage, calm down. We need to return to the village quickly. When you just left the team, we received a distress signal from Mabuya. In the lightning pool, the two of them, Kin and Jin, broke the seal and escaped. But not long after, she sent another signal saying the crisis was resolved. Regardless, we need to return quickly to confirm. Hiki panted as he spoke to the fourth Raikage, fearing that he might impulsively chase after the Akatsuki members. Lightning pool. Thinking of that boy in the lightning pool, he couldn't help but shudder. But then he thought if the seal there had really broken with that boy present, Kin and Jin would have to prostrate themselves, thus the crisis was said to be resolved. It was very likely that those two had been dealt with by that mysterious boy. Suddenly, he felt a bit of relief. After all, Lin Yi seemed to have no dangerous intentions towards Kumobikure. Hiki, after reorganizing, bring the fallen martyrs back to the village. The fourth Raikage said with a serious expression. The next day, the fourth Raikage returned triumphantly with the elite ninjas. In an instant, Kumobikure was filled with various sounds. Some cried tears of joy for the return of loved ones, while others wept for the loss of family. Some even did not understand why this war was initiated. Suddenly, 3 flustered ninjas burst in, kneeling before the fourth Raikage. What a mess. What happened? The fourth Raikage's heart sank instinctively. Could it be that his adopted brother Kurama was in trouble? "Fourth Raikage, please save our master," Samui cried. What? A sense of foreboding arose in the heart of the fourth Raikage. "Master, he was captured by those people from Konoha," Karui said. "Hiruzen Sarutobi." The fourth Raikage roared, a thick aura of menace radiating from him, causing everyone to retreat. They looked at Kiriba's 3 disciples in shock. Moments later, they understood the reason. It turned out that the 3 were sent by Kurama to Kumobikure to prepare for a concert. But after they had arranged everything, they returned only to find their master had disappeared, leaving behind battle traces and a message. They learned from the message that their master had been captured by Konoha. Hiki Karui quickly gathered all elite ninjas. Discuss the situation regarding Karabi. Hiki slapped his forehead, looking incredulously at the fourth Reikage. This time he was surprisingly calm and did not impulsively shout for war against Konoha. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi. In the heart of the fourth Reikage, aside from that boy, it was hard to think of anyone else who could take Karabi away so calmly. And whether he was from Konoha, the fourth Reikage was also unsure. In the office of the fourth Reikage in Yunin village, he sat solemnly at the center, his expression grave and his brows furrowed. Ninjas stood in 2 rows facing him. They stood in silence, their expressions filled with frustration, immersed in a stifling atmosphere. They feared angering the fourth Reikage, especially since his adopted brother had been kidnapped. Konoha village, have we received any updates from our intelligence agents? The fourth Reikage spoke in a dark tone. If it were confirmed that Konoha had abducted Killer Bee, he would undoubtedly lead Yunin village on another expedition. Such a scenario could potentially spark a catastrophic war in the entire ninja world. After all, the battle between 2 ninja villages could escalate into a conflict involving the entire ninja world. There is no intelligence regarding Killer Bee. However, we have gathered another interesting piece of information. That is, Shimura Danzo from Konoha has become the Hokage. She looked up slowly and replied, Shimura Danzo, the teammate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen still around? The fourth Reikage inquired. Yes, that's why we find it particularly interesting. This might also be an opportunity, who knows? She smiled intriguingly. Are you suggesting that a major political upheaval is about to occur in Konoha? Asked the fourth Reikage. Much larger than the previous coup within the Uchiha clan. It could even spark the fourth great ninja war. She nodded gravely, analyzing the situation. Are you overthinking this? The fourth Reikage did not wish to provoke a ninja world war. Our spies in Konoha have also returned with news. There are 2 other forces present in Konoha at this time. Why are they all appearing there? It cannot possibly be for leisure. They must have undisclosed motives, she discussed heavily. Just as the ninjas were discussing Konoha, a ninja from Yunin's Umbu suddenly appeared before them. Fourth Reikage. What major incident has occurred? The Umbu ninja said. Upon hearing that Konoha planned to extract the 8 tails from Killer Bee, the fourth Reikage radiated intense lightning chakra. Boom. The previously intact office was punched through by the enraged fourth Reikage, immediately mobilized to attack Konoha and rescue Killer Bee. The fourth Reikage shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja who had just entered to report looked on with ecstatic eyes. He slowly vanished from the spot. No one noticed that after he disappeared, a shadow quietly attached itself to an elite jonin. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away in Kirigakure, Pain and his group easily captured the 3 tails Isabu. They then stared in shock at a group of elite ninjas before them. Their forms resembled either cats or turtles, which was quite bizarre. Yet their souls were undeniably human. Haha, so that's how it is. After a chuckle, A Lung's voice underwent a drastic change, becoming deep and heavy. Haydn looked at him in confusion. When he turned to face the leader, he seemed to have an inkling. What do you know? Haydn said with displeasure. Oomph. A massive chakra emanated from his body. Then Haydn stood there dumbfounded and motionless. Clearly he was trapped in an illusion. Huff. In the next moment, he was drenched in sweat, looking at Ope in terror. A sense of immense fear filled his heart, as if confronting Lin Yi. Who are you? He asked in fright. Oomph. Ope snorted coldly. He is the true leader of our Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Madara. Pain said lightly beside him. What? He is the legendary figure in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Haydn exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. He gaped in disbelief. Everything happening was too surreal, too dreamlike. Yet he had to accept that none of this was an illusion. Suddenly, 2 leaf-like shapes sprouted from the ground before them. Seeing Haydn's shocked face, he simply smiled faintly. Then he turned to describe the situation regarding the 8 tails and Yunin village to Uchiha Madara. He even detailed how he had schemed to trick the fourth Reikage into attacking Konoha. After listening to the intelligence, Uchiha Madara's mouth curled into a smile. Haha, since that's the case, let's realize our grand ideals in Konoha, he said to everyone. However, currently we have only extracted 2-tailed beasts. Pain said coldly. Use the outer path golem to scout the exact locations of the tailed beasts. Then whether through deception or capture, we must concentrate everything in Konoha. Uchiha Madara explained. If we capture them brazenly, it will surely attract the attention of the ninja world, thus making us targets of scorn. Pain stated coldly again. Don't worry, the opportunity is here now. As long as the entire ninja world ignites the 4th great ninja war, they won't have enough forces to stop us. Moreover, we have an army of 100,000. It is time for them to show their muscles. Uchiha Madara said, emanating a chilling aura. Then he seemed to think of something and said to everyone, these ninja cats and ninja turtles. They should have been created by Uchiha Itachi. This mind exchange seems to be his special ability. What? Who is responsible for all this? Haydn exclaimed again. Meanwhile, everyone turned their gazes towards Uchiha Madara, waiting for his explanation. Indeed, it seems that Yunin village has an inexplicable connection with Uchiha Itachi. It can be used as a trump card to restrain him in the end. Uchiha Itachi is the greatest variable in our entire plan. Uchiha Madara said, frowning. Remembering Lin Yi, he felt an uncontrollable sense of unease. In a confrontation years ago, he had suffered a setback before Lin Yi. Haha, stirring discord is my specialty. I will gather all the ninjas from the ninja world in Konoha, Zetsu said with a cold laugh. Yet in his heart, he was overjoyed one step closer to resurrecting his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, in the land of fire at Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha boss, 2 bowls of ramen. 1 bowl of ramen. The 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yi turned towards its source. At the same time, the other party also looked at him. It turned out that the newcomer was Uzumaki Naruto, who had just returned from a mission and went directly to Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Lin Yi, Uzumaki Naruto looked at him with curiosity. It was broad daylight, and appearing in Konoha wearing a mask clearly wasn't something the Yambu would do. The person following him was even more peculiar, wearing sunglasses and carrying 8 blades. However, the thought of the ramen's flavor made him forget everything else. With starry eyes, he gazed at the ramen, inhaling its steamy aroma. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's mind echoed with the voice of the 8 Tails Gyuki Humph. It was that stinky fox. Oh yeah, where's the fox? That little brat beside you is the stinky fox Jinchuriki. Fox boy, I'll skip everything else, Killer Bee said while rapping. Hearing Killer Bee's words, he initially looked at him in confusion. The next moment, he stared at him in shock. Just then, he sensed a slight movement from the 9 tails within his body. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when encountering another Jinchuriki. This meant that the uncle in front of him was also a Jinchuriki. Just as he was about to ask, a wave of furious chakra surged in. Its overwhelming aura pressed down towards Lin Yi. However, as soon as this powerful aura came into contact with Lin Yi, it was devoured by a surge of black lightning emanating from him. Uchiha, it's time to settle our old scores. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. They were dressed in black adorned with red clouds. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, who had previously come to Konoha. Originally, he had only planned to wait until the Konoha coup to reap the benefits. He never expected to find his former enemies here today. This was the best opportunity, otherwise he didn't know when he would see them again. After all, in recent years, even their Akatsuki organization had struggled to gather information on Lin Yi, let alone encountering him in person. Therefore, without waiting for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to engage in combat, he revealed himself. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi indeed shocked Shimura Danzo. He looked at Orochimaru with a face full of astonishment. Deep down, Orochimaru was equally shocked. When he saw Uchiha Itachi, his muscles tensed up and his arms ached subtly. Seeing Danzo's questioning gaze, he gently shook his head. Has the situation replicated? After receiving a reply, Danzo frowned tightly. He hadn't expected the Akatsuki organization to suddenly appear in Konoha, especially at such a critical moment. What worried him even more was that the visitor was Uchiha Itachi. He had just finished kidnapping members of the Uchiha clan, and now this monstrous genius Uchiha Itachi had returned. What terrible luck. However, he knew that relying solely on his own power, he couldn't control the situation in Konoha anymore. He had to closely ally with Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi, long time no see. Feeling the hatred in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, he greeted him nonchalantly. After venturing out for a while, Lin Yi's perspective on matters had completely changed. Back then, he had not been in the wrong. After all, it was Uchiha Itachi who sought to kill him first. Moreover, his counterattack against Uchiha Itachi could be seen as revenge for the fallen Uchiha clan members. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to make a move, Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout Konoha. A boy carrying the Uchiha clan's fan with blazing flames in his eyes stared at Uchiha Itachi. It was Uchiha Sasuke, who had just returned from a mission with Uzumaki Naruto. The moment he saw Uchiha Itachi, the hatred in his heart erupted, unleashing an incredible chakra as he roared. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger. A light shield suddenly burst forth from his fingertip, enveloping everyone. The next moment, Lin Yi took Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke away from Ichiraku Ramen. Immediately afterward, a wave of disturbance rippled through the Uchiha base. The 3 of them instantly appeared in midair. Boom. Ziz. Susanoo. 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 The moment they appeared in midair, the 3 simultaneously activated Susanoo. Their fully red Susanoo each held a divine artifact. It was Uchiha Itachi who at the moment of his appearance first used the Yata mirror to block Uchiha Sasuke's attack, then attacked Lin Yi with the Totsuka blade. However, his attack seemed to have no effect, causing not even a ripple. He furrowed his brows as he stared at Lin Yi. At that moment, his all-black Susanoo resembled a black hole capable of devouring all. This was his true power. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. This masked man was actually from the Uchiha clan. But after just one glance at Lin Yi, his Susanoo radiating purple chakra once again drew back its longbow and shot towards Uchiha Itachi. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi, holding the Yata mirror in his left hand, deflected Sasuke's attack, then shot a stream of black flames towards Lin Yi. Facing the black flames, Lin Yi gently swiped his right hand. The black flames suddenly appeared on his own body. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Sasuke shot a stream of black flames towards Uchiha Itachi. Boom. The Uchiha Itachi, engulfed in black flames, suddenly exploded. At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes behind the mask kept changing patterns like a kaleidoscope. Immediately afterward, he gently waved his right hand. Uchiha Itachi's form manifested before Lin Yi. Bang bang bang. After a fierce hand-to-hand combat, Lin Yi's mask shattered, revealing a handsome face, but unfortunately one eye lacked any luster, clearly having gone blind. Uchiha Itachi meanwhile looked at him with a bruised and swollen face. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Lin Yi's true appearance, he was shocked and pointed at him. You are Uchiha, he stammered. If you want to die again, then don't blame me. Dimensional slash. Without answering Sasuke's question, Lin Yi drew his long sword and fiercely slashed at Uchiha Itachi. Whoosh. A beam of light sliced through the space where Uchiha Itachi stood. Facing Lin Yi's dimensional slash, Uchiha Itachi felt the impending danger. Izanami. In this moment of dire peril, Uchiha Itachi unleashed the forbidden technique, Tsukuyami. Yet, a violent cough tore from his throat as he spat a mouthful of black blood. You severed the Jinjutsu. Terror flooded his gaze as he stared at Lin Yi, his restored body already beginning to fracture anew. Tsukuyami absorbed all damage and attacks through illusionary constructs. Yet he had never anticipated that Lin Yi's strike would cleave straight through the very fabric of his Jinjutsu. His body, just moments ago whole once more, now teetered on the brink of annihilation. Gather. At the apex of crisis, Uchiha Itachi offered a faint serene smile and whispered the command. Instantly a torrent of crimson chakra erupted from his form, swelling with imminent detonation. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the Uchiha compound, carving a colossal crater into the earth. From the devastation emerged a massive stone stele. Cough cough. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yi's face appeared, cradling Uchiha Sasuke in his arms. Uchiha Sasuke stood utterly stunned. Though Itachi lay dead, the hatred burning within him remained unspent and unassuaged. For vengeance demanded his own hand, not another's. How could the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan be so easily laid to rest? But now, whom then should he hold accountable? HSS. What is this stele, eh? It records everything. Even a terrifying forbidden technique. Lin Yi drew a sharp breath, astonishment coloring his voice. At the sound, Sasuke's gaze snapped toward the stele. The moment his eyes fell upon it, his jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg, and his eyes bulged with disbelief. The stele bore the names and fates of every Uchiha clansman. Even the precise hour of each death was inscribed, most chillingly Itachi's own today. He sat rigid, speechless, then collapsed backward onto the ground with a soft thud. Lin Yi, though deeply startled, remained composed, his reaction far more restrained. His eyes narrowed slightly. His own name was absent from the stele, a glaring impossibility. After a brief pause, his spirit surged with sudden clarity. System, sign in at the Uchiha clan shrine of the fallen gods. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Awarded Ryugi Shiki's mystic eyes of death perception. A cold mechanical voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind. Those who wielded these eyes could perceive the lines of death, invisible threads marking inevitable demise, and sever them to end life irrevocably beyond any salvation. Grasping the overwhelming power of Ryugi Shiki's mystic eyes, Lin Yi's heart surged with exultant triumph. He had borne the burden of monocular vision for far too long. Now at last wholeness beckoned. In the next instant, his previously dull, lifeless eye flared, translucent, radiant, and overlaid with the swirling yin-yang taiji symbol. He turned, gazing directly at Uchiha Sasuke. Within his new vision, Sasuke's form shimmered with countless luminous filaments. One thread, pale gray, stark and absolute, coiled around him. Sever it, and Sasuke would perish instantly beyond resurrection or reprieve. As Lin Yi's gaze settled upon him, Sasuke shuddered violently, chilled to the marrow as though death itself had pressed its blade against his throat. Moments later, the sensation vanished. His muscles slackened. He glanced warily around, then locked eyes unblinking on Lin Yi's. What is this IA? One Sharingan, red and spiraling. One eye like an ancient Bagua diagram, terrifying, uncanny. And hadn't he possessed only one eye moments before? How swiftly had this transformation occurred? HSS. Could it be? Does his ocular power grow stronger each time he slays an Uchiha? Sasuke's mind reeled with speculation. Instinctively, he stepped back, one cautious, guarded pace away from Lin Yi. You seem afraid of me. Lin Yi spoke calm and detached. I admit, I am no match for you. But neither will you kill me easily. Sasuke replied, voice taut with defiance. Why would I kill you? Lin Yi countered with a faint, knowing smile. Don't you? Sasuke stammered, faltering mid-sentence. Oh no, Ramen. Lin Yi suddenly smacked his forehead, then vanished before Sasuke could utter a word. Leaving Sasuke bewildered and alone, he strode silently to the stele's forbidden inscription and began mastering its sealed art. Meanwhile, outside Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha village. Boy, let's dance. Oh yeah. No sooner had Lin Yi materialized than he saw Killer Bee, backpack slung with Samehada, and Naruto Uzumaki performing an exuberant syncopated jig. A closer look revealed signs of recent battle, and Samehada, slung across Killer Bee's back, glinted with raw, untamed energy matching his electrified grin. Clearly, after their departure, Kisame Hashigaki of Akatsuki had fallen to them, and they had claimed his legendary blade as spoils. After all, Samehada, the so-called zero-tailed beast, fed voraciously on chakra, and Killer Bee, host of the 8 tails, possessed an inexhaustible reservoir. In the next breath, A flash of incisive light flickered across Lin Yi's eyes. There, wound tightly around Samahata, were dozens of luminous threads. He raised his hand and slashed through the air. Af! A piercing shriek erupted from Samahata's blade. Killer Bee recoiled, dropping the weapon in sheer panic. He stared dumbfounded at Lin Yi. That one isn't dead. He's been hiding within the blade. Lin Yi remarked, unruffled. What? He's still alive? Naruto gasped, incredulity etched across his face. They'd expended tremendous effort just to subdue him. Now he is. At Lin Yi's words, Killer Bee reached out again, reconnecting with Samahata. To his astonishment, control flowed smoother, deeper, confirming Lin Yi's claim. Yet, why had none of them sensed it? And how could Lin Yi in the blink of an eye have slain such a foe? How vast then was his strength? Unbeknownst to them, every movement had been observed by Danzo Shimura, the acting Hokage, through a crystal orb. First he watched Lin Yi bring Itachi and Sasuke to the Uchiha compound, then witnessed Itachi's swift, decisive fall. At that sight, Danzo nearly leapt from his seat, disbelief warring with dread. Lin Yi had ascended beyond comprehension. Revenge. The thought evaporated before it could take root. Instead, a primal urge to flee surged within him. Lin Yi unsettled him, deeply viscerally. Then in the next heartbeat, Danzo felt exposed, as if Lin Yi himself had sensed the unseen gaze. For in the crystal's reflection, as Lin Yi entered Ichiraku Ramen beside Killer Bee and Naruto, he paused and glanced upward directly into the air. Following that gaze, there unmistakably was Danzo's own hidden vantage point. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha village, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, listened intently with furrowed brows as Shikaku Nara delivered his report. His face bore the quiet weight of years, etched with weariness and resolve. Shikaku spoke with quiet concern. According to intelligence, Danzo Shimura has seized full control of Konoha and forged an alliance with Orochimaru. He cast a long, somber glance toward the village, sensing how profoundly it had changed. Oomph. The third Hokage exhaled sharply. No matter the cost, we must fight. Konoha stood on the precipice of annihilation. To the southeast of the Hokage's position, chakra thickened the air like a suffocating shroud. A vast roiling storm cloud blotted out the sky, crackling with low serpentine thunder. Waves of oppressive chakra coalesced into violent gales surging toward Konoha. Oomph. A voice rang out. Killer Bee was indeed in Konoha. I scout his exact location first. We'll move in immediately after. The fourth Raikage hovered midair, issuing the command with icy disdain. At that moment, a group emerged silently from the earth. Perched upon a tree branch, a masked man, Uchiha Madara, spoke coldly. What is the status, Setsu? All tailed beasts have been captured and escorted to the outskirts of Konoha. Furthermore, Sunagakure and Kirigakure have been incited to march upon the village. They too are concealed within this forest. Zetsu rasped, a twisted grin spreading across his lips, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained, feverish delight. Is Nagato showing no anomaly? Madara asked, a faint crease forming between his brows. The 6 paths of pain have already infiltrated Konoha. Dare they slaughter our villagers under my very watch? Do they truly believe the third Hokage is powerless? Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in fury as the animal path summoned hordes of colossal summons, beasts tearing through Konoha's streets. His rage flared white-hot. He longed to obliterate them all with one crushing blow. Yet he knew, alone his strength could not turn back this tide. One single member of Akatsuki had already summoned Hell Crab, Chameleon, Split Dog, Yatagarasu, Rhinoceros, Bull Panda, and Centipede, each a monstrous sovereign of its domain. And what of the others? Konoha faced extinction. Across its avenues, titanic summons shattered homes like brittle twigs. Villagers were devoured, torn apart like morsels. Hey, delicious fare, rasped the rhinoceros, halting beside Ichiraku Ramen, its voice coarse and guttural. Its tongue flicked over dry lips as it stared at Lin Yi and his companions, eyes burning with raw, unmasked hunger. Tongue's ear, a beam of light erupted from Lin Yi's fingertip. Thwip! The beam pierced its skull, clean, silent, absolute. Not even time to return to the summoning realm. What? The rhinoceros is dead. Nagato murmured in disbelief from the shadows. Instantly, he redirected the animal path, herding every summoned beast toward Lin Yi. Seeing the summons surge deeper into the village, Hiruzen summoned his own, Enma, the Monkey King, to hold them back at all costs. But then, lightning split the sky. Boom. The shockwave hurled him backward dozens of paces before he regained his footing. He looked ahead, jaw clenched. There stood the fourth Raikage, flanked by Cloud Village's elite shinobi blocking their path. Raikage, you would wage war upon us. The third Hokage roared. War? And if I am? Without another word, A charged, deeming explanation itself a waste of breath. Unimpeded by the Hokage, the animal path summons reached the rhinoceros's corpse, its forehead pierced by a finger-thick wound. Hesitantly they halted. Who slew it? Lin Yi's strike had been impossibly swift, long-range unseen. Nagato hadn't glimpsed it through shared vision. Enough already. Can't even eat in peace. Fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh. Lin Yi's fingers blurred. Beams of light lanced forth, striking the summons one after another. SSSK. One by one, colossal forms collapsed. Tuchi, owner of Ichiraku Ramen, stared breath caught, then exhaled deeply. He'd already braced for flight, Yet this youth dining quietly at his counter had just dismantled death itself. Relief flooded him. He resumed boiling noodles without pause. It's him, Uchiha. Nagato ground the name between clenched teeth. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo Shimura glared into a crystal orb, his expression dark and rigid. Uchiha, he must die. His fists trembled with suppressed fury. Heiha, a perfect vessel, beyond perfection. Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious to his own wounded arm, licked his lips, eyes blazing with rapturous obsession as he stared into the orb. Agreement secured. A figure appeared in the doorway, Kabuto Yakushi, calm and precise in his report. Haha, since he's arrived, why not step forward and greet him properly? The words barely left his mouth when paper fluttered inward like a living swarm. Then she materialized, pale violet hair tied in twin buns, a delicate blue paper flower pinned at her right temple, eyes the soft hue of burnt amber. She was Konan, the white tiger of Akatsuki. I trust this time there will be no betrayal. Her tone held a razor's edge of mockery. Orochimaru's past treachery still festered in her memory. Had their power not been indispensable, she would never have returned. Haha, even those who evade the Shinigami's grasp rarely survive intact. What odds do I truly hold? Orochimaru recalled Lin Yi's duel with the Shinigami, and how he walked away unbroken. Dread coiled cold in his gut. Yet for the sake of the perfect vessel, he would ally even with Akatsuki. If our goals align, then let us end this now. Danzo tore away the cloth bandaging his eye, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan swirling like a fractured cosmos. Whoosh. Crockum. Before Ichiraku Ramen, a deafening explosion erupted. Danzo stood encased in azure chakra, Susanoo towering behind him, raising a tempest of dust and debris. 3 figures flanked him, weapons drawn, gazes locked onto Lin Yi. Thump thump thump. 3 coffins burst from the earth. Within each coffin, chakra churned violently. Gales ripped upward, tearing the ramen shop's roof clean off. At that moment, Lin Yi's patience had snapped. He'd only wanted a bowl of noodles, and yet they came again and again. Humph. Seeking death. A luminous beam shot from his fingertip. Thwip. Blood sprayed. Danzo stared in utter despair. He believed Susanoo would shield him, but he'd overestimated himself. That beam hadn't merely pierced flesh. It had traced the thread of his mortality itself. Orochimaru, witnessing Danzo's effortless demise, turned and fled without hesitation. Konan raised her hands for a massive paper explosion, when suddenly a blur crossed her vision. A whisper brushed her ear, I do not kill women. In the next breath, Lin Yi stood beside Nagato. Bang! The lids of Kabuto's 3 coffins exploded outward, revealing 3 corpses radiating terrifying ancient chakra. Boom! Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 4th Raikage crashed down near Ichiraku Ramen, ready to resume battle, until both froze, eyes sweeping the scene. They stopped cold. Mountains of summoned corpses. Danzo's lifeless form. And within the coffins, 3 figures whose faces belonged to legend. Hiruzen's jaw dropped, shock freezing his features. What had transpired? How had the 1st and 2nd Hokage's remains been unearthed and reanimated via Edo Tensei? A profound, unsettling question bloomed in his mind. Hiruzen, Konoha has flourished well beyond my era, observed Tobarama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, surveying the expanded village with quiet pride. Oh, he's the current Hokage. Impressive, truly impressive, praised Hashirama Senju, the 1st Hokage. Humph. So this is how I am resurrected, under such circumstances. Unlike the Senju brothers exchanging warm reminiscence, Madara scoffed, a low dismissive murmur of contempt. Then Crockum. Meanwhile, Meitarumi led Kirigakure's elite, bloodied, exhausted, hunted relentlessly. Their pursuers, Tsunagakure shinobi, and every member of Akatsuki. When had Tsunagakure pledged allegiance to Akatsuki, and beneath Konoha's soil, more enemies surfaced endlessly. 10,000 white Zetsu, Akatsuki's silent legion, encircled the village like a tightening noose. You disappoint me deeply, Uchiha Itachi. Tension hung thick, every shinobi poised to strike, until a voice resonated deep and overwhelming. All heads turned. A man stood, chakra pulsing like a dormant volcano, eyes fixed upon Iaido. Uchiha Madara. What a... That's Madara. Look, over there. The 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd, Tobarama Senju. Legends, thought long dead. Don't you see? They're Edo Tensei. Then who performed the ritual? Does he seek dominion over the entire shinobi world? Kabuto's pulse raced, his control slipping. These 3 were no longer bound to his will. As he prepared to reassert dominance, Hashirama turned and said softly, this technique cannot bind beings of overwhelming spiritual sovereignty, can it? Ah, how humbling. My elder brother sees through it instantly. And yet, the cruelest irony. I was resurrected by the very art I myself devised. Tobarama bowed his head in quiet shame. Humph. Iaido, summon Nagato to fully restore me. I shall handle these matters myself. Susanoo, a cerulean giant, rose barring the path. Would release deep forest emergence. Finally full, utterly sated. A booming voice shattered the silence, drawing every gaze toward Lin Yi and his companions. Killer Bee, you little brat. The 4th Raikage stared speechless, watching Bee slurp ramen with blissful abandon, utterly unconcerned by the war he'd nearly ignited. Both Gyuki and Kurama are present. Shall I show you the true meaning of immortality? His body swelled, expanding with cataclysmic force. The blast would reduce several Konohas to ash. Hiruzen launched himself forward without hesitation. Shiki Fujin. Heya. At last, the gate opens. A spectral figure emerged, radiating the dread aura of the underworld itself. The moment he appeared, his gaze locked onto Lin Yi. What a... The Shinigami has breached the veil. Hiruzen gaped, stunned beyond speech. Now the wolf still prowled before him, and the tiger had arrived. Regret burned like acid in his chest. Huh, what of it? I am immortal. Madara laughed, scornful, defiant. Humph, seeking death. The Shinigami's eyes narrowed, cold lethal light flashing within them. Thwip, a scream tore the air, then Madara vanished. Haha, enjoy your stay in the Soul Society. The Shinigami hadn't slain him, only gravely wounded and banished him to the Soul Society. Oh, so that's what you call it, the Soul Society. Lin Yi tilted his head. Now you're next. His hands rose slowly, his presence expanding until the entire village trembled beneath his aura. Heh, as if you're anything special. Lin Yi drew his long blade, twin beams of light erupting from his eyes. Then, emerging from shadow and storm, a colossal black giant wreathed in crackling lightning appeared above Konoha, its back crowned by a pair of crimson wings blazing with apocalyptic fire. The Shinigami frowned. For the first time in eons, unease stirred within him. He was death incarnate. How could he feel fear? Today I swear, I shall erase you from existence. The Shinigami's eyes flared, releasing a wave of pure annihilating intent aimed straight at Lin Yi. Heh, trivial trickery. Lin Yi sneered. From his blade poured a torrent of frigid black energy. Then, slash. A blade of void tore through space itself, carving directly toward the Shinigami's core. Not at his form, but along his death line. His true essence had no time to evade. No, I refuse to die. Lord, save me. The plea died unfinished, swallowed whole by the blade's merciless arc. Lin Yi then turned his gaze upon the assembled shinobi. Every warrior shuddered. The Soul Society, I'm coming. Lin Yi laughed, a rich resonant sound, as he leapt into a rift in reality and vanished. End.